Okay, this is weird. Hey guys, and welcome to Trucking Along with Kiersey. That's me. Let me turn off this phone here. So I see Christopher saying, I don't like the damn cameras. One word is invasion of privacy. Okay. Truth is though, because it's it's a workplace and they're only showing us, like, almost every workplace is recorded. There are some things that I don't like about this. So, you know, as usual, I had technical difficulties, so I wasn't sure if you were seeing me or not. so, so I hope you guys just appreciate my, my ditziness. Sometimes I earn that blonde wig that I wear from time to time. So thank you so much for coming in. I see Delray Sunshine. Come along with Uncle Joe. Come along with Uncle Joe. I don't think so. Those diary entries didn't sound very nice. Sugar Shine, my girl, how you doing? You like the hair color? Thank you. Forward facing cameras. Yes. You know what? Let me start breaking this down. I'm going to do a video where I wanted to see if I could do it on the StreamYard, but I'm technologically challenged. I was just playing with this for a while, trying to figure out how to do it. And I actually put the setting for private and it started bringing you guys in anyway. So sorry. It's a good thing that I had clothes on and I wasn't just testing it. Love 94 and Wheel Burner Express. Thank you so much for stopping in. But I am going to do a video where I'm kind of like showing different aspects, like kind of filling in the Q&A gaps and stuff like that. But I wanted to try to do this on the StreamYard. I've never done this before. And I was hoping that I would figure this out and maybe be able to bring you guys in. There must be some kind of a setting here that I can throw a link. But, on the truck, it is so hard for me to do this stuff. But cameras tell the truth. Look what happened a few weeks ago on 95 in Connecticut. They got the whole scene on cameras. Yes, but everybody keeps saying that they're okay with forward-facing cameras, but I'm not. Forward-facing cameras are not always going to help you. And a lot of these companies, they fire on U-turns. And that was something that I was really concerned about. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I make U-turns from time to time. Tell me a trucker that doesn't. Because some of these places that we go to, you could be out like hundreds of miles away, and there's no place to turn around. Look at my cat behind me. Where are you at? You're facing the wrong way. You're supposed to say hi to the camera. Oh, there she goes. No, she's just going to groom herself. But for those of you who haven't seen Wheel Burner Express, go check him out and subscribe to his channel. He's got a lot of good info. Anthony Eck, there you go. 50-50 shot if it will save you or hurt you. Sugar Shine, thank you so much for that super chat. I appreciate that. Now, Anthony is on the driver advisory board with me, and I think he's currently on right now, aren't you, Anthony? So I've heard a lot of different opinions on these cameras. I've talked to people that have the cameras. I have 2 former students that have the cameras right now. The one has had it for a few days and it hasn't triggered anything in a few days. The first day, it was him get used to, what it's going to trigger. And he has a beard and he stroked his beard a few times and it did give him some kind of a warning or something for cell phone use. And, he wound up going and talking to his fleet manager and all that and didn't have a problem. They just deleted it, which is awesome. That's the way it should be. But at the same time, my concern is these fleet managers are going to be totally, totally overworked. I mean, think about it. I feel like they're already overworked. And I know a lot of people, they just don't like their dispatchers. It doesn't matter what company they're at. I love my dispatchers. Not gonna lie, and I've been here for almost 9 years. There have been 3 or 4 instances where maybe we had a little bit of a miscommunication. I didn't want to do something they wanted me to do, that kind of thing. Hey, I see Don and Earl and Leah. Thank you for stopping in. But uh, you know, for the most part, I love my fleet manager. I cried. They took one away from me. I had him for 8 years, and if you guys been following me for a while, I cried. I didn't want to give him up. And now I have a different fleet manager and he's awesome. He does not bother me. And people often say, "Oh, well, you're a company driver, so you're treated like crap." I don't know what the hell they're talking about. I've never been treated like crap, no matter where I went. So, or what fleet manager I had. So that's not really an issue. Um, let's see. See, I get it. Figure out how this works. I haven't used this system in so long, and I was looking to figure out how to bring somebody in here. See, this is why I need my own personal person to like do this stuff. Here we go. Uh it says the guest, but then it doesn't have a link to have people come in. So I'm stupid, sorry. Thanks, Anthony. I appreciate it. He says he just came in to say hi. Mm, I know you just wanted to see if I was going to say something nasty. Earl's over there asking me if I'm thinking about whether or not I'm going to quit Prime. Um, I don't think I'm going to quit Prime over something like this, unless it causes me a situation where I feel like I have to leave. Um, you know, I'm not going to lie. Sorry, guys. I'm not going to lie. I'm not happy about it. And one of the things I'm not happy about is just the idea of it's the unknown. And now I have to trust. Hey, Neo, thanks for coming in. And Tony, I love Tony too. Um, I have to trust what they're telling us. And fact is that 10 months ago, that you don't care if I say something bad. Well, thanks. But I mean, 10 months ago, I have a video where they said, no, we're not going to have inward facing cameras that are going to record. It's only going to be, AI. And so that left me the impression it was going to be sensors. And what it is they really were testing this. And that to me looks like they're not transparent. And all these years, that's what they've been keeping help. They keep telling us, "Oh, well, we're transparent," and I don't like the way they handled it. I think they could have handled it a better way. They really could have handled this a better way. Um, okay, here's this little invite thing. Let me see if I can go put this down here. Forgive me, guys. I haven't done this in forever. So if Anthony's still in here, you want to come pop in. Somebody wants to click that link. It won't let me pin it. Interesting. But if you want to click the link and jump in here and tell me your opinions of these cameras, I think that would be cool. One thing that I have seen though is that these are very customizable. So Prime can actually keep adding things. Like you could have, say, Swift doesn't care about running stop signs, let's say. Now I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying that it's it's an option that they could put in, whereas Prime might say we want it to catch stop signs. Okay. So I've gotten so many people in the past couple weeks emailing me and saying, hey, you know, uh, my company does this and this is what they did. And apparently, this is so customizable that you can't really judge what Prime's cameras are going to do versus a different company. You just can't do it. unless you see how they have it customized, unless you see what package they're buying. So one of my subscribers, who's also a Prime driver, was really upset and he called the company. He actually called, and it's Netadine. So all it does is sounds like Cyberdyne. So everybody's like got this like, I'll be back type of Terminator situation going on. You just assume the worst of everything. And that's probably what people are expecting. It's like total control and everything. Earl says, in my opinion, they hire you as a driver and it seems like they want to micromanage your every move. It seems like they don't trust you. Okay. I see Byron. Oh, Byron came in and then he disappeared. Go and click on that again, sweetie. Just Billy. Are they putting inward facing cameras in the sleeper trucks? They are in the sleepers. However, the angle that it's coming in is coming in this way. And what you could see of the bunk and the passenger seat is going to be blurred out. So they showed us a picture of it. And it is blurred out. They have it on our phone app so that we can see that. They say that you can't get an unblurred version, that there is no unblurred version. Even if you went to court and tried to get it subpoenaed, there is no unblurred version. And, two people that have full access to the system at Prime, one is the head of the safety department and the other one is the head of the IT department. And neither one of those has full unblurred versions. Can they hear you too? No. Okay. Now they have microphones. They have, there is a communication accessibility on it. However, that's something that Prime would have to pay for. So as we're one company that has the same camera, and Netadine apparently has two models. I know this because one of my subscribers called, and so there are two different models, but this is basically a subscription type of service. So if Prime paid for audio, Prime could get audio, but they are stating that no, they're not doing that. So, again, it goes back to trust. How much are you going to trust? Tony says at CFI, I was allowed to cover my inward facing camera because I had zero problems with tickets or accidents. Plus, I sleep nude. Nobody wanted to accidentally see that. Okay, thank you. My mother once asked me if I slept nude in the truck, and she says, I hope not, because, what if the truck catches on fire? And I said, well, geez, Mom, I'm a woman with a bunch of horny guys all around me. So if I went running out of my truck screaming naked, I'm sure that I would get attention real fast. Probably, Just Billy says we have cameras in our trucks. It ain't so bad. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing from a lot of people that have already had the cameras in the trucks here at Prime. I don't have one yet. I don't really think I want one. I was really ticked off because I was like, well, hey, Byron, did you want to come try to jump back in and click on that link? Leah says, I'm not happy, but I don't want to have to leave over this. Yeah. Now, I have a former student who's kind of paranoid. Sorry, I love you, sweetie, but you're paranoid. Okay. So every time something happens, he's afraid that he's getting fired. He's just one of those people that really wants to do a good job, but he has a little bit of a confidence problem. So even if he got, say, a hard break, but it really wasn't a hard break, it wasn't hard enough to trigger a critical event, he's automatically assuming that he's going to get in trouble, and he's not. So I don't like the way Prime did their live video recently. If anybody saw that on Friday, I did not like that. I think it makes Prime look bad. And I'm doing a video tomorrow where I take all different scenes and I'll do some commentary on that. But Something that I thought was really, really funny, and tell me if anybody noticed it. In the promotion video that they made, they actually said that the safety director said that we are the drivers that are best in class, so we needed a best in class technology. And I laughed because I was like, I'm working for Swift now. That's their slogan. Uh, Tony S. Is Prime doing this due to insurance requirements? We really don't know. I think it's more geared towards CSA issues because our CSA score hasn't been all that great recently. But after that video that they put out on Friday, and if any of you saw it, okay, number one, they had a driver of like 10 or 13 years that had a million safe miles, and he gets up there and says that he runs stop signs. He didn't know he had to stop at stop signs. His whole life he never stopped at stop signs. Okay. You know, that and it's like you needed a camera to tell you that, really? And he says it made him a better driver. Did you really need a camera to tell you that? One of the other ones who has proof that he's won truck drivers championships. He also had a stop sign problem. He had an aggression problem by his own admission that he was tailgating people. He thought he was a better driver than what he is. And he also admitted to driving on his wife's logs when he ran a stop sign and the camera realized it. That looks really, really bad. Tourette's Trucker, please, everybody go subscribe to him too. He's really cool. He hangs out with me from time to time and he gives a different perspective because, there's different. I'm a company driver, he's an owner op, and, we got lease ops. And so I really like to try to promote other channels. Leah, I'm counting on them to work all the bugs so it's not in conflict with current warnings coming from the truck, including following distance. One of the reports that I have about the following distance, though, is that our come on, guys, cruise control. Sorry, the cruise control puts it at a distance. It doesn't slow you down, the adaptive cruise control, until 3.4 seconds. The vehicle ahead of you. Apparently, the camera is already trying to correct you at 3.7 seconds. So, in my opinion, either adjust the cruise control to match the camera or match the camera to the cruise control, either one. But, if we're just cruising along, somebody must have thought that 3.4 seconds on the cruise was safe. So why did they put a different configuration in the camera? I don't know. It could get funky if it's not all in sync. Exactly. Billy says we have to get used to them. Tourette says, I have driver facing cams, all three of my trucks, but I don't set up wireless access for me to see. If anything happens, they can send me the footage. Okay, so that's one thing that they are giving us access. We get to see the issues from our phone app. So, and then you get to dispute it. You talk to your fleet manager. You can say, oh, no, that wasn't my cell phone. Look, see? And that's not an issue. So, Muppet says seeing machines. Okay, I don't know what that means. Wheel burner, it all comes down to how much do you trust the company and what they're telling you. I was with a company and they said one thing, but we caught them lying, so I left. One lie equals loss of an experienced driver. It's the truth. That's the truth. And, whether they want to like it or not, or they want to admit it or not, they even said in that video last week on Friday, they did not want to, they weren't looking at the inward facing cameras, the video cameras. And there is one more inconsistency that I don't understand, and I'm going to have to see if I can get some answers on this. They sent us out on our phone app some explanations, and it was a Q&A. Well, first they said they only get recordings, they only get videos if there's a critical event, which We've had critical events for years, which included rollover alerts for going too fast. It included speeding downhill. It included hard brakes or, falling too closely, head on collision type of thing. But now all these other things are going to trigger it, like the rolling stops of a stop sign, uh, having your phone in your hand, and that kind of thing. So they're using the same terminology and they're adding things to it. One thing that was in that news Q&A was that in the event that the truck is off and something happens or it doesn't trigger an event, let me go back and read it. It doesn't trigger an actual event that would send the recording. They can still go back 4 days. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Because you already said you're only going to have a little snippet of. So that the biggest problem with Prime, honest to God, and I love the company, but the biggest problem with Prime is really has to do with their lack of communication abilities. I mean, they have an amazing phone app with its own server. They give us navigation systems and everything through the server, through the phone app, but yet they can't communicate properly. And they know it. They absolutely know it. Um, so, uh, Tony asked, is it an insurance thing? I really don't know because they are self insured up until a certain amount of money. So, I think there's a couple reasons why I think this went into effect. I think that most companies are terrified of what happened with that Werner lawsuit with $150 million a couple years ago. With that was a verdict. That was a jury verdict situation, which creates a precedence. So now any lawyer can go back and argue for that much money. And then number two, with the infrastructure bill, and this is kind of interesting. The infrastructure bill was going to allow 18, 19, and 20-year-olds to now get CDLs for interstate rather than just intrastate. Okay. So over 100 trucking companies applied to be able to hire and train 18, 19, and 20-year-olds. The FMCSA mandated last year that inward and outward facing cameras would be mandatory if that's what you wanted to do. So, in my opinion, they're getting these cameras for that reason. I could be wrong, but it was probably one of the things that was involved. And now, last year, what happened last month? They came out and said, "Oh no, we decided you don't need those inward and outward facing cameras anymore." So, cameras do have the ability to hear and record sound. It's an option. That's right. It's an option. And they're telling us that they're not accepting this option. So I'm going to put this down here again and see if one of you guys want to come in and pop up and tell me what you want, what you think. Captain Banana is a good friend of mine. He used to be here at Prime, and now he's working. He's very happy at a company out in Nebraska. Can you put duct tape on the camera if you're off duty? I'm sure you could just cover it up. Understand that our trucks all have curtains in the windows. So if you close your curtain, which I'm sure you do anyway, because if not, everybody else outside can see you. Like, that's one thing I don't understand. And one lady says, well, my dog jumps up on the dash and then knocks the window down. Okay. Let's see who we got. Hi, how you doing? Hi, Ryan.
Good.
I can't hear you though.
Good.
Uh-oh. I can't hear you though. Okay, that didn't work. And he looked like he was laying in bed, so I don't know what he was planning on doing. uh, But so you know, I just don't understand like these people that are so upset that the camera's going to be there because the curtains are going to block it. So we'll see. Okay, let's try this again. Can you guys hear him?
Can you
All
hear me?
right,
Can you
let's
hear me
try this
now?
again. Say something.
Can you hear me?
It's not
Yep.
working. Oh well. All right, this was stupid for me to try. I'll figure out how to work that eventually. Sorry. Um See now, Big 1400 says it's always recording. So this says when the ignition key is off, there's no internal video at all, right? Um but here's something that's interesting. If an incident happens that's not captured in an event with the ignition key on. So if there's an incident happens that is not captured in an event with the ignition key on, witness, meaning witness accident, minor bump, minimal G force, we can go back and retrieve video for approximately 4 days. After 4 days, video is overwritten. Both internal and external videos are not able to be retrieved after 4 days. Okay, so both internal and external videos are not able to be retrieved after 4 days. I don't understand this because they said that if an incident, um, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. So we're going to try to add this Ryan guy back again and we're going to see what happens. Okay. Can
Can you
you
hear
say
me now?
something now?
Can you
See,
hear
I
me?
can't hear you.
Hmm.
Did you do the test?
Yeah, I on. They can hear me, so I don't know.
You hear him and I can't. That's interesting. Hmm. All right. Well, you go ahead. Tell you what, give me 1 second. I'm going to see because I do have a pair of headphones. I'm going to see if I could hear this with the headphones. Maybe this doesn't like the headphones, like it without the headphones. So, mhm. Let's try this. Oh, the cat's trying. The cat is trying to play with the cord to the headphones. Oh. Okay. Let's see. We'll see if I can hear Ryan now. Okay. He's laughing at me, guys. All right. Now can you hear?
Can you hear me now?
I still can't hear him. What the heck?
Mm-hmm.
Nope. See, I have real problems. Hello? Oh, there we go. Okay. Now I'm back, right? See, I tried playing with settings. Uh-oh. Tolga never sleeps. Tolga's always in all the chats. Tolga, if you don't know Tourette's trucker, I'm guessing you do, because don't answer my question yet. I can't hear you. Uh-oh. Can you hear me now? Uh, yeah, I'm back. Okay. So unplug my headset from the computer. Yeah, I guess I can do that too, right? Because that didn't do any good anyway. But I need to learn sign language. Uh-oh. Yeah, we know all kinds of sign language back where I come from, and it's usually not good. Unfortunately, I have a 5 a.m. appointment. Well, thanks, Will Burner. I appreciate it. See, he's usually on in the morning. I go hang out in his place, and he does drives. And who else? Shannon. Shannon's not here, but I'll put a link down to Shannon's channel because she's really cool. Um, Junior Trucker. Use the cameras from the truck might work better. Uh, Audio is excellent now. No worries. Thank you. I appreciate that. What do you mean, no audio? You're confusing me. Tolga says the audio is fine, and now you're telling me it's not. It's picking me up. Okay. Shannon did a live the other day from the beach. Yeah, lucky her. Hey, C, how you doing? Okay. So So do you guys really think that this camera thing is really that big of a deal, or do you just think it's people overreacting? You know, I don't like to judge things until I actually work with them. You know, what I think is weird though is that there's something I noticed, and I went back and played the video a few times where the head of safety said that using this gamification where it scores us, they will know the top driver every week, every month, every year for a 7 year, 100 million mile cycle, which made me start to think that they're not actually going to give out million-mile awards anymore, which I think is crazy. You know, it's almost like they're going to say, well, you got a million safe miles without an accident, but you're still not a safe driver. That doesn't make any sense to me. Leah says, yes, it's a pretty big deal. Junior says people are overreacting. Um, oh, Tolga listens to YouTube in the background and works 16 hours a day. Yeah. You worked for a company that had the Netrodyne system. So what happened? I mean, like, something here's the thing, like they said in that live feed that the one guy was caught driving on his wife's logs, running a stop sign, which is why they caught him, and they didn't fire him. The head of safety also said that somebody came to him with a ticket in hand for cell phone use, and this person, I don't know if I want to say it was a woman, but this person was upset thinking, oh well, the cameras are coming and I'm going to get fired. And he keeps saying this is not to it's not punitive, it's not a gotcha thing. um so really, if any of us got fired for rolling stops, if any of us got fired for talking on the phone, um they just left all that video. That's discrimination that we could all go back and sue about. So, um, I'm not that concerned with that right now, I guess is my point. I'm going to be honest with you though. I've been on the road for a while and I'm starting to want to be home more often. Um, I got this apartment here. I'm home now, but I didn't get an apartment till just a couple years ago when my mom was getting sick and I got the apartment because I was going to um, worry about being home with her. And then she died right after I got the apartment. Tourette's. You know what? Well, it won't let me make you a moderator from this system. Oh, sugar. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, check that out. Okay. So, um, go ahead and go subscribe to Tourette's. I've heard of too many times that the cameras are turning on while the driver is parked on brake, which is invasion of privacy. Several lawsuits have already been won on this issue. Yes, but it also depends because those companies had contracts to have the recording at those particular times. So ours isn't supposed to do that. Now, there was one in California where the National Labor Relations Board sided with the driver. And the whole case was not about the fact that the camera was on while he was off duty. The case was actually about the fact that he was trying to unionize and then he was punished. So the labor board argued that he was punished because he was unionizing and and a federal judge came back and said, "Nope, nope, nope, we don't side with that. We don't believe it." Um, so Leah says it could be used against drivers in a lot of ways. Yeah, I don't like the whole, like I said, I don't like the U-turn thing. That's one thing that's really bothering me. And I told the head of the safety department, I was like, you guys don't realize we go on detours and then all of a sudden the detour signs are ripped down because homeless people use them. They burn them. They burn them for heat and stuff. Uh, I was ready for a break at my hidden mom and pop, but I wasn't feeling a cam one bit at my company and I left. Yeah. Well, see, that's another issue. Some of these smaller companies are already getting these cameras too. I have a really good friend that he went to a company that only has like 4 or 5 trucks. And this guy was somebody that started here at Prime and he's even a YouTuber. And he's doesn't have the cameras yet, but he's going to be installing them. Now, his thing is he's not putting in the AI. I'm sure that costs a lot more extra, but at what point do you say it's an invasion of privacy? If we're in the driver's seat, anybody can see us. They can all see us through the window. There's no privacies. Amazon drivers use them. Absolutely. I heard that too. Um, mm, D says, I wish it was just a regular front facing camera that records everything in the truck rather than having the AI system and this elementary school gamification. And yes, so what I think is odd, and I can't get straight answers from people yet, I guess I'm just going to have to try it, but it starts you out with 1,000 points at the beginning of the day and then it deducts points. So I was told if you miss a stop sign, it's 300-point deduction. But then if you increase your following distance, it adds points back in. So I saw some people that had over 1,000 points for that day. Uh, I work for Casey's General Stores as a truck driver, and they use Lytics. So, okay, so they're using Lytics, but are they using the AI also, or is it just recording you? C Loss says my boss asked me what I think of the cams, and I told her I agree with the drivers. Yeah, well, and that's I was just having a discussion with some other Prime drivers on the phone tonight, And people are like, you know what? It's You can't expect management who's never driven to understand our job. Personally, I think that everybody that wants to go in house, they should actually have to come out and do the job. They should see what we do. I don't care if you're in the logs department or if you're in the safety department or you're in the dispatchers department. Come out for 1 week on the road and see what we put up with. Um, Honestly, they'll use it when and how they see fit. Yeah, I think that's true. Colby, thanks for coming in. I don't think I saw you in here earlier. So, last Friday's safety meeting made us prime drivers look bad. It could have been handled so much better. Honest to God, I don't like the safety meetings being on YouTube anyway. You know, when we had safety meetings that were just sent to our Prime app, they taught, they were instructional. They would tell us things like, okay, we had, a rollover this week because somebody took the curve too fast, and this is what happens. It was, they'd show cracked seals, hub seals, like with leaking and exploding and that kind of thing. Tourette's trucker bans at the Tolga as a first action. Well, I hope that's a joke. No, I didn't ban you. Yeah. Same with me, been driving 8.5 years, and lately I want to be home more often than before. Maybe because I got married. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't blame you. Well, and the thing is, like, okay, so I'm driving for a mini fleet. These guys that I drive for, they have big, big dreams and aspirations, and they have every intention of letting me come off the road and do recruiting stuff and social media and stuff like that. And so I'm really thinking that eventually that's going to be my plan. So, I can only stay on the road so long. They just want to see my junk in the morning. Well, SpongeBob, you know, then maybe you're really impressive. I don't know. People honestly need to give it a chance. Yeah, I'm not one of these people. Did you ever see the headlines that, oh, so and so is arrested for murder and he killed his wife? No, he allegedly killed his wife. And so I usually try to, like, be more calm. It's funny because this one, I'm not going to say the name, but this one subscriber that I have, he was calling me and texting me and did all this research, and he had driven with the cameras at two other companies. And you know uh now he said to me, oh, it doesn't seem so bad, maybe I'll go volunteer to get one. I was like, dude, you're talking about like all this crazy stuff about how you didn't want it, and you wanted to cut the microphone out and stuff like that. Safety departments should be required to have a CDL and have logged 100,000 miles behind the wheel before being able to put in charge of safety. I don't know necessarily about 100,000 miles, but at least do 50,000. Make them go through Prime's training. I bet if they actually put the training, if they had the in house people have to do our team training, then guess what? Our training would be back down to 30,000 miles, maybe 10,000. Oh, Leah says she's going to give Prime a chance. Mm. If you're in the sleeper, Prime isn't going to care if you cover them up with a curtain or visor. Just don't use adhesive or something else sticky if you're honestly that paranoid. Yeah, because then they'll say it's doctoring with safety equipment. Um, those of you that have companies that have the lane sensor things, when I first started, there were a couple drivers that they would put this. That's actually a camera too. A lot of people don't realize that it's not a camera in a way of a video camera. It's a sensor type of camera. Um, so when they were first last year, when they were first talking about this, that's the kind of situation I thought it was going to be because I believed them, and but people were putting this little white piece of paper in front of the camera, and they got in trouble and it caused issues and they were fired for tampering with equipment. The company was awesome with 300 drivers. The owner CEO looked very sad giving us the camera news, but he said it's to not be sued and to put him out of business with another accident. And see, like, that's kind of what we're up against. And um it really sucks when you have a few bad apples that ruin things. But at the same time, it's like, well, if I'm not one of those bad apples, then you shouldn't do it to me. And that's why originally I had said put the top 200 worst drivers. Well, I was told we don't use that term anymore. Well, I'm sorry. I'm not up to your in house lingo because that's what I've been using for all this time. That's what Prime was using for all this time. So now there's another acronym list to make it sound more less controversial, I guess. I don't know, but or put it in the training trucks. So if it's supposed to be an actual corrective issue, which they're claiming, then use it for people that need correction. I can't wait till the robots go to work. Well, in 1996, when I started at the post office, there were three facilities in the Tampa, and I think one was in Jacksonville. There were three in Florida, and they got rid of thousands and thousands of employees and put the robots in. And the only employees in the entire buildings were mechanics. Had to hire so many mechanics that it actually made more sense to put people back in. So they got rid of the robots. Dean says, I worked 30 years for PennDOT in Pennsylvania, and we have inward facing cameras, independent trucks to see if we're texting when we are driving or on cell phones. Yes, the police department also have tractor trailers now that can follow us all around and detect if we're on cell phones. But some of these things go too far. Like last summer, they were testing. I was there. I was actually in this meeting where they had people from T-Mobile come in to show us their um, tracking device, the communications. What do you call it? The tablets. Because we have OmniTracks and it sucks. And this system is going to be replaced soon um, with a GeoTab. That's what they were testing the cameras and the GeoTab at the same time. So we're going to be getting this GeoTab that's supposed to be so much faster and so much better, but it still does not allow us to communicate with dispatch while we're driving. Where I thought it was so cool that with the T-Mobile that we were looking at last year, I could hit a button, record my voice that gets recorded into the system. So it's legal documentation and it would be saved. And then that way I could send a message to the fleet manager. Because right now, solo drivers, we the fleet managers can send us messages. We have to hit a button and it will read in that Jill voice. So if you're with PennDOT, then maybe you know Palmyra, Tacony Palmyra. It comes out as Tacony Palmyra. And it's like, what the hell did that just mean? And if you're not familiar with the area, you don't know what the hell she's saying. So in that system, it was really cool because you could hit a button, you could sit there and talk, and then they'd be able to get the message and it would be recorded. This is still not going to allow us to have verbal communication, especially one that's going to be documented. So you're still trying to get dispatch to send messages back and forth. And, it takes them 10 or 15, 20 minutes to respond. So if I think I might be late to a customer because it's raining real bad, I can't just hit a button and send a voice message. I have to pull over to the side of the road, type a message that says, yo, I might be late because I'm slowing down because of the weather. And now all of a sudden, I'm definitely going to be late because I had to stop the truck to send the message because of the weather. Casey's use Lytix. Is it Lytix or Lytix? It's just like Netrodyne. An event occurs and then it's sent to the company. Netrodyne is the same. When I worked for them, they only show events that trigger an event. What I don't like is like, we've always had certain things that were events and now all of a sudden there's a list of things that are going to trigger it and they're telling us a little bit, but then they also sent us a message that said they're still compiling things on. So it's kind of like I'm going to get in this truck and drive, and I'm not going to know that I'm doing something wrong until the thing decides to tell me I'm doing something wrong. And some things you can correct yourself before it sends the event to Prime. So, like, running a stop sign or a red light, you can't correct yourself with that. But if I have the cell phone in my hand, it's going to tell me to put the cell phone down, and then they're not going to know. 80% of line haul trucks in Australia have the driver facing camera made by seeing machines. They are not good for your mental health. I don't really think a lot of this is good for your mental health. Got to get up early. Thank you. Oh, driving through Chicago before rush hour. You stay safe out there, Tourette's. Um, Drones will fly containers full of freight before self-driving trucks. It's too unsafe for road users. Yeah, not getting my CDL now. Yeah, Censored Every Day has been making all kinds of comments on my channel recently. The hell with inward cameras. Yeah, it just seems like it's going to be the way of the future. Um, unfortunately, and it makes sense when it makes sense when you're talking, uh, business and you're talking liabilities. I get it. But at the same time, and I see a lot of drivers saying, well, these people, they need to have cameras in their faces. They do. Okay. They do. I mean, and I don't know that Prime records the calls. But I'm sure that their bosses can go and click. I worked in a call center. So, as a supervisor in a call center, I could go and pop in on anybody's phone and listen to what they were saying for quality control purposes. They don't have privacy. Now, the ones that work from home most of the time, sure, they do. But even their web cameras on their computers, they're gonna light up, and they could be watched too. But where can you go that you're not watched at work? Most places whether we're at a truck stop, people working in banks, people working at gas stations. There's very few businesses now that don't watch their employees like a hawk. The good driver should simply realize that it's not going to affect them. The ones who are not following the rules of the road, those are the ones that are going to end up in trouble. Can't tell you how many times I've seen cops talking and texting while driving. See, that's a big thing. Okay. I was I was in the passenger seat with one of my students driving, and I'm watching this lady next to us. She was texting like this with both hands. Texting with both hands. No hands on the wheel and driving next to us. And I was like, "Holy crap." And I told my student, I was like, "You really have to watch this lady. I'm going to watch this lady. You make sure that everything else is okay." And, I also think that they should give regular car drivers, they should insist on giving them training on dealing with motorcycles. And I think all motorcycles should be given training on dealing with tractor trailers. I guess what I'm saying is I think all drivers should be educated on all the different phases and different kinds of equipment. And um, you know, some of the most dangerous people out there are RVers and the people in the rental trucks. Where can you go where you're not being watched? The bathroom. That's pretty much what it is. And you know, uh, having an AI camera watch me 24/7 would make me a nervous wreck. Not for me. It's all good. I'm going to go get a work from home job. Yep. But you know what? A lot of those work from home people get upset because they're being watched. And, you know, There's my one of my students call me right now, and that means that he's not watching me. Come on, DJ, you're supposed to be a subscriber. Uh, the difference is an AI bot talking to you. Most places of employment are on camera, but that's not the same. Um, yeah, but you know, we all know what we're supposed to be doing and what we're not supposed to be doing. See, here's Junior saying his wife works from home and she's recorded. Yeah, I've seen that because they actually will time they'll look to see if you're like live accepting calls or whatever you're supposed to be doing, but you're getting up to go to the bathroom. I actually went on Reddit. I was going to do some reactions to truckers Reddit cuz that's like whoa, some of those things are really crazy out there. At work from home jobs, you can just leave the room and shut the door though. It's different. You can, but you're still treated as doing that with you know, when you're supposed to be on break. So if you're doing that when you're not on lunch. So with us, we're going to wind up shutting the truck off, pulling the brakes, going off duty and getting out of the truck and going to lunch. Or the truck's going to be off and it's not going to be recording and I could sit there and have my lunch in the truck. Um, at work from home, you're still going to be required to be there and be watched. A lot of places allow work from home since the pandemic, and companies are installing their equipment. Right. I'll get some naps for a few hours until the market's opening hour, folks. I wish. Thank you, tall guy. I appreciate you. You can leave your truck, right? Um, Also, these recordings could be used in lawsuits one day. It's just too much risky. But here's the thing, censored every day. Um, every day that I start my truck, I say, today's the day I can kill somebody. Today is the day I could die. Today is the day I could go to jail. That's the seriousness of this job. And I really, 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 um, I really don't think that these trucking companies do a good enough job of trying to show how dangerous this job is. Okay. When they recruit, I hate that they're using terms like, um, you know, RVing that you get paid for, exciting career that you can travel the country, adventure, and it's all glamorous and everything. I think that every single student should be forced to go watch a bunch of videos about all the accidents. Every single student should be forced to go in and look at the twisted up, damaged trucks that have been caught on fire, that don't have driver seats anymore, that the diesel tanks are exploded, that they're twisted. I really, really think that they need to do that. I have trained nothing but women the past couple years, with maybe three or four exceptions. But because women are more likely to want a female trainer, um, I I've been with women, and women come out here with completely unrealistic expectations. And I might even do a video about that because I've had women tell me they're not crawling underneath the trailer because they might mess up their hair. I had a woman tell me, "Okay, look, I got fake eyelashes. Guess what? They go on with magnets." I had women tell me that they had to go every 2 weeks to get their eyelashes refilled. No, sweetie, not working like that. I'm not doing that. They don't take this job seriously enough. You can always pull the fuse for the camera and disable the camera. Short the fuse so it blows, and what can they do about it? I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. These cameras can actually keep us out of jail and prove it's not our fault. There was one person that wrote to me with a very interesting story. Apparently, this was like a curtain sided flatbedder, and it had some kind of long tubing or logs or that kind of, you know, cylindrical type of product on there. It was already tarped and everything, and normally flatbedders do that themselves. So he just went and picked up the trailer. I guess it was already sealed and everything. And the AI camera picked him up. He went and he made a turn out of the customer. He was only doing 4 or 5 miles per hour, and the whole thing rolled. And they used the AI camera, the inward facing camera, to prove that he had both hands on the wheel turning like this. He wasn't on the phone. He was looking in his mirrors. He did everything right. So, Scramble North, thank you for coming in. Everybody go subscribe to him if you haven't seen him before. Uh, yeah, Leah says it's a serious job. I get a lot of women out here. I've had women ask me, they get on my truck and they go like this. This is it? Well, yeah, what did you expect? Well, I expected like it's supposed to have a kitchen and a shower and a bathroom. I'm like, where'd you see that? Well, YouTube. So they're looking at those big super sleepers, and that's what they think they're coming out for. I have one student, I kid you not, true story. I take all my students to the parts department and show them this is how we get wiper blades and this is how we get, wiper fluid and stuff like that. And so she says, "Oh, great. Now where do we go to have it installed?" Who? And I was like, "We do." And she, mean? What do you mean I got to put in the wiper fluid? Yeah, sweetie, you unscrew the cap and you pour it in. So a lot of women don't even do that at home on their own cars. And, guys go, "Oh, what do you mean?" But mostly think about it. If you're in a relationship, you're a woman, usually the guy does it. And if you're not in a relationship, the women often just take it to Jiffy Lube every 3 months to try to get it working. Byron, I don't think here's Byron's trying to get back in here. I don't think this is going to work with the. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh my gosh. Can you guys hear okay? Yeah, it wasn't working before. So, welcome to my channel. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
No, I'm okay. So, don't get nasty on here though, okay?
Oh, I'm not.
No like mean rudeness or profanity. I got a nice sweet channel. Smiles. Hi, sweetie. Hmm.
So how you doing?
Oh, hi. So, what's his name?
Cruise?
Truce?
Cruise, like cruising down the road.
Cruise. Okay. So, how you feel about the cameras, sweetie?
I'm kind of in the middle, I guess. I just feel like
Mhm.
they're not telling us how the cameras can, uh, help us lose our job. They're just telling us, it's going to be a coaching moment, or just telling us the positive side of how it helps the company. And if we do have an incident, it may, they may coach us, but they're not telling us, instances where it may put us in a position where we may be fired.
Well, that was something that I wrote to safety department about, and I talked to Dennis, and he said it over and over on video. I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay, even if they take that video down, I got it. So, if they try firing people, how are they going to fire somebody when they just put people on saying they were rolling stop signs and driving illegally on other people's logs?
Yeah.
How's he going to fire anybody for, um, you know, he admitted that there was somebody with a ticket for having the phone,
Right.
you know? So I don't think it's going to be like that. And
Yeah.
how long you been driving here?
I've been with Prime for 2 years.
2 years. Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 years,
Yeah.
right? I've been here almost 9, and I've had people from other companies tell me, well, you're micromanaged with the critical events.
Right.
Okay. Well, I don't get critical events. You
Yeah.
know
Me
why?
either.
Because I don't speed down hills, because I don't take turns too fast. I
Right.
don't slam on my brakes. So if I'm not getting them, I don't feel micromanaged.
Right. I think it should have.
So
it should have been an instance where they implemented it a different way. You know, they started with I guess new hires or people that you know drive reckless. You know, because I drive careful. You know,
Mhm.
and I just think it should have been implemented a different way without implemented through the whole fleet. And I heard you talking about how they rolled it out earlier. Uh, I do feel like they I'm kind of skeptical about, how they rolled it out and the message that they were trying to send when they did roll it out. They talk about transparency, but I still feel there's like a gray area that they're not talking about, that they're
Right.
not referring to, that a lot of drivers are concerned about. I know, the good parts of the cameras, how they, I think they'll enable drivers to drive better, of course. That part of it, I think they'll, help drivers to drive better, for sure. But they're not talking about, how these things can incriminate us in court, you know. If we are doing something wrong, it could help us to get out of a case, but it could help you in an instance to, you know, get locked up or, be incriminated.
Yeah, but what I think that they're thinking is supposedly it gives you 30 seconds to correct.
Right?
Okay. So, and 5 seconds, if you look away from the front view for five
Mm-hmm.
seconds, then it's going to tell you you're distracted.
Right.
Okay. So just think I'm driving and I'm looking down. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000. That's 5 seconds. I could
Right.
have just killed a family of four.
Of course.
Right?
Of
So
course.
at that point, it's going to tell me, yo, you're distracted or whatever terminology it's going to use. Right?
Right.
So once you correct yourself with that, it's not going to send anything back to them.
Right.
I think it's supposed to be more of a way for us to be more aware of what we're doing.
Yeah.
Um, you know, as somebody who's a team trainer, I did team training for 6.5 years, sleeping with somebody behind me. You
Right.
know, I wouldn't have a problem with that. Put it on them. But at the
Yeah.
same time, I feel like, hey, I got a million safe miles. I've done thousands of loads. I've
Yeah.
trained 78 people or whatever, and I've mentored over 600 here.
I
And
proven
I've
myself.
recruited, I've been one of the top recruiters here 2 or 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
And now you're going to tell me you don't trust me?
Right.
That just it feels like a smack in the face no matter how you play it.
Yeah, for sure.
That's that's how I feel, you
Yeah.
know. So, are you a TNT trainer?
No. No. I'm
No.
just a lease op. That's it.
I'm just a lease op. Well, thank you for the channel because people think I hate lease ops, but I don't. I really
Yeah.
like lease ops. I just don't think that people are goes back to the transparency. I think that people go lease without even understanding what they're getting into, and
Correct.
they don't do a good enough job of explaining it. So I
Right.
rather have people have all their knowledge. Just like one of the first questions I asked in the chat that day was, "Who's paying for this?
Right.
How much of lease op's going to pay for this?"
Right. And
And
that
right,
goes back to I do want to speak on training because I did
hmm
go through training when I first
hmm
came to Prime, and I just started driving trucks. But I
hmm
was a school teacher as well before I came to Prime, and the way I was trained, I learned about 80% of what I know now after I came out of my training. So I just feel
man,
like they should have some type of curriculum that you should follow, or something, some type of curriculum where you follow these steps before you can complete training. Because it was a lot of things that I didn't have, and I know they train their trainers, but I don't think they do a real absolute good job. I know they wouldn't do it 100%, but I think a lot of things can be improved as far as training. And before you release someone in their own truck, I think it's some
hmm
things that need to be completed, or they need to make sure that these things are done before
right.
you actually move on and be by yourself.
Now, Junior saying yes, a checklist. There actually is a checklist on our phone app. If you go
Yeah.
under the documents section, um, I had my own. Part of the problem with trying to have a set curriculum, though, is that the lease ops are the majority of trainers.
Mm-hmm.
We only have like 350 company drivers left.
Right.
So there's like that means 8,700 lease ops.
Right.
Okay. You guys are paying for everything, nickel to dime to death. So the
Yeah.
last thing you want to be told is, I have to go take somebody over 3 mountain passes. I have to go have them switch to nights and days and back and forth. There's a
Yeah.
lot of things in training that I had my own. I had a like a 50 question test that I would
Yeah.
give to my students before I would put them in for upgrade. And but I had people for 6 months that we never had a blown tire.
Yeah.
We never had a claim. So there's certain things you can't teach in training, but it's not just a prime thing, it's just a trucking thing. All of the situations are so different
Yeah.
that nobody feels as though that they got the training that they should have.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I
I
think
think
my
that.
students probably do
Yeah.
because um I mean, I still talk to most of my students.
Yeah.
I do. But by the time I had somebody on my truck for 3 weeks, they were running my truck,
Yeah.
and they could do it on their own.
I just feel
But
like the whole process could be, improved. We're
mhm,
implementing cameras and we're trying to make sure that everybody's safe, but starting with training and making sure that your people that are coming out of training, I know the process isn't going to be perfect, but I think they should start there. That's a good place to start. Train people better. Make sure that you have a s- I'm not saying it has to be a curriculum.
mhm.
Somebody may have a better idea of how training could be ran, but I know your people that are coming out of training and going into just being a lease operator. Their process could be better. You know, and overall
And
the cameras. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, they used to actually encourage people to be company drivers for 6 months,
Yeah.
and it's not done anymore.
Yep.
And I personally hate the whole pushing lease thing. It's not even really Prime that does it. They do like a soft push. If you notice, they don't discuss company drivers at all anymore.
They don't.
The only time they do is in November when our open enrollment package comes up. So a lot of time I feel like disenfranchised. Um, I've had lease ops that told me that they were taking my load. I had a guy at a customer that actually said to me, I've been sitting in this dock for 5 hours and I see you're doing a drop and hook. I'm lease. I have security. I have seniority over you.
Yeah.
So I'm taking your load. Okay. Guess what I did? You want to guess what I did?
No.
I told him, go ahead, drop your trailer. I'm going to go in. I'm going to tell them we're switching loads. Yeah, drop your trailer. And then I hooked up and I ran.
uh.
And he called up my fleet manager. My fleet manager asked me, what load did you take? I'm like, the load you gave me.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, this guy's calling me. Oh, well, I don't
Yeah.
care. You
Yeah.
know, so one time I did a poll with lease ops asking, why do you push leasing to the new people so much? And the response was 80% said, quote unquote, because the new people will take the crappy loads and it leaves the good loads for the rest of us.
Yeah.
So that's not wanting people to do better. That's not wanting people to succeed. That's
Yeah.
being selfish. And I don't like that.
Yeah. But it was good talking to you. I don't have much charge left on my phone, and I say the cameras are okay. I probably won't be going anywhere no time soon, but I do have a plan to just see how the cameras go and just go from there. If it works for my business, then we'll be there. If not, we'll be out of the door.
Thank you, sweetie. It was good
All right.
meeting you.
Same here.
You have a good day.
All
Uh,
right.
hug that little boy because he's cute.
All right. Thank you.
Bye, sweetie. Well, if anybody wants to jump in, apparently this is working now. So, um, I saw Centered was up there saying that he couldn't believe that they train in lease trucks. Yes, they train in lease trucks, and you know, I don't, I don't like it. I don't think Prime gives lease guys enough compensation when it comes to that. And if you listen to all these guys online, and all these YouTubers, they'll be like, I make $4,000 a week with my trainee and all that. And yeah, okay, during COVID, yeah, that was true. Guess what? So was I. Okay. But the pressure on lease ops to hurry up and get that load and hurry up and get this, and even just, oh, okay, I'm going to take 2 weeks off, but then it's in your head. I got that truck payment building up. You take 2 weeks off, you owe $2,600. So that's in the back of your mind. So can you really ever really relax? And the whole idea of the lease versus, the student is now your employee. Okay. The student comes to Prime. They didn't come to work for you. They came to work for Prime. They never heard of Joe Schmo's LLC before. But because the lease op is the one paying for them and completely responsible for them, even in an event of an accident, in the event that something happens to the truck, the student does the damage, it's the lease op paying for that, and paying for all of their wages and unemployment and workman's comp and Prime's portion of the health benefits. So that is putting so much stress and pressure on those lease ops. I don't think that they get enough compensation, and right now, because of the freight the way it is, as a company driver, I would be making less per mile than I would solo. So it doesn't, unless I'm at 4,000, 5,000 miles a week, it's not worth it to me. I think trainees should be in company trucks only, just my opinion. I don't want to be the liability on a lease op trainer's truck. And that's a whole nother thing. It's not just stress for the, the lease op, but it's a stress for the student also. Like, I was just talking, I'm on a mini fleet right now. I worked for Kokomo Express last summer and I got hurt in a car accident. So I came off the road for, quite a few months, and I was doing training in the terminal, and I was going through like physical therapy and everything. So this I'm driving for Only Trucks now, and Only Trucks LLC, which is a mini fleet here at Prime. They're really nice guys. They're great, and everything's great. But when I'm driving these trucks for the lease guys, I'm more cautious. I'm fully aware that, if I get repairs done, then it could cost them money. If I don't get repairs done, that it could cost them even more money. Um, I, I I'm very much more conscious of, like, I had a deadhead 700 miles. Uh, this was about 6 weeks ago. I start leaking coolant. Okay. Now on a company truck, I would have just driven right into the Salt Lake City terminal and fixed that. But on a lease truck, I was deadheading. So for me to interrupt that load or get rid of that load just to be able to go into the terminal, now I have this on my head of, wait, I have to figure out how to make this money. I can't just cost these guys 600 miles of deadhead. I'd hate to be a trainer, to have someone who's driven for less than 3 weeks driving my truck while I'm supposed to sleep, no sleep there. That's what happens. And so the cameras and the AI could actually help in that situation. So it could be beneficial. It could absolutely be beneficial. I did that team training for a long time, and I personally, as a company driver, I got paid less per mile if I ran them under 4,000 miles. So the first couple weeks that I would have somebody, I'd run that truck solo. So I was making less money doing team training than I would have for those couple weeks than I would have had we been really teaming, than if I was running solo. You know, um, I would have had better training if Kirsty was my trainer. I Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that, but you did have Twist It for PSD, and uh I think that was the time. And that's something else. People are always talking about bad trainers and stuff, but we have bad students. You know, I had a really bad situation with a student at one point, and I said, "That's it. I'm never training again." So now that this is working, I'll put this link back up and see if you guys want to pop back in. I'm not even sure how the heck all of a sudden it start working okay. But of course, they push lease. It's a liability to the person, not really the company. One thing that I really don't like is like there's no insurance on the cargo unless it's an accident. I don't think they really educate people enough on that. So if you have a hard brake event or you don't, secure the load properly, then it's your fault. If you put like if you set the reefer setting at the wrong temperature and it ruins the product, it's your fault. You pay for that $80,000 load. Or we had people that didn't sweep out the trailer and there was maggots in the trailer and the trailer got loaded and the receiver rejected it. The driver pays for that. The lease op. Training will be interesting with an AI camera, but I guess you won't create any bad habits while learning to drive. No, but you might be so nervous and scared that any old thing that you do is going to be please explain how a company driver at 50 cents a mile can make more than lease. Very easily, because first off, 50 cents a mile is starting pay. That's your base pay. That doesn't include any of your bonuses. And our bonuses are guaranteed week to week. And this is something that people sit here and argue with me. Do you really think that somebody who's been driving for 8 or 9 years only makes 50 cents a mile? No. Okay. My average company rate on a company truck is about 68 cents a mile, and because I just hit my 8 years, I got an additional 2 cents per mile in longevity pay. So my company truck rate with the bonuses that are about 12 cents a mile every week come out to probably more than that now, come out to like 72 cents a mile. Yeah, that's what I make. You know what the average lease op makes at the end of 3 years when all is said and done? About 65 cents a mile. Now, if you also add in, that's not including what Prime puts into my 401k, which Prime puts anywhere from like $4,000 to $10,000 a year into my 401k, depending on how much money I put in there. So right now, Prime has put in 40% of what's in my 401k account. They've put it in. There's a couple $100,000 in there. Yeah. Okay. So, uh, and you also have to understand that the lease ops have to pay their full health benefits. So we have I have better health benefits here than I did with the post office. That's absolutely true. The student is not your employee. Prime is. And when a student wants to leave, all they have to do is say, okay, Joseph, but technically, on paper, even though you are a prime employee, you are being leased out to the lease independent contractors. So they are the ones paying your health benefits, that Prime's portion of your health benefits. They're the ones paying your workman's comp. They're the ones paying all your employer taxes and everything. So yes, okay, that's the truth. And it puts a bad situation. Uh, I just don't like it. I think there's too much going on in that dynamic. Welcome, Captain Banana. How are you?
I'm doing good, Kiersey. How you doing?
I'm okay. Captain Banana worked here at Prime for what, 2 years?
2 years, yes.
He was going to go to CR England.
Yeah, continually recruiting. Every new guy leaves after 90 days.
Mm.
Yeah, it
So,
was Kiersey that talked me out of going to CR England. Talked me out of making a huge mistake.
yeah, well, thanks. Um, so you have outward facing cameras at your company though, right?
Correct.
So, do you ever feel like they nitpick you and really like traumatize you with the list of burden of what you're
No, not at
doing?
all. In fact, I got hit at Allerton Pilot. Um, Somebody hit my truck at 11 o'clock at night, hit my truck, ripped off the front of my truck, and they stopped because, well, they got bound up on my bumper, backed up, turned to the right, and took off. I didn't discover the damage until 6 o'clock in the morning when I went to do my pre-trip because once I'm asleep, I sleep like the dead. My my safety gal, she could not believe that that impact didn't wake me up, and I told her, I said, "Hey, once I'm asleep, I'm dead asleep. I mean, unless my reefer is running on continuous and shuts off for some reason, I don't wake up." So they had to go through all the footage, and it wasn't it wasn't until like 11 o'clock at night that it happened. They started looking at the footage around 5 o'clock in the morning. From
Mhm.
5 o'clock in the morning until 6:30 when I called them, and they couldn't find it, and they couldn't find it, and they just had to keep going back and back and back, and finally
Mhm.
it was freaking 11 o'clock. It was raining, the wind was blowing, so the truck was kind of rocking. So yeah, somebody hit me. Hey, the wind was blowing pretty hard, so it could have been the wind rocking the truck. I don't know. I was sound
So,
asleep.
Big 1400 says nobody talks about being a company driver. Well, guess what? Captain Banana here was a company driver with me. He had a really good fleet manager, one of my, you know, ones that I like, one of my favorites.
Yeah,
But
Maurice is
there,
a good fleet manager.
Maurice is a good fleet manager. And
Yep.
one thing that happens is there's a lot of lies about being a company driver that people don't really understand. Um, and one of them is that we don't have as much freedom as lease ops. I actually felt like I have more freedom because if I don't like a truck, if it's giving me too much problems in 6 months or whatever, I'll just turn that sucker in. There's no repercussions for me. Um, what was your experience as a company driver? Cuz you're still a company
Um,
driver where you are now, but what was your experience at Prime?
I don't know. What's a steer tire cost? What
Right.
what are the tolls going through Ohio?
Right.
I don't know. I'm a company driver. How much is
Mhm.
fuel? I don't know. Well, don't pay attention to it. I'm a company driver. How much does oil
Right.
cost? I don't know. I'm a company driver. What's wiper blades cost? I don't know. I'm a company driver. I'll pay for
Mhm.
anything.
Yeah. Plus
The
like
only thing I had to
I
pay for was the food I ate and parking if I paid for parking.
I took off for a month when my mom died, and yes, I turned in the truck, but that was because I didn't know how long I was going to be out. So I turned in that truck, which I was only going to have that truck another few months anyway, because I had gotten it when it was new and I was almost up with the 3 years. Um, I also had eye surgery at one point. I paid $50 or $100 for a storage facility to park the truck. So they didn't take the truck for me, and I was out for a whole year. Now,
Hey,
Censored
you
is
hit it in the
asking, does
storage
Prime
facility.
what I did?
Yeah,
I
that's what
put
I'm laughing at.
no, I did. I put it in the Life Uncle Bob's or something. It turned in the Life storage.
Yeah,
See,
yeah, I
Captain
know
Banana
exactly
from
what you're talking
Southeast
about.
where I'm from. Yeah.
Yep.
But so yes, Prime still has company drivers. Company drivers they cannot lease in New Jersey or California. So all of our
Yeah, fuck
drivers from
California.
California and New Jersey are now company drivers. We also have all the regional routes and I don't want to say all the regional routes, but most of the regional people that have to be in lightweight trucks are company drivers. Dedicated routes are often company drivers. Company drivers also in those routes. are 23% of the load or 70 cents a mile plus bonuses. So again, it's quite possible, depending on where you live, that you can make more money than lease ops, because when you sit there and you look at it, it's really, really close. And then when you add in our benefits, it like puts us over the top. But people don't believe this, you know. But
Oh, don't forget the 401k.
yeah.
I
Well,
mean, you know,
and people will sit here and say, the lease completion bonus. Um, well, the lease completion bonus is your own money.
yeah, yeah. So Prime gets to hold your money without paying any interest, and then oh, okay, you completed the bonus, so you get that money back. But also, if you get terminated for whatever reason, uh,
Hmm.
they keep your tire fund, they keep your emergency fund, so you're kind of screwed.
And they'll
It's
still send you a bill. They'll
Yep,
still send you a bill, and it's
that's what
like,
happened. That's what happened to my TNT trainer.
right. And
You
when
know,
I put the truck in the shop for my eye surgery, I was out a month. I paid $100 for the storage, or $50 or whatever it was. I think it was 100, because I think I bought two parking spaces for it. But I didn't have a $5,000 bill waiting for me, or $4,000 bill waiting for me to come back.
Kiersey, Kiersey, you mean you parked your truck out in the elements? For as much as you loved your truck, you let it sit out in the rain?
It's a truck. I don't really care about the trucks. I don't even understand the people that name their trucks. Who in the chat names their trucks? Write your trucks names down below. I want to see who names their trucks.
Yeah, future ex-wife.
Future ex-wife. Does Prime have any ideas what they're going to do if that lease op law goes into effect federally? I have no idea. I really don't. And it's really interesting. It's interesting that you bring that up, because most people don't even talk about that. Um,
What's that? Prop
censored say,
94 or Prop 202 or whatever that prop number was.
yeah, it was
85,
California's
AB4, AB5,
85.
AB,
It was AB5, and
AB5.
it
Yeah.
spread to New Jersey, but they're trying to make it national. And so they're going to basically force everybody to buy their trucks. But then the other bill that they're trying to push through, it takes your liability limits on your insurance that hasn't changed since 1978. It's going to take it from $750,000. They want it to go as high as 5 million. Now in New Jersey, I think they just did 2 million. So in New Jersey, you can't you can't be a lease under you can't even own a truck and lease it onto somebody like Prime. If you own a truck, you have to run under your own authority, and then they turn around and make your insurance so high it's almost impossible for you to be, you know, a
Yeah.
small business.
Well, what they're
So,
going to do is just force everybody to become company drivers. They're going to make being an owner operator so prohibitively expensive.
hmm it's just like they just want to put the little man out. It's a double-edged sword, exactly.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. I mean, with with the freight market the way it is, and the price of fuel and insurance and all, who the hell would want to be a lease operator? I mean, it costs too damn much money.
Well, right now it's really bad. The freight is just the cost for the fuel is so high. They're raising the price for the trucks. Like when I started, it was $999 or 995 or something. Um, and now, um, I think somebody said it's going up to 13 or something. Oh, look at the kitty cat.
Yeah, it's my little Cuddles. Yes, my
Yeah.
little Cuddles. She's such a sweet pussy
Big
cat.
says, I don't have a problem being company. I was company my entire first year. Well, that's good, because that's something else people don't talk about. If you're a company driver your first year and you prove yourself, when you do turn over to be lease, you're going to get better loads. You're going to be like dependable. your reputation is going to precede you. So I've seen teams that their first like 6 months as company or first year as company, they didn't get as many FedEx loads and Hive out loads. But then when they turned over after a year to their lease, they got more FedEx and Hive out loads than people that went straight to lease. But that's just my own observation. Nobody's really going to say that, you
A
know.
high val load really doesn't benefit a company driver because you're just getting paid mileage. High val only benefits a lease operator because they get a percentage of the load.
Well, not necessarily. The high val loads are really fast loads. So if you're getting paid by the mileage, you're squeezing more miles in for a shorter period of time. So I would get 3, 4 high val loads in a row, and it
Well,
was
that's because your
excruciating.
fleet manager loved you.
No, it's because he's greedy. Greedy wants to go. But
Yeah.
Junior says, yeah, you know, unless you're part of the mega carriers, the spot market is really bankrupting a lot of people,
Yeah, it
and
is.
that's true. Hmm.
There's a lot of companies that are just going out of business left and right. Even large carriers are going bankrupt. You know, they're dropping like flies. It's sad.
Yeah, and Sensor said the recruiter was already trying to get you on the leasing. See, I don't like that. I don't like
Yeah.
hearing that. I have a lot of people that will call me and they'll email me and stuff, and I have I kind of almost fight. I gave up the fight of trying to convince people. Like, I'll show you settlements, I'll show you pay stubs, I'll put you in touch with company drivers that are new. I'll put you in touch with lease ops I know are going to tell you the truth and be honest. Because one thing that lease ops have a tendency to do is they'll shove in your face that, yes, here I made $18,000 this week, but they didn't show that, yeah, that $18,000 dwindled down to 6 or 7,000. And that's a lot, but that's your highest pay that you had in 6 weeks. So when you spread it all out, you know,
Yeah, and then you have to pay taxes on top of that. After you
right.
get that, okay, so you made $7,000, then you have to pay income tax on it. I mean, granted, you can write off most of your expenses for the truck, but
Hmm.
still, you gotta be able to put that money aside and not touch it because
Right.
at the end of the quarter, it's not even at the end of the year. It's at the end of the quarter. So in 3 months, you have to pay your quarterly taxes.
Yeah, but you'd be shocked at how many people don't. And at the end of the year, they're trying to come up with the $15,000 that they were supposed to put away and they spent. I see a lot
Yeah.
of people that do that. We have a
Oh yeah.
lot of independent contractors that are really back behind on their taxes. Um,
Yeah. No thanks.
you know, and then Junior says people usually make more mistakes in their first year, so you might as well make those mistakes on the company rather than your own. That's true.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, how much does it
Um,
cost to roll the tow truck out to pick the back of your trailer up and put you back on the road because you were stupid and forgot that you had a 53-foot trailer on your back and said, "Hey, I missed
$700.
my." I
Seven
think it's
hundred
more than.
dollars.
I think it's more
Yeah.
than that.
Well, I guess it depends on what they're doing, but I've had people tell me that's what they paid because they got stuck in the mud or stuck in the sand or something.
Yeah,
So,
Chofi's Towing. Chofi's Towing. They're in Jersey. They have a big wrecker, and that doesn't roll for anything less than $1,000. It's a
yeah.
thousand dollars minimum just to start the truck up.
Mhm. So,
So.
I
But hey, that's New Jersey. Everything's expensive in Jersey. We let you in for free, but we charge you to get out.
anybody else want to come up in here? Tell me what you have to say about these cameras cuz I I wait till you see my video tomorrow cuz I'm going to do some really cool editing. I've been getting better at the editing. I have. Uh, it's like I got this, it 10 months ago they said, "Oh, we're not looking at any inward video cameras. We're just looking at
Yeah,
AI." Yeah.
right.
And it was like that's one of the things. It just comes across as you know.
Well, was it World War II that we started the income tax?
No, there was income tax before that, but it was only a certain percentage. And at the time
Yeah.
actually said that they thought that there would be a revolt if they ever went above 3% income tax.
Yeah, now look at what is it, 25, 26%?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, did you see my shirt? Look, one of my subscribers made this for me, my
Oh,
logo.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
And I got little cups too. I got mugs and there's different merch I got down below. If you want to go check that stuff out.
Hawking your
Jerry
merch,
says
huh?
I keep trying to make videos, but I'm horrible on camera. Oh, come on up. What do you mean you're horrible on camera? Come on up.
Yeah, can't look any worse than me. Bald head. Having to look over my glasses to read the screen.
Mm, yeah. But, and some people have been speculating that maybe, oh, wow. I'm leasing starving here. I run hard with a student and I can't get 2 loads in a week. Sales lets us down every week. Yeah,
That's shameful. That is damn shameful.
I feel you. I do. There are a lot of people telling me that they're making less money than their TNTs, and I don't like that, you know?
No.
And guess what? I'm driving for a mini fleet and they're paying cash for their trucks. There are company drivers that have saved up their money over the years and they're going and they're buying the trucks with cash because the used trucks, the prices are going down so much because we have oversaturation. So you buy the truck cheap now, you run it. I know company drivers that are company here, bought the trucks in cash and put them to work other places so that they could keep all their health benefits and 401k and everything here. But they have somebody else
Smart.
running their truck someplace else. Yeah. And they
Smart.
paid cash. And the fleet that I'm on, they paid cash. So Max Hammer, depend on how long you had that lease. If you want to turn it in, get in contact with me. I'll hook you up with some great guys. They don't micromanage. They are awesome. They fix the trucks. They're actually talking about getting their own authority and moving on to the A fleet eventually. So we won't have those cameras. Um, you know, I feel for everybody right now. I really do.
Yeah.
And I felt it too. I'm not gonna lie. Um, recruiting money's not there like it was before. The students that come in, they don't really stay as long as they used to. It's really, really hard to get 50,000 miles in with freight being this low.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily a prime thing, it's a trucking thing. One of the
Oh yeah.
videos that I was working on today that I didn't put up yet, Jackknife TV was talking about he was an owner up, he had a fleet, he lost some of his trucks. He's talking about how hard it is to be an owner operator where brokers don't want to pay for detention time, you know. And then you're sitting in docks longer. That's a whole nother issue people aren't talking about. You're sitting in docks
Oh
longer
yeah.
because they're not, yeah, because they're not paying people to be there. So the warehouses are cutting back on their employees, and then
Yep.
it's taking longer for us to get unloaded. You
Well,
know.
see, that's one of the reasons I went reefer, because I can back into the door and go to sleep, and I do. I mean, that's shit. I was in what Carteret, New Jersey,
Mm-hmm.
and I backed in at my receiver, and I went to sleep. And about 4 or 5 hours later, they're banging on the door. Okay, you're unloaded. I'm like, oh, okay, here, pet the cat. You got to pay the cat tax. Make
Yeah.
everybody
So
pet the cat.
one really big piece of advice that I'll give people right now, if you really, really, for whatever reason, you really want to go lease, take a short lease. Take the shortest one you see.
Yeah.
Do it for 6 months. I don't think anybody should go. So many people come in here and they don't know if they're even going to last through a year. You're not used to the lifestyle. People get homesick. This is not easy to get adjusted out here. So do a
Well,
short lease. See how it works for you, and then that way at the end of 6 months, you're turning it in. So many people come in and they take the 3-year lease. And then after a year and a half, they decide this isn't for them. Then they're leaving, 10, 12, $15,000 in their lease completion fund and turning the truck in. That
uh,
sucks.
that older guy that I think you trained him, trike rider or Harley trike rider or something like that.
Oh, yeah,
Remember
I
him?
didn't. Oh, yeah. His
Yeah, I
name's
mean,
Chris.
yeah, he he didn't last a year leasing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a shame. Well, that and he leased an international. That didn't help.
Well, I loved my international, but it was in
Yeah,
always.
you're the only one. You're the only one that loved that 13-letter shit spreader. I've yet to
Well,
find.
it goes back to the
I've
company
yet to
driver
find
thing.
somebody else. I've yet
No,
to find somebody else that has an international that likes it.
but it goes back to the company driver thing. Company driver, guess what? I got paid $175 a day plus a free hotel room. And if I was in the shop for a week, oh well, you know,
Yeah,
as a lease op, I would get $250 a day. It comes out to $28 a day after the truck payment's paid. So that's not going to
yeah.
pay for my hotel room, So
Not a good hotel.
it didn't matter to me. It
Yeah,
didn't matter to me that I was always in the shop. It actually allowed me to train my students better.
yeah. Right. Go through. Okay. Now everybody else is using the GPS. We're going to use an MAP.
Yeah, censored every day says my uncle has been trucking for 35 years. He drives a 99 truck with pre-log exemption and lease stop flatbed local only. He's still doing okay. Well, that's because he doesn't have a truck payment like everybody else.
Yeah,
However, you know what? He's paying a lot in fuel though, because a truck that's that old still has um, a high maintenance, and your fuel consumption is going to be a lot more. You're going to consume a lot more fuel.
yeah.
So
But
now,
he's not paying for deaf either.
yeah, well, that's true. But he's
Yeah,
but
and he's not having DPF filters clog on him.
aha, guess what? Junior likes the international. Junior says Junior loved the international.
Okay, so it's
Backing
two people now. Two people.
backing was clean. Well, that depended on the year. The 2017s had this weird bucking in the backing, but the newer one, my 2020 had the typical backing like the Cascadia. Yeah. What are you in now? Are you in a Cascadia?
Of course. That's all I've ever driven was a Cascadia.
Oh, well then you really can't tell us. You
Yeah, I
can't
know.
tell us
I'm
anything
just
about
a
international.
steering wheel holder. I'm just a steering wheel holder.
That's right.
Yeah, I got the
Uh,
steering wheel holder license. I'm not allowed to drive a manual.
there's the big orange pumpkin. Hello, I hope everyone is okay. Hey, orange pumpkin, you want to come in here? You want to talk about some cameras? I'm at a year and a half and I'm deciding this ain't for me exactly. Yeah, but honestly, I'm pretty solid on my end. It's because I'm just spinning my wheels and going nowhere because of the market.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, the company
yeah.
I work for, we're owned by a meat packing plant. So all of our loads outbound are meat. And
Mhm.
it's just a backhaul. And I mean, I've sat for a day and a half before they got me a return load. And
All right.
that's usually that's unusual because you know usually I'm coming from the Northeast, so they're always able to get me loads, but the loads they're getting me, they're barely breaking even on those loads. That's just how bad the market is.
Yeah. Well, we have a celebrity in here today, right? This celebrity is Carol Talbot. Carol, you want to click on a link and pop on up here and you can come tell us what you have to say about these cameras? I don't know if anybody knows, but this is the Carol that was in the safety meeting a couple weeks ago. And I felt so bad. She was so upset and she was practically crying on the stage. And um, I mean, even when Dennis tried to calm her down, right? He was saying, "You're upset and you're worried about nothing. Come and uh, you know, give us a chance. Come to my desk. Let me show you." And her head was down like this, and she was like, "I don't think it's going to make a difference. I really love Prime, and I don't think it's going to make a difference." I felt so bad, and she and I have been talking on the phone over the past couple weeks, um, because she's a really nice person. And so, if you want to pop up in here and give your take on what you want, feel free to click on that link down there. Mm. Junior really likes Casey's. This is the third time that this was said. I'm blessed to work for Casey's. 14.40 a week and gets overtime. I'm home every day. Hmm.
Yeah, good for you. I'm home every
Yeah.
day too. I live in my truck.
Oh, please. But I was making a lot more than that being home every day on the backing pad, and that's gone to
Yeah,
heck. So, uh, I like my new KW. Um, no deaf bullshit. Yeah. My wife told me to quit 2 years ago. I wish I would have listened, because in the last 2 years I spent over 100,000 of my own money just to stay in business. I wish I would have listened, but I've been parked for 2 months. Wow.
that's terrible.
Wow. It is terrible. And I have I have a TNT that I did 6 years ago. Um I had a TNT that I did 6 years ago. He really wanted a Peterbilt. So he did the lease purchase. He got the Peterbilt. He paid like $9,000 for the suspension in the front end, that new airbag suspension, right? And over the course of a year and a half, he put in another $18,000 in repairs, because I'm not kidding, right?
Oh
So
my
those
God.
that suspension kept giving out on him, and they kept telling him, like, he kept getting new tires because the suspension wasn't right. Then they tried to tell him no, he bought the wrong tires, and he's like, "Well, I bought them from you, so how could you say they were the wrong ones?" And so he fought for like a year and a half, and he was in his 60s, and he thought that he was going to pay that truck off at the end of 3 years, that he was going to run it another 3 years and then sell the truck and have some money for retirement. He was always on a 1099, and now he doesn't have any of that, you know?
Wow.
Yeah, so he actually turned in the truck. He asked how much it would cost to take the airbags out and put the suspension back in, and they told him $8,000, but it would void out the warranty on the rest of the truck. And he's like, "You're kidding me, so you're not even giving me a chance." He did. He turned that truck in, and you know,
That's
I feel for
heartbreaking.
him.
That's
Yeah.
heartbreaking.
He was gonna leave trucking altogether, and he turned the truck in and he quit. And then after a couple months of dealing with some personal issues and family issues, when he tried to come back to Prime, they told him no, he couldn't come back. And because the market is so bad right now, if you haven't been out, and you don't, like, if you just like walk away for a couple months, people are having a hard time finding jobs. They really are. Gone are the days of, "Oh, I get fired from this company. Guess what? I'm going to have another job in 20 minutes." It's not like that right now. You can really, 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 you know, um, just not find
Struggle.
a job at once. you know?
Yeah.
And so he's basically stuck at this piece of crap company right now. And he's been told by almost everybody, you have to work at that company for at least a year before we'll even look at you. And he's like not
Wow.
happy, but it was the only place he could go. And he's in Florida, which is a bad place to be in, which makes freight even harder. Finding jobs harder.
Yeah.
Christopher says these cameras is, I know, an invasion of privacy. Christopher, have you ever used them? Curious. Have you ever used them? Do you have one in now? Uh-oh, Big Orange Pumpkin's trying to get in here. All right, Captain Banana, I'm going to say goodbye to you, and I'm going to let this
All right,
next guy.
Kersey.
All right. Thanks for stopping
Yep.
by. Love
All
you.
right, hon. Love you.
Okay. Okay.
Mm.
Hello. Hello, Big Orange Pumpkin. Welcome.
So
How are
what's up?
you? I
Nothing
appreciate
much. So I saw you being like doing some videos about cameras. Myself is no. For me, no. Well, luckily for me, well, I work in Canada, right? But the companies I've been work for do not request any cameras. Like Landstar do not request any cameras. But
hmm
now I'm signing up with Mercer. They request a camera. Well, that's what somebody told me. I'm not sure. But if the request is only for outside view, not for the inside, I don't like that shit cameras. Inward cameras, I don't like that inward cameras and that selfless driving trucks, whatever they that call.
hmm
If I work in a in a company like you guys work, like these big mega carriers, uh, if my boss say, "Oh, we're gonna have a self-driving truck," it's only one for test, blah blah blah, all of that bullshit. I will
hmm
quit the same day, right the same day. And I've been telling everybody, like people I know works for some companies like that. I will tell them all the time, go to another company. One day on another, you're gonna get fired. Like this Aurora company runs from Texas and California all the way. So first, these companies start with tests. The driver does everything, just testing the truck. Now the truck drives itself, and the driver is there only for emergency. But by the end of the year, the company is going to fire everybody. It's Aurora. I think it's Aurora company. I think they call. I think that is the name of the company. It's down there in California and Texas or something like that. I don't like that bullshit. Cameras and stuff like that. No. And there is another thing. These lease programs, I don't like that neither. I know
hmm
people, a lot of people, they do that because the credit they are not good. But I'm gonna be honest with you. My first truck, my credit was not good,
hmm
but I financed the first truck. Was a old truck, a used truck at the time, but was a truck I did finance to get into a credit business. I never missed my payments, and then I bought the second the truck was directly from Volvo. Was a bit high, but at least I got accepted
hmm
from direct finance with them. And now I have this Kenwood. My truck before was a Peterbilt. Unfortunately, the truck burned when I was driving. Was some manufacturer defects. Now I have this one, and I don't like this purchase program like these leases and stuff like that. Not for me, because I see
Well,
a
I'll
lot of
say
people
this.
get screwed.
The Prime's lease purchase program is actually better than most companies. When I compared them, it's actually cheaper and better than most companies. That's the truth. I
Yeah,
just
but
don't like.
but
I think
it's not
people should
it's
be.
it's not just that. It's like, let's say, okay, like this kind of like Pride, and not only Pride, a lot of them, they have a lot of trucks, and then they have the company driver. Like the rates was screwed up, no loads, no nothing. What do you think is
Mhm,
gonna happen? You do a lease program or a owner operator has it. Like say if I work for Prime with my truck, finance on my bank, you work for Pride, lease to them. who's gonna suffer first? It's gonna be me and you. The guy's gonna give the loads to their company drivers, and then we're gonna have nothing. So the company I was working for, I have my truck paid in full, my at the time, but like was in 2023, beginning of 2023, the guy is oh, no loads, no loads, no loads. Bye.
Hmm.
I just left, and that's when I did go to Landstar. And
Hmm.
it was funny because there's no loads, no load. I was with Landstar, and I was busy all the time, busy, busy, busy.
At
These
Landstar,
programs is
you
not for me. Yeah, Landstar is a good company. Well, it's a good company, but they are too complicated anyway.
were. Well, I
Let
had
me ask
friends
you a
that were
question.
Landstar. My friend
Let me.
got a ticket.
I
My
got the
friend at
ticket.
Landstar got a ticket for in California, and they fired him on the spot. They didn't even give him a chance to fight the ticket. So, you know,
Oh wow! No,
but
yeah, Landstar. They are very very. They are like
yeah,
I know a
but
woman. I
mhm,
I know a woman was Landstar 20 years, no accidents, no nothing. And guess what? He stopped. She did stop on the side of the road, and was another asshole. He took a picture. Was passing. Took a picture, and he ran and sent to Landstar. Landstar did fire her on the spot. And I just asked her one question. I was like, I thought, what about that idiot who was driving all the cell phone to take a picture on your truck?
mhm,
Glenn Starton did nothing to him. He was holding his cell phone to take a picture to send to make you get fired. So this
mhm,
guy, so this guy was a hero. You hold his cell phone while driving. At least he was not driving. Because Landstar have a stupid policy. You cannot
right,
stop on a side of the roads for anything.
right. Now, see, this is something that the guys in the chat are saying. Christopher and Junior are saying that there are so many people that are on YouTube and TikTok that are filming themselves while driving. Prime drivers. I've seen this myself. Okay. And that really makes things look bad. Um, I was going to do a reaction video. This one guy was in our team training, TNT, they call it. And he was talking about he didn't want to sleep in the trainer's bed in the bottom bunk. Most of the most of the top bunks don't have nets. So he admitted that he was sleeping on the top bunk while the truck was rolling against prime policy and against the law. Puts it on YouTube. Give me one second.
Oh, put on YouTube. We got fired right away.
Excuse me. But
That's okay.
but that's what these people are doing. And they're doing it on TikTok. I saw this one guy, he went like this, no hands, driving on TikTok live, you know. And
Listen,
so Christopher down there,
I do live stream while I'm driving. Like my camera is pointed to the outside. Everybody like these days use a cell phone for everything. Like I do YouTube videos as well. Uh, but I never did that stupid stuff. Like, oh, the truck drives itself. Like, who was the idiot? He has this truck driving and he goes sitting on that seat over there and was recording. It's
mhm,
like, what the heck? Like, it was not a self-driving truck, selfless driving truck. It was a normal Volvo, and the guy just jumped to the other seat just to take that TikTok video. I don't
mhm,
know what did happen. I don't know him. I don't know anything about that company. Just like crazy. Just
yeah.
I do videos.
It's
I don't care. I will do videos, but I'm not doing stupid stuff. Stupid stuff, I don't do it.
but but yeah, I think that's what's happening is people that are younger are coming in. They're not comprehending how dangerous this is. And they are so used to always being connected on the phone. They're so used to social media, you know. And there have been several YouTubers that were told you can't have the camera facing you while you're driving. And this is one of the things that does bother me about this whole inward camera thing. So Prime doesn't want us filming ourselves while driving because we could prove that we're not looking in the mirrors. If we had an accident, a lawyer could pull the YouTube video and then prove that we were distracted, we weren't looking in the mirrors. But now they're putting the cameras in our face that could be used against us if there was a lawsuit. So I think they're trying to rely on the AI to make sure that we're not distracted, that we're looking in the mirrors.
Yeah.
But at the same time, hello, you know.
Now that they what they do is really to clear their ass if you have accidents, to try to
Mhm.
blame you, right? To like, because a four wheeler. Sometimes, let's say you are driving and the four wheeler, sometimes they do brake checks on you for no stupid reason. So,
Yeah.
and let's say you're driving and you're doing a live stream, but you're driving, but
Mhm.
this four wheeler comes to you and do a brake check on you. So what the company is going to say is your fault. You are distracted, but
Right.
technically you pay attention just because the camera is pointing at you. What I do a lot of times before was I have my GoPro connected on my hotspots, and the camera is
Mhm.
pointed at me, but I'm not seeing anything. But the camera is the only one. It's like the same camera the Prime has. No, it's not the
Mhm.
same, but they can see you. That camera sees me, but I'm not even looking on the phone. The phone, let's say, is over there, and I'm not even read the comments. Let's say this way, and but the company can say no. You have the camera pointing at you, but they
Mhm.
don't even know if the camera are pointing at you. But because they see the camera over here, right? They think, you are doing a live stream, and the camera is pointing at you. But of course, they go to check on your YouTube, right? They're gonna right. That's the first thing they're gonna do. Check on YouTube.
Mhm.
Okay, this guy's recording himself, but
Yeah.
it's not your
And
fault
now,
of the fucking four wheel did you they give you brake checks.
yeah, and Christopher's on here saying that his friend is suing a company for watching her get undressed. Her truck was not moving and she was getting rest and they were filming her. So, this is something that happened.
That company is a big company. I think this was technically that is a Canadian company, but they have in USA as well. Cut. I think cut.
He didn't say what
Cut.
company it was.
Yeah, I know. I know a company was recording a woman. She was doing a live YouTube talking about that. That's a Canadian company. It's Cat is from Canada. Well, they have in
Oh,
USA as well, but it's a Canadian company. It's a big company.
yeah.
That's
See
but
now,
that's crazy.
year years ago when I first started, Swift had inward facing cameras and there would be a light on to show you that they were on. And my friends used to just throw clothes on top of it when they were parked and nobody ever said anything. You know, we have we have curtains that we can just block it. So I'm not really worried about that. If somebody wants to look at me, I'm 50 years old. If they want to look at me, get undressed, good for them. Hey, you know, I'll wear
well.
what are
One
they
thing I
gonna
like on
do?
a Kenworths, one
Yeah.
thing I like on Kenworths and Peterbilt's, he has this thing over here, a visor on the middle. I'm gonna show you. I can. Okay, you see, I have this sun visor. I can just put it like that. This is my
Mm-hmm.
camera. This is not. This is not a company camera. Nothing. This is my camera.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say some companies they are smart. You see this camera, but it's also just the outward. This one. It's not the lens is just outside. But you see, like say like these companies, they put the camera normally is over here on top, right? But I have the visor, this big visor, so that's why the camera is more lower. But the companies they put over here, so you just have to do this with the visor, the middle visor.
Yeah.
So,
Ours can't be covered by the visors. Ours can't
ah,
be
yeah,
covered by
yeah,
the visors. But
yeah. They don't
so
let you do it that. Yeah.
Max Hammer saying that he thinks he missed the best years of trucking, and I'm gonna say I had a great time. But do you think that there are good years ahead of us? Do you think we're gonna rebound? Do you see it happening anytime soon?
No, I don't. I think especially for the company drivers. Especially for company drivers, they're getting worse and worse because this technology, like self-driving trucks, cameras, these things like driver assist and stuff like that, they're gonna be on these companies because they technically they save money on insurance and it's safer for them. But it's not safer. These things is not safer because I have a very bad experience on my Volvo. I was driving this four wheeler, cut me off on ice. So what do you think that the truck's gonna do when it has a car right in front of you? The truck just slam on the brakes. I almost did jackknife her just right there because of that stupid stupidity. Uh, I think the this truck industry is getting worse and worse and worse, and I don't see getting better unless like for a private like owner operators, you have your own truck, you don't depend for any company and stuff like that. Could be a bit different. Okay, you're gonna have more maybe more control with the DOT, blah blah blah, insurance companies, but at least you still have your freedom. But with companies like Prime and stuff like that, forget it.
Mhm.
Everything's gonna get worse and worse and worse. Now is the cameras, driving self trucks. What's gonna be next? It's gonna be a like I don't know, like a guy looking at you all the time, and they tell you, "I'm looking at you all the time," or you're gonna put a guy just controlling you one day. I don't know, like crazy. I don't think I'm gonna be tracking for long. So I just got this truck and this trailer. I have a 3 years plan payment. I'm gonna keep like the truck for maybe 5 years, and then I will sell the truck and trailer.
Mhm.
And I don't know, maybe I will leave tracking. Like I'm not saying like leaving tracking, but
Mhm.
I will be like a dispatch or something. I don't know. I don't know yet. But one thing I can guarantee you, when I'm 55 years old, I don't want
Mhm.
to be tracking anymore.
So how old are you now?
I'm still young, 43.
43. How long you been trucking?
Well, I did in Europe, in Canada. I started in Canada in 2018, but I did
Okay.
in Europe as well. When I come to Canada, of course, my parents did have a bakery in Portugal, so I was working at a bakery over here. And then I said, you know what, forget it, no bakeries. I'm going straight to in like transport industry. I was a supervisor at the FedEx as well, and then
Mhm.
was okay. But I said, you know what, I'm gonna buy a truck and
Mhm.
go on the road. That's what I like.
I really thought that with our election coming up that they were going to try to rebound the economy because right now I just I don't understand how the Democrats are going to say 4 more years. If they fix the economy before the election, then everybody would say, "Look, look, everything's better."
Yeah, and
So
then after you got to screw everything again.
yeah, I thought that that's what was gonna happen. Now,
No,
Junior's
no,
over
no, no.
here saying it will rebound. We've had bad times in the past as well. Not only trucking is struggling, our entire economy overall is struggling. That's true. That's true. But I'm gonna tell you, this is the worst I've seen it. You know,
Oh
and
yeah,
I
no.
I came
This is
out in
not the worst.
2015, so um,
This is not the worst. This is very very bad. This is very bad.
yeah. Speaking for myself, I've had a few four-wheelers, the void being close, super truckers barreling down the highway at 75 miles per hour in a construction zone, tailgating each other that are a real danger. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But I had a student that she was driving with one hand and had her cell phone up like this, taking pictures at an accident scene in a construction zone. And we were teaming. I was in the bunk and I realized she slowed down and I jumped up and I was like, "Yo, what's going on?" She's like, "Oh, nothing. We're in a construction zone. We're at an accident scene." I'm like, "Put the damn phone down. And we're in California. So it's a $2,500 ticket for having the cell phone in your hand. And in accidents at a construction zone, it's
And
double.
then is the
So it's a
point,
five
and then is the
thousand dollar
points and
ticket,
everything.
you
And then
know?
is the points and everything.
You know, and it's like, so I don't know. We don't need self-driving trucks. Tesla can kiss my butt. We're already having trouble with people driving them. It's absolutely. Um,
But guess what? It's not Tesla. It's not Tesla. It's not Tesla. It's these trucks. You know, this normal Peterbilt. I think it's Peterbilt and Freightliner. They're doing that and Kenworth.
mhm,
They have these big sensors on the side. I already saw that. There was GB Transco has that. Aurora. I think was Prime as well. They started that. You know that trucks have the sensors on the sides and stuff like the big sensors. You have the big thing
mhm,
goes from one side to another. You have like cameras rotating and stuff like that. Is that
yeah,
trucks? And is I think is that as that company calls Aurora. I don't know if it's Aurora. It's some kind of name. This company is starting. Well, they started a long time, but now on end of the year they say we want to put the trucks driving itself on the end of the year. No drivers at all inside of the trucks. So what's going to happen to that drivers?
right.
Everybody's going to lose the job because they are stupid. Because when a company comes with that bullshit, it's time to leave. Because
Mhm,
why? It's better I quit now that you're going to fire me later, and then I will not find job. You know,
right. Yeah.
I
And
I, I
Dave's
don't I, I don't
Backyard
do that.
Chicken. People go subscribe to Dave's Backyard Chicken and Outdoors. He and I have been subscribed to each other for like 5 years. So show that man some love. You'll see all kinds of cool things on his channel. I appreciate it. But he says the
One
fuel
sec,
prices
I
are
have
killer right
another phone. Give me a second. I have another
now.
phone
Okay.
somewhere over here. I'm gonna subscribe him. I am subscribed to you. I'm gonna subscribe him.
Well,
I like
thank
to
you.
I will, no, I like to subscribe some people.
Yeah.
I know. I let me get my.
But he was saying that the fuel prices are killer, and part of that is us sending fuel to the Ukraine, and we're God only knows what
What
we're
is his
sending
name?
to
What is the
Israel.
so sorry? What is his name on the channel? Is Dave?
Dave's Backyard Chicken and Outdoors.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's the unique name is over there.
Uh,
Dave's backyard. Oh yeah, backyard. Yeah, backyard and
yeah.
outdoors.
But see, now Junior's saying trying to get a job right now with a handheld device ticket on your record, you can't even get it that, even during good times, that's
Is that
pushing
is
it.
that is that one? Yeah.
Yep, that's him.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, it's
There you go,
cool.
Dave.
No, I normally when people subscribe to my channel, I do subscribe to their channel and I give a ranch to everybody.
Yeah,
But some people they they are ignorant, you know. So I just sometimes I take the ranch for some people,
yeah.
and
I was
especially
trying to
the
give
ones they.
wrenches with this,
Huh?
but it won't let me do it. But
No, no,
I'll get
you to give a ranch, you have to do it on YouTube.
yeah, I know. It won't let me go back to it. So, but I'll fix it later. So, Junior saying, how about eliminating thousands of CDLs for the SAP program? Yeah, that's supposed to come up in November. Um, People that failed drug tests and they're on a restricted status right now.
Ah, yeah, that's gonna be a lot of people gonna lose.
There's supposed to be like 130,000 or something on that list, so they have till November to fix themselves.
Yeah, I gonna put my link over here.
I started driving flatbed in 2021 after I retired from the Army and the United States Postal Service at 56. Trucking's much easier than dealing with union workers at the PNDC. Oh my gosh, Leonard. Did you know that I worked in South Jersey PNDC for 17 years as a mail handler.
Wow.
So, Leonard, I'm just curious, what postal service, what postal location was that? Now I'm curious. But I did. And that's true. Like, people just can't handle the lifestyle. So, what did you do before you came into trucking?
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Yeah.
Actually, before trucking, like I said, I was working on a warehouse. I was a forklift operator. I did work at the airport at FedEx. Just I was
Yeah.
well at the time. I was not really a supervisor. I was like a time leader. I did,
Mhm.
the pushback on on aircrafts. We have like a bay for the aircrafts. I was pushing the aircrafts back and putting to the gate to load aircrafts during the night because when they come, we have to unload and then loads and then take the plane from there and push another one to get ready to the at 4 o'clock to the pilots come and just take off. And before that, I was a baker.
Well, a couple people are saying I look good for 50. They didn't know. Well, I'll be 50 in July, but close enough. But so thanks, guys.
No, you don't look 50. You don't.
Well,
You look
thank you.
no
I
no. You
think it's
look
because I
younger.
never smoked and I never drank, and I have really light skin.
Mm.
So if I go outside, I burn. So I think all that stuff, you know, it made my skin
I
look
don't. s-
younger.
I don't smoke. I don't drink as well. Well, drink is like sometimes when I go like when I'm not working or something. I'm going
Hmm.
out for go eat a nice restaurant, not just McDonald's and stuff like that. Actually, even was like 3 weeks ago. I did go for to the restaurant here in the city, Montreal, a Portuguese restaurant. I did have like basically was a liter of wine, but I did have a lot of food. Even I have to bring food at home because it was too much. It was $35, and but I eat, but I did not drove. Well, I drove my car to come to the truck, and that's it.
Mm.
Nothing
Look,
else.
see,
But I'm not a
Dave just
drinker.
subscribed back to you.
Oh,
Dave
cool.
subscribed back to you. So
Thank
thanks.
you.
So,
I do a lot of live streams. My live
yeah,
streams now is going to be basically. Oh, actually, I have like 3 or 4 people that subscribe. I think thanks to you.
there you go.
um,
Thanks.
thank you
Make
guys.
sure you subscribe back
Um,
to them too.
yeah, I will. I will. What I'm going to do with my lives now because I bought a step deck trailer. Actually, tomorrow, today, I'm supposed to, and I am going. I have a guy. I bought a heavy rack to the back of the truck because I just bought this truck. This truck don't have a rack on the back, so we're gonna install this heavy rack, and I'm gonna put a live stream, like put the camera recording everything, and on my loads when I'm actually securing the loads and everything, the phone or the GoPro is gonna be on the back of the truck actually. You guys gonna see everything from the beginning to the end. No, it's nice, like people like to see that stuff. So not just okay, I'm gonna drive and see mountains and stuff. People like to see everything, but when you actually work on a bag, the people see how you do like chaining and stuff like that. So that's what I'm gonna do with my lives.
So Max Hammer says EVs are not sustainable. They know it. I hear hydrogen is the future. The last time I heard that hydrogen was the future, Arnold Schwarzenegger was governor back in California. Okay.
Yeah,
If you watch, um, there's a movie called, it's something like Planet the Humans. It's that real liberal guy, Michael Moore. Moore? Is that his name?
Morse,
Michael
Michael
Moore.
Morse. I think it's
Yeah.
Morse.
The More. He did it and it was about the environment and he went through all the different environmental type of alternatives and it just wasn't there wasn't anything that was sustainable. Christopher says, "Do I have a chance with
look,
Prime?" I have no
look,
idea.
look, Dave.
Yeah. That's cool. um
Was Dave and was another one, Captain Banana. You know him?
Captain Banana is the guy that was on before you. Yeah. He's a good
Okay,
friend of
so
mine.
Actually, he does videos as well. I'm gonna subscribe to him. And normally, when people do, let's say, okay, it has only 260 subscribers now, 261, maybe 262, or yeah, 261. Um, when people do videos, well, let's say, okay, so I'm a small YouTuber channel still, but I don't mind to subscribe to help somebody. On my lately, my YouTube channel is jumping.
Mm-hmm.
uh, I know when I gonna start, when I start with the loads, when people I know is gonna jump because people love to see that kind of stuff. But I like work like people, like even you see like these people. I was here was yesterday here at the truck stop, and was this guy was parking his truck, but he was having it was very difficult to park his truck. So I was over here. I walk all the way over there to help him, and then I was like two guys were looking on the phone recording him instead helping him. So I go there to help the guy. These two idiots recording him because they was waiting for him to crash or something to go to post the video on YouTube. So, but I guess I screwed them their plans.
Right.
These
So Leonard
drivers.
Leonard says he worked at the Columbia, South Carolina PNDC, which was the postal service, was in maintenance and made a fatal mistake, become a maintenance supervisor. Well, I wrote a book called, um, you know, True Stories from a U.S. Postal Worker, and it talks about all the crazy things. Like I was in a building that had anthrax in it. We had a workplace shooter. We had bombs come through the mail. So I wrote a book that was really cool about that. And that's why like it's we work 12 hours a day. I'm sure that in your warehouse you were probably, 12 hours a day, not getting holidays
I
off
was
and
I
that.
was when I was only a forklift operator and at FedEx and everything. I was working like my 8, 10, 12 hours sometimes. But when I jump as for a supervisor, I'm telling you, I was like, "Fash!" I was thinking being a supervisor is nice, but actually no, it's a way a lot of more work. Your SMAT certificate and course is way different. It's not just like the truck drivers they do like that course. You do a it's very extensive course. It's not the same. And
Mhm.
plus, because you are the supervisor, you work 12 hours a day straight,
Right,
5,
right.
6 days a week. But was
So
good money. But you know what? Forget it.
so Canadians pay a carbon tax?
Yeah, we have a carbon tax. Well, the carbon tax was not start just now. Was I think was a couple years back. But now they go more money. Now they charge even more. So let's say when you go to a IFTA, a normal IFTA report, you do actually a carbon tax report as well. So
Mm,
instead, you're gonna pay every 3 months maybe $200 on IFTA. You're gonna pay that $200
mhm.
plus $400 or $500 more on that stupid thing. Yeah.
Aw, DJ, thank you. Thank you so much for the super chat. All right. Well, everybody go subscribe to the big orange pumpkin. And I'm going to
Oh,
say
you know
goodnight to
what?
you because
I
I
have
have
I have to
somebody in here
activate
to
my
keep them
chats and
coming.
everything. I have to
Hmm.
activate my things as well because I can do it now because I have subscribers, I have hours and everything. But I was just changing stuff like put the company name, blah blah blah, all of that stuff. Uh, I was doing that actually was the day before yesterday, and then I was like, it's too much complication. Not now. I have no head for that. But I want to make sure I will do this weekend or something because I want to put like activate the super shots, the sponsorship, like things for t-shirts and stuff like that. I have to do this week until the end of the week. I have to activate everything because it's like people sometimes like to sponsor and like all of these things.
Okay.
Yes, member.
Yeah. Uh, Um, hey, I'm gonna say goodnight to you. I'm gonna see if Freight Skater wants to come up here because he also works for Prime and he's a YouTuber, so I want to give
Oh,
him a chance. Okay?
what is
So
his name?
Freight Skater Trucking.
Freight Skater Truck. Ah, is the guy is the one. The one is there. Okay, I'm gonna. If he's a
Yeah.
YouTuber, yeah, I'm gonna subscribe to him as well.
All right.
Okay. Okay. See you. Huh?
So thank you so much. You have a great day, sweetie. And I
You
hope to
too.
see you out
Be
here trucking,
safe.
trucking along. But
Okay. Bye bye.
bye. All right. Well, he was really sweet. I appreciate that. So, Freight Skater, you want to come on up here? We'll see what you have to say. Yes, we're all talking about the cameras. And so come on in because I was watching you too, and I don't think I commented, but you know. So Carol says centralized communication and transportation in the hands of the state. One of the 10 planks just saying most all the others have been accomplished. Abolition of private property is next. Yeah, I oh, yeah, Freight Skater says like the live stream. I appreciate that. Um yeah, for those of you who didn't know, I actually everyone's sleeping in the room. Oh well, you know. We're gonna have to figure that out. We'll wind up going together because for those of you who don't know Freight Skater, go check him out. He was flatbed, then he's doing reefer. He's like one of my favorite YouTubers, although we don't really like interact much because we're both always working. But he was on the driver advisory board with me here at Prime, and one thing that I really like about him is he is honest. Man, he lives with 6 women. he doesn't want to he doesn't want to wake anybody up. But um he's very honest with his numbers. I love when he goes over numbers. He always gives it to everybody straight. He'll give you the pros and the cons, and I really think that we need more experienced drivers to, to give out information. Um but well, it's true. I do. I appreciate him. Um because I learned a lot from leasing watching him. I learned a lot about leasing with a lot of my friends and stuff, but there's a lot of things that people don't consider. No hippie trucking, go watch him. I got a little bit of yeah, we need to do a collab. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Cuz I saw you got the mint and they had asked me too, and I wasn't good. I didn't do it because I didn't get back in time. I was going to do it. So good for you with that. I hope you make some money off of that, sweetie. Um, it's gotten crazy here in Washington since the governor 4 years ago told the police they could not pursue even murders. Wow. Road's not safe now. Yeah, that's not cool. I think I am subscribed to you because I have you highlighted. So you must have been in a previous live. And if I'm not, I'll go back and I'll subscribe. Um, but well, it's true. Freight Skater, I'm telling you, it's true. I really appreciate your content. And I don't really it sounds mean and arrogant maybe, but I don't watch a lot of trucking YouTube because I don't care to watch trucking when I do it all day. And it amazes me that people like different things. Like my friend Jenny, she loves um watching people's vlogs of trucking. And I was like, why would you want me to do like a trucking vlog? Because who cares? Like I didn't think other truck drivers would actually want to watch what I'm doing all day. And what she said to me was, well, they want to see how you set up your truck. They want to see how you cook meals. They want to see how you do things so they can get some ideas and maybe change the way they do things. And I never really thought of it that way. Um oh, drunk drivers. Uh-oh. Drunk drivers, the road deaths have gone up 50%, but now they're reversing some of that and allowing more pursuits for certain crimes. Yeah, that's crazy. And I was watching an online it was a Zoom conference call of the city council people that were up in Portland and Seattle, and like they were they defunded the police, and then they're complaining that cars are getting carjacked and getting stolen and people are getting beat up in streets. Well, what did you expect was going to happen? You know, there are always ways to fix problems, but you have to actually consider the consequences. I think that's what happened with AB5. They put AB5 into effect and never took into consideration how it was going to affect people. I have a friend that worked in a hair salon. She leased her chair, so she was not an employee. She set her own times. She had her own prices. She had her own clients, and she had an autistic child. So then that way she could say take Tuesdays off and go to the doctor with whatever it was she was doing. And once AB5 came into effect, it didn't affect just trucking like people think. You know, you know. Aw, Orange Pumpkin says, "Please don't forget to give her a like." Thank you. Oh, share it on the community thread. Yes, because I was really trying to be nice earlier. Anybody that's been with me long enough knows I can just sit here and talk forever, and give me a topic and we can talk. Yeah, it's hard to watch. See, he says we live it. It's hard to watch. But one thing that I did learn from Freight Skater when he was doing flatbeds was how the securement. I was fascinated by the securement, and they have to put the little, I don't remember what you called them, they're little running boards or something, um, that brace the load, and then you put them around. And so, I learned a lot about that with him, and and he's always spot on. He's really when it comes to his numbers, I love when he does his numbers videos because he does it the entire lease. And he went back and he took the lease from 3 years ago and compared it to the lease that he just did. So it was interesting because he made so much more money. That was a really good video because if I remember correctly, he was at like $931,000 gross for the first 3 years, and then the second 1.1 million or something gross for the next one. But the expenses were so much different that yes, the revenue went up, but the expenses went up. So he still actually kind of wound up making the same cents per mile. It was fascinating. Edge protectors, there you go. Yes. There you go. V boards, edge protectors, there you go. Oh, you're sharing me too. I appreciate it. Facebook. You know what? I I was banned from Facebook basically. They wouldn't let me back in because I had Facebook under my real name. And then when I wrote the books, I wrote the novels, I put Facebook under the novel name because I didn't use my real name. And then I wound up changing it to the trucker name back so that to Kiersey, and they want my driver's license or birth certificate on that account. So I wound up opening a new account, but it's just infuriating. We were very blessed. I hope everyone is doing better than we are. Well, I'm glad you're you're very blessed. A lot of people have been saying that they're not. There are a lot of companies that are closing up. Um, Chucking news or changes are okay, not vlogs. They're boring. Yeah, I mean, everybody likes different things, though. I just, I was shocked that I did like in we have something called TubeBuddy on YouTube that will tell you what search terms people are searching for, and day in the life of a truck driver is actually a major term that's searched for all the time. So I did that vlog where I was talking about like the tornadoes and showing you walking around my truck and it's pouring down rain, and I'm just like, I even said in it, oh well, since you're probably not a trucker watching this, I'll show you what the underside of my truck looks like. And then somebody says, well, I've been driving trucks for 18 years and I'm watching it. like, oh, okay. You know, but then at the same time, then I'll get truckers that'll make nasty comments like, oh, stop complaining about the truck stop. It's your job. Well, yeah, I know it's my job, but I was trying to explain my job to people that have never done it, you know? Um, yeah, Facebook is a joke. Haha. All right. Well, good night, Captain Banana. I appreciate you stopping in. It was good to see you. Left Facebook 5 years ago. Life is better without it. It's true. Facebook seems to be very toxic. The groups are terrible. We truckers are interesting creatures for sure. Uh, I think it's the job. The job is crazy. You're working all different hours and stuff, and so I've been offered a job to work for a trucking company in house, and what they asked me was, "What kind of a job would you want that would make you happy to come to work? Something that you would enjoy, that you don't feel like you're struggling to come to work?" And I was like, "I don't know, but it's not gonna be able to be like a regular schedule." Like, I'm not gonna wanna do, like, 9 to 5, and I'd feel chained down to the desk or something, you know? Um, so, and they were like, "Well, what if you did recruiting? What if you did this? What if you did our social media?" I was like, "Yeah, okay, that sounds better." Something I could craft to my own needs. Nobody will convince me that Facebook isn't discriminatory towards conservatives. I think that our social media has become so crazy. When we live in a world where we can't say certain words, there are certain words and terms that I can't say in this live feed, or YouTube won't monetize it. There are certain terms that, people, like, they're saying unalive himself because it's a trigger. Well, you know what? Like, if you're just replacing one word with a different term, but it means the same thing, whether you say the actual word or you say unalive himself or delete himself, it's the same topic. It's the same thing. So I just don't get people. I don't understand all of that. Well, good night, Orange Pumpkin. I appreciate you coming in. You have a good night and you be safe out there. Junior says I'd leave Facebook if it wasn't for a page I created for a company I hold dear. Well, I kind of understand that. I held in there for a long time because of my books. Yep, there's rules and regulations everywhere you go in life. Yep. Yeah, but you know what? But when they're controlling our speech, especially controlling our speech in everyday life, that's a whole different pattern. And Freight Skater, before you came in, we were talking about a lot of these newer social media people on TikTok and Facebook and YouTube. They are doing things illegally that they are recording and they are putting out there. Um, you know, there was one guy, look no hands, and doing a live feed on TikTok. So some of this stuff with the cameras and everything is really created by people who are being irresponsible. And I think that the younger and younger people can't even imagine not having the phone in their hand. They can't even imagine not recording themselves. They come across as very, very arrogant. Everybody wants to be a celebrity now, no matter how, yep, no matter how they get there. And one thing that I have with that was I never started the YouTube channel because I wanted to be a celebrity, because I want it to be seen, but I really started the YouTube channel after I'd already been driving for everybody. There are some, I'm gonna say everybody, but there's a lot of people out here. They started the YouTube channel from the very beginning because I think that they thought they were gonna make money off of YouTube, or they're going to make money off of referrals or whatever. And one of the reasons why I started the channel was because I don't think that there was enough education going on. I didn't like a lot of the things that I saw going on YouTube. There was a lot of negativity. There's a lot of wrong information. Really, really wrong information. And so when I first started this, I was really putting out, informative things and training videos, if you will. And one problem that happens with that, though, is that you get these followers that have been here for 4 and 5 years, and I can't just keep showing them pre-trip videos. So I'm trying to kind of incorporate all of it. And now that I have really good internet and I have more of a home time schedule than I did before, I'm going to be able to do lives on a certain schedule. I'm going to be able to put videos out. Man, one thing I'm jealous about Freight Skater, his editing skills. Man, he's got some great editing skills. I'm not going to stop making videos till I have a star on the Hollywood Strip. Well, I don't know. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, it was never my intention to be a YouTube star. What makes the real difference is what you give back. You have the positive attitude that trucking needs. Keep doing the next right thing. Well, I try. I appreciate that. You know, it is kind of difficult though, because what people really want, they want the drama. You put inward facing commerce coming to prime and people jump in, whereas, you write, hey, you know, jump the fifth wheel. They don't really want to watch as much. But such is life, you know. I'm gonna keep doing me, and I'm gonna keep, if you guys keep watching, then I'll keep being here. And who knows? We'll see if I wind up at that other company, because that would be interesting. That would be really interesting. You found my from searching for the inward cameras. Yep. I didn't think that you had been here very long. I thought maybe you changed your name or something, because a lot of people will do that too. They'll change their name and then they'll come in. And YouTube can be funny because people will leave all kinds of nasty comments and stuff. And somebody was didn't like what I said in a video, and it turns into, well, you're just a fat bitch, and you're ugly. And I'm like, okay, now please go put that comment on every single video, because it's only going to help me. Thank you very much. I don't care. You can call me whatever you want. I don't care. Mm. Prime Inc. walked into the meeting and said, how can we make the positive voice in trucking negative? Well, one thing about me is that even when it's negative, I can turn around and smile and laugh, and I can tell you off in three different languages. Uh, they want the drama, but they won't take responsibilities for that. Yep. Mm. I stopped doing YouTube for others. I do it for me and my mission to give back whatever I can to the industry. And you know what? But your YouTube channel's really grown. Like, seriously, like, I'm happy for you, and you're gonna keep growing and keep putting it out. And like I said, man, your editing skills, jealous. I've been working on this. I use Adobe Premiere Pro, and I like it. I don't like editing from my phone, and I like this Adobe Premiere Pro. You know, yeah. But I mean, it's okay to get frustrations out and stuff. That can be positive too. I think that a lot of these people with these cameras, they're just looking at it from a negative aspect. And like I said before, I really try not to just jump in. I really try to get some information and have some evidence to form opinions and stuff. And I don't think a lot of people do that. I think people are reactionary and like I'm not one of those headline type of people. Um, but I am going to make a video tomorrow about the in cabs. I was already working on it a little bit, um, talking about things that to me just don't seem to jive, or at least putting out the information, because even the people that have been making YouTube videos, all they keep doing is, oh, I don't want it, it's invasion of privacy and stuff like that, but they're not actually looking at what Prime's cameras say and what Prime's saying about the cameras. And I just realized, like, look at that big wrinkle here. Oh my gosh. See, I need a different light. I need to move the light. Yeah, that's something else I do. I need the laptop to go up a little bit further so you can be looking down on me. So look, see how much younger I look like that? Good guy Glenn videos? No, I don't know good guy Glenn. Hmm, yeah. Who's good guy Glenn? Let's go find him. Uh, I'll tell you one trucker that really shocked me though was did you ever see the singing trucker? He hasn't done videos in a long, long time, but he sang Sitting on the Dock of the Bay, and he actually sings sitting in the docks all day, right? And he's like, I see one trucks come in and trucks roll away, and I'm still sitting here in the dock, and it's hysterical. He did a great one. Oh, Wildbeard knows him. Okay, Wildbeard's cool. I met Wildbeard. Followed him. He and I started around the same time, and he just ballooned up because he really put his effort into. Uh, oh yeah, you got to go check him out. Just type in singing truck driver or sitting in the docks all day or something like that for singing truck driver, and you'll see him. Oh, and something about the cameras too. Not only um, with the idea of uh the younger people coming in, so the cameras are being mandated, but I found out that a lot of the companies were using a video that was made like 10 years ago about drowsy driving, and um those so I was going to do a reaction video to that, and it's a 10-year-old video, like I said, and most people have seen it. It's called The Ugly Truth of Trucking. It's funny because Prime used this in one of their safety meetings about fatigue. Um so how's Psycho Cat? Psycho Cat is under my feet right now. She likes laying on my feet. I don't know why. But so I think I'm going to do a reaction video on him. When I first started, like before I came into trucking and I was researching, I found him. And so I found this video, and as a new driver, as somebody who's not even coming into trucking, as somebody who is just interested, I'm watching him, and he's, arguing with the dispatcher, and the dispatcher is basically forcing him to drive. And the dispatcher says, "Oh, get out and do jumping jacks and throw cold water on your face and that kind of thing." And as a new driver, I sat there going, "Oh my God, this is horrible that the dispatcher is expecting that." As an experienced driver, I turn around and says, "Man, this guy's a wimp." Like he was spending more time arguing with them. He could have actually used that time to sleep. There are ways, as an experienced driver, knowing how to manage your clock and manage your time, I can always find a way to go and lay down for an hour or two and get some sleep. Did I ever work with Terry at Tim Travels? I did meet him once. I've talked to him on the phone a couple times. He's also got content up about the inward cameras recently. Yeah, he, you know, he's very vocal about Prime, and he has been for a long time. Um, on the phone, he was always very cordial to me, so I don't personally have a problem with him. But you got to understand when you're going to come out and you're going to bash your company all the time, what do you think's going to happen? You know, I'll say one thing about Terry though. He did the smart thing that I said that people should have been doing for a long time. Um, he was under a W-2, so he formed an S corporation uh with his LLC. He was actually an employee of his LLC, which allowed him to get unemployment benefits. So, you know, he did some things with that I thought were good. It actually would have made it easier for him to go and get a mortgage than being on the 1099 with the LLC. So, you know, Terry and I are just different people, you know. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about him. I just like there were certain things that I just didn't understand. Like we just had difference of opinion with certain like handling of COVID, for example. The singing trucker Brad James. There you go. Go check him out. There you go. Cameras have picked up a lot of drivers hiding sleep apnea. Well, that's interesting. Um, and see, like, we can't hide it. It wouldn't surprise me if what you mean by hiding it is they wore their mask while they were driving, because you have to have 4 hours a day. 70% of your week has to have 4 hours a day. So we're monitored at Prime. We're monitored like on a weekly basis. Our fleet managers get reports. So if we're not, um, he's disgruntled. It's to be expected that his views about Primer. Oh, okay, we're talking about Terry now. Yeah, we all learn from our mistakes. Yeah, it's not that it's not so much of a he's not a brown noser. Um, so Freight Skater says I did do an interview with Terry 2 years ago. He was a nice guy. I have no quarrels with him. Yeah, I don't have any quarrels with him. Um, I don't really agree with him with we had somebody that passed away. He went missing last year, and I just had a different take on that whole scenario. Um, I had my father unalived himself. Okay. And so the first thing that I thought of when the driver went missing was that this could have been a situation where he was unalived. And if you looked at the news reports didn't even mention this driver going missing for a month after he disappeared. So that would have meant that the cops said you can't discuss this. And even when it came out and certain drivers were like, well, Prime should be doing something. What do you want Prime to do? I didn't get that. Somebody that was so outraged and upset about this didn't go park his truck, didn't go on YouTube and say, hey, I want to get a whole bunch of Prime drivers to go look for him. That's not what was said. They just, kept going and making demands of the company and bashing the company. And I just didn't understand that. Um, if the police had drones supposedly and dogs and on all and searched the woods and the family searched the woods a month later when it was actually released to the public, um, what was Prime supposed to do? And again, I didn't see any drivers saying, "Okay, I'm gonna go park my truck." So and if you watch him, he was doing a video about that recently. It was all mixed in with this. And so, you know, I I just had a different take, you know. from somebody who's, you know, my father unalived himself in front of me and my siblings, and then I had a sister that became a drug addict, and probably because she couldn't handle it, I don't know, but the drugs made her schizophrenic, so she unalived herself. So that's a really hard thing for a family to deal with, is for you to sit there and think my husband or my father would rather be unalived than to be my husband or my father, you know? So sometimes when suspicious things happens, maybe it's me, maybe my own mind goes to a different place than other people's do, but I that's just what I thought about the whole situation. And I had people emailing me saying, "You're not speaking on this topic. You need to, say something. You need." No, I don't. No, I don't, because I didn't know what happened. And, you know, that guy was still missing for months. And again, I didn't see anybody going out. He sounds like a really nice guy personally, but he wasn't a selection for trainer, as even he admitted he didn't want to train any longer. Well, and that's training is something that unless you really enjoy it, you shouldn't be doing it. I really enjoy it. I really do. And DJ's in here. DJ's one of my students. You know, I laugh and say he's practically one of my kids. And well, I just think that you should, you know, and I know whatever I say, something's going to come back and there'll be a video about, oh, Kiersey's terrible. Okay. So I'm terrible. I don't know. But when people put stuff out there, you know, um, you just all of us are at risk. Whenever we're saying anything, we're at risk. So people will watch Terry and watch his one live feed where he's talking about his students, like you just said, maybe shouldn't be a trainer. He's talking bad about his students and bad situations, and we've all had bad situations. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean it's his fault. If I sat here and told you about, oh, I had 3 students, well, I had 3 bad students out of 78, you know. I had a student that complained that I was too positive and encouraging, so they wanted a different PSD instructor. Really? So people can complain about anything. It's just that you know, when sometimes when we're explaining something in videos, sometimes we appear to be aggressive. Sometimes we appear to be too real, you know, or if you bring up all these different situations and put them all together, you know, that might be my experience over 8 or 9 years. But if I'm telling you in one YouTube video, you think this is something that happened to me all within a couple weeks, which then, makes it seem like I'm the problem, you know, because like I think he talked about 3 different students that were problems, and a shipper that he had an altercation about. So if you look at it and say, oh, we had 3 students and an altercation with um with a shipper, and then he had an argument with the operations manager. When you put it all together in 10 minutes of him telling the story, well, it makes him sound like, yeah, he's a really bad troublemaker or maybe aggressive. But if you realize, well, all that happened over a matter of a few years, then you might say, well, maybe he's just telling his situation and it's not really aggressive. I think people mistake brown nosing for others taking pride in their success and their company that they drive for. When you succeed based on your work and merits alone, that doesn't mean you brown nose. I agree with that because Freight Skater and I were on the driver advisory board together, and he can tell you I opened my mouth. He opened his mouth. We didn't hold anything back. Um, but you can not hold things back and do it in a professional and courteous way, in a respectful way. Um, You don't need to scream and yell. You don't need to email the driver advisory board with nasty messages that some of us still have. Every once in a while, you'll get somebody that's, cursing and yelling and saying, "What are you doing for us?" That kind of thing. Um, and you know, there's nothing wrong with taking pride in your work or the companies that you partner with. That's true. I mean, and helping each other. Most of us have always helped each other. Mm. People want real until they actually get real. Next thing you know, opinion shifts and things change. Yeah, that's true too. You know, and like I did a reaction video. I didn't know the woman. It was recent, uh and I don't care. I'm going to do some reaction videos to some of our former students that have videos up, and I'm going to show you that they all have the same kind of attitude when they come in. You can tell by watching somebody's first couple videos whether or not they're going to finish training, because you can tell whether their priority is in training and learning, or is their priority on finding everything wrong around them. You know, there's a difference there. And when you find somebody that all they're doing is talking negative, well, I wound up getting stuck on the bus and I got to the hotel and this wasn't done. And, if everything's negative in every video that you're putting out, you're not concentrating on training. You know, it's one of the reasons why, if you watch my videos where, you know, Freight Skater's very, very, uh, he's very schedulized. He's always putting out the videos. He makes YouTube a priority in his life, but he's still doing a great job, in his job. When I tried to do consistent videos for YouTube while I was training, I always felt like I was doing my student a disservice. So if you go back and you look, um, I had like maybe 4 TNT students that I've put in videos, but I actually didn't put them in videos until they were really, really good. I really, really get ticked off at the trainers that are like trying to stick the camera out the window, and watching their student back up and then yelling at them the whole time. When you say, "Oh, left, 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 right, right, right," and you're more interested in doing that camera than you are teaching. I just really, really can't deal with that. I really don't. I was understandably upset, but I can tell you're a caring trainer and you physically want to. Yeah, I am a caring trainer. I try. And I but I loved watching those videos where you had the one girl in the truck training. You guys were, oh yeah, that was Maureen. Maureen is still here at Prime. Mhm. As 3.5 years ago. It's going on 4 years ago. Yes, me and Maureen were together for 6 months. And this goes back to what somebody said earlier about, you know, you didn't learn anything. You didn't learn it. I think it was Byron. Byron was saying that 80% of what he learned in trucking, he learned when he went solo. And DJ can tell that's true. What do you mean, DJ? You didn't know that I was making videos when I was training? Okay, DJ was one of my PSD students 2 years ago. Almost 2.5 years ago, right? And he's still around. And he was one of my subscribers, one of my YouTube subscribers, and I just happened to meet him in the plaza. And it turned out that he had given me the referral bonus, never contacted me, and we just happened to meet. So I was able to actually do his PSD training, which was cool. Um, but you know, I got called all kinds of names and everything for that one student's reaction video. And guess what? I don't care. I'm going to go do some more because I think they're fun. And so if you guys find any videos you want me to go react to, I don't care how old they are. I mean, there was one that I was looking for, one that was like 6 years old. I found this and it was like, why I quit Prime. Well, guess what? It turned out that he was at orientation. They told him to go do a sleep study, and then he said no, so he decided to leave. Oh, okay. Um, well, then you didn't quit because you were never even hired. Yeah, I didn't watch her video responding to me. I'm not going to bother. You know, I'm not going to bother. But I had a bunch of people come onto my channel, call me all kinds of names, saying that I was the R word because, if you don't like somebody and you don't agree with them, you're either a B, an R, or, something else. Yeah, exactly. He threw away a chance over a sleep study. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She said she didn't mind my critique, but obviously did. Yeah, I don't care. That's what happens when you go on YouTube. And so that's what's going to happen. You know, that's what's going to happen eventually because somebody's going to turn around and they're going to say something. But that's why I don't watch other people. There have been other Prime drivers that have done reaction videos to me and they don't like what I say and whatever. And I'm not going to get into this like war type of thing with people. I'm just not doing it. To a certain point, it's going to get more views. Um, but in the end, if you're just attacking each other back and forth, it's just going to make everybody look bad. And it makes the company look bad if you're at the same company. So to me, it's just like, what's the point? You know? But my whole point with that was that if people really want to come out here and they want to do, um, are you trying to tell me we all have opinions? Yes, that's what I'm telling you. But apparently, in this world, you're not allowed to have an opinion anymore unless it's the same as some other people's. There's certain people that want to tell you what you should think and what you believe. And, so like, I don't know if you saw the one video, but the truck stop, the only shower in the truck stop was in the men's room. So I had to walk down the hall, past the urinal, past the stall to get to the shower. And, I had an opinion about that. I had an opinion about not having locks on the bathroom doors. And, you know, hello, Robert. How you doing today? I don't know what you're saying amen to that. but, but, I had an opinion about having a lock on the bathroom door. And then it turns into, oh, you're, a phobe and you're this and you're that. No, I just want to be able to go to the bathroom with a lock on the door, you know. Want to send me a text. Okay. About, oh, the opinion. Yeah, everybody should. Yeah, I identify as a good driver. Well, and somebody said to me, oh, well, you shouldn't think that like that. And you're this phobe. And I was like, yeah, well, guess what? Um, oh, here. Are you trying to tell me you want to come up here now? There. And I was like, well, you can't tell me I'm wrong because then you're a misogynist. How about that? You're sexist. You hate women. So you can't tell women I'm wrong. You can't tell a woman she's wrong. Does Prime do mandatory sleep studies? The sleep studies at Prime are based off of your BMI. Oh, look, here we go. Here's Freight Skater. It's based off your BMI and then also your neck size. So they'll send you for a sleep study. Look at this, Freight
What's going
Skater.
on?
Welcome.
What's going on, guys?
We've
Um,
never been live together like this.
Look at us. Aren't we special?
Hmm. Yeah,
So I
your neck
didn't
size, your thickness.
do
Yeah.
what? I'm a
He was
healthy
asking about the
fellow.
sleep
I'm not even gonna
study.
lie.
Yeah. All right. So what you got to say about these cameras?
Well, I didn't. Let me get back on here so I can read some of these comments because I can't. Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right, let's see. So I was listening to you guys talking, and no, this is not my truck. This is the background. I'm trying to get this off. I'm at a hotel in Kentucky right now. We took our kids to the Ark encounter. I don't know if you guys have ever done that, but oh, the beard. I just woke up, man. So it's not anything to be proud of. I can put it to you that way. So I was just listening to you talk about it. We were talking about the brown nosing aspect. That's what really got me engaged right there, because I hear this all the time, you know, and I hear people say, well, you just kiss Prime's ass, you know, and you're a brown noser. But the thing about it is there's nothing wrong with taking pride in what you do. And there's not one time where, let me get this background off. Junior's over here. He's like, you're in the bathroom, aren't you? Hold on. Let me see if I can get,
Look, it's okay if he's in the bathroom as long as there's lock on that door.
yeah, for real. No. I've got 6 women in my room right now asleep, so I'm not going to wake them up at all. All right. I got to get that off because I did them live yesterday with my daughter, so I wanted to. Bam, look.
There we go.
I'm in a hotel lobby, guys. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
I had to go downstairs. I went downstairs for you guys. So
Look, you guys kicked him off with that brown noser line. Woo.
Yeah, which one of you said it? No, I identify as a good driver. But guys, we do this, and I think I speak with Kersey as well, as we do this because we try to give back to you guys. We want to share our experiences through YouTube. YouTube's just a tool that we use to give you guys a heads up on things. You know, it's not meant as a celebrity look at me thing, you know, because the last thing I want to, and you know, you go to the terminals, you can't even live your life there because there's constantly people running up, Kersey, I watched all your videos. Oh my God. Like, you know, and you're just like, dude, I just want to get lunch and like go chill out, or I just want to go do my laundry. And guys, we appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. We do 100%, but that's not why we do this and I have a lot of people that like to say, you know, like what you said, you're an ass kisser, you're a brown noser. What some of your people say, and that perception's fine because, like Kirsty said, it just helps the algorithm. It just helps. You can comment whatever you want. You guys, if anybody's watched my videos, I've always said, you know, thank you for all the positive and negative comments because it does help. It really does.
Yeah. But it is funny that you say that about, oh, they do treat you like a superstar. It's a little weird. And sometimes it's really not what I want to hear.
Not at all.
I don't like wearing makeup. The makeup, you wear it all the time. It breaks you out. It's not good for your skin and stuff.
Oh,
And
girl, who you telling? I hate wearing makeup too.
But this job is dirty too. And you get sweaty and dirty and, you know, but, it's funny because I was in somebody's live and they were complaining about Prime. And when I popped in, somebody said, oh, she's here for damage control. And I'm like, that's not my job. I'm not here for damage control. I've always been really open and honest with what I think about Prime, about my job, about the way I'm treated by company drivers, the way I'm treating by fleet managers, the way I've been treated by lease ops. And now I talked a little bit earlier that there were some lease ops that have treated me really badly and pulled that whole thing over my head. Whereas somebody like you has always been, there's no difference. There's no belittling. And sometimes what happens as a company driver, I've had people that were lease that really put me down. And then 2 years later, now they have a fleet. They're trying to buy trucks and they want me to come work for them.
Right.
Well, why would I come work for you? You already told me 2 years ago what you think of a company driver. I'm just stupid. I could do better.
Right.
I'm a fool. So why would I work for you? No.
I did take my headset off earlier because I was just in my boxers and a t-shirt, and I went ahead and got dressed to come down here because obviously I don't want to be kicked out of the hotel. So, but I heard you talking about about Prime and like and about different YouTubers going back and forth with each other. I don't
Mm-hmm.
understand that. I don't
Mm-hmm.
understand. To me, it's like, bro, I got enough on my plate. Okay. I got
Mm-hmm.
5 kids. I got a wife of 20 years. We've got a mortgage. We've got car payments. I don't have time between trying to operate my business. And it was just like with Tim Travels. I watched his video. Just because I didn't agree with something that he said or some view that he had doesn't mean that I have to get on YouTube and be like, oh, you guys see Terry? This is exactly why, and try to make a point out of it, because he's doing his journey. He's doing his experiences, and he's using YouTube as that platform to share it with everybody. And
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't matter to Terry if I like it or not. Okay. And it doesn't matter to you if I like it or not. The bottom line is like you said, it's just trying to stir up drama. It's just trying to get those views. I'm not out here for those views. I'm out here to give the information. So that's the only thing. And just tandem 10 89 said lease is not for everyone. It's not. And taco truck lover 99, lease drivers make more. Not necessarily, brother. There's been a lot of them that have done, I can promise you, done way less than Kersey has. I mean,
No,
there's all sides of the
Taco
spectrum
Lover's
you got to
one of
look
my
at it.
best friends. He's one of my best friends.
Oh,
And
so
I
he's picking
met,
on you.
yeah, he's picking on me because when I was on the driver advisory board with you, okay, he and I were in a chat and we had not known each other. I didn't know him yet. And
I
he
got you.
texted me and said, "You're on the driver advisory board. I want to call you. I need your help. I want to ask you something." So I said, "Okay." So he calls me up, and the first thing, he didn't even say hello. Yeah, I'm going to tell you this story. He didn't even say hello. What he said was, "I don't like you. I don't watch your channel. I don't agree with anything you say, but I need your help."
Oh, wait, you know what? There's no substitute for honesty.
Mhm. Yeah, and you know what? And I just kept going with it because I was like, "Okay, well, where's this gonna lead?" And we were on the phone for 3 hours that night. Shocker, right? And,
Right.
we were on the phone for 3 hours, and at the end of the call, he says, "Man, I am so glad I got to get to know you because you're completely different from what I thought." And
That's
I was
right.
like, "Okay,"
And I
and
guarantee
he
you that honesty is why you gave him that shot right there.
right. But but,
That's
it's
respect
kind of
right there.
funny though because, like, I had him in my phone for years as Least Hop Who Hates Me 3-hour call.
Least off who hates
But
me.
yeah.
Taco Truck, I've
So
seen you in the chats before, buddy. I remember you. I probably got you
yeah,
still saved in my phone.
yeah. So we used to go back and forth all the time because he would say, "No, I make more." And I'd be like, "Okay." And then he tried to show me his settlements. And when I showed him my pay, because one thing that happens is lease ops really think company drivers only make $600 to $800. And I'm like,
Right.
if that's what I was making, don't you think that I'd be ticked off that my
Right.
students are making more than me? That doesn't even make sense. But a lot
Exactly.
of people only know what it was to be company 10 years ago when they first started or at other companies. They weren't company here. So and they
Right.
don't realize we get pay raises. That was something Terry brought up. He's making 62 cents a mile at his other company that he's at now. And I'm like, okay, well, you could have done better than that here at Prime,
Right.
you know? And he's like, well, no, they start at 50, but then we get bonuses and we get raises. And, so
Hmm.
I'm not at 50 cents a mile. I'm not 62 cents a mile. I'm doing really good. Um,
Right. And
you
everybody's
know,
path to success is different, and it
yeah.
doesn't mean you're doing it wrong, doesn't mean I'm doing it wrong. It just means we're
Mhm.
doing what fits us, and what we need. And if it's fitting your lifestyle, it's meeting your needs and it's allowing you to accomplish your goals. Like you can't
Mhm.
let anybody tear you down from that. And I said that in a comment earlier. You'll never have a hater that's ever doing better than you ever. Don't ever
Mhm.
think that. So every time she gets a negative comment, and every time I get a negative comment, we just smile because it's funny to us.
That's what I do. I
It
blow
really is.
kisses. Mwah, mwah.
There you go. Yeah, I love every
Yeah,
single one of them.
that's right. I don't care.
But as
But
far as starting
but
quarrels with other YouTubers, I don't get that at all. And it does seem, and I know there's a lot of people that are in the chat stuff saying, everybody at Prime wants to be a YouTuber. It does seem like it's a fad because there are people out there that are trying to get that celebrity status or that fame or whatever. My thing is it was just to bring back knowledge, and that's why I don't post every day. Is because if I see something that's credible and it's worthy enough to try to be worthy for you guys' time, then I post
Right.
it. You know,
Right. But one thing that people forget is it seems like there's so many YouTubers at Prime because Prime's one of the few companies that really lets us do this.
right?
And yes, they're using us for recruiting. That's true. We make them look good. Um,
But they
I,
also have
I'm
a referral program for that. You know,
right.
and
But
if that
other
happens, it's great.
companies,
If not, oh
yeah,
well.
but other companies really break down on some of their YouTubers. Like if people
Hmm.
try to, and they have, policies where no social media.
Right,
And, you know, one thing we talked about earlier was all these people doing these crazy things while they're driving and recording themselves while they're driving and stuff.
right.
And Prime has been telling us on the safety meetings, stop with that. You know, they've even told the drivers they'll call them up and say, you need to stop, you need to stop. And then what happens is they get fired and then they're shocked.
Well,
Well, how many times they got to warn you?
yeah,
You're not
and
getting fired for the first offense.
right. And Dennis said something in a couple safety meetings back. It was 3 or 4, might have been 5 or 6, but he said, guys, he said we don't discriminate against you guys being vocal
Mhm.
and doing your own thing out there, whether it's on YouTube, TikTok, or whatever. He said, but I
Mhm.
want you guys to really think about something. He said, think about the message that you're bringing to your audience. Is it going to enhance your situation, or is it going to hurt your situation?
Mhm.
Because if it's going to hurt it, I'm asking you guys to please think ahead of time. Should I even post that? Because, and it made sense to me because it was like, a lot of people, there's a lot of videos on my channel where, it looks like it's contradicting Prime completely. Prime Inc. training is not worth the money. But the thing about it is there's always value in that video. You have to watch the video to find the value. And that particular video is you were talking about training for the right reasons. If you don't train because you want to give back, you're going to hate it.
Mhm.
And
Right.
if you hate it, what signal are you giving to that brand new driver in that passenger
Mhm.
seat or the driver's seat, whichever shift it is? You're telling
Mhm.
him, man, this guy's been out here 3 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. He's miserable. I don't want no part in
Mhm.
this. So
Right.
you're not giving that positive signal that you need to be giving. And if you do it for the right reasons, just like with anything, the money will come. It's going to happen. We all want to be paid $1 million every week while we're out here. Our time's worth that, but the
Mhm.
sad reality is it's not going to happen. So, um,
Yeah. You did a really great video a couple years ago that was about training. It was something like, I want to say like you shouldn't be a trainer if or something like that.
right.
You did it was a great video. It really was.
Training has
Oh, you
been a
both have
passion.
good heads on your shoulder. Thank you, Junior.
Thank you, Junior.
But
God bless you, buddy.
yeah. But I mean, but I've had people from Prime do videos about me and they just wanted to egg me on, basically, get
Mhm.
me to react. And I'm not playing into that.
Right.
You know,
You
I'm
can't.
just not. I'm one of those people that you got something to say to me, come say it to me in the terminal.
Right.
And I did an interview on a fairly popular channel one time and people didn't like what I said and guess what? I got death threats. I got emails sent to me saying, "Don't you show your face up in the terminal." Okay. Like that's going to scare me. What are you going to do? You're
Right.
going to fire me? If I was going to be fired, Prime would have fired me. They didn't like what I said, they would have done it.
Did I hear a little Brooklyn come out just then? What are you gonna do?
That's
Like,
my jersey.
yeah, okay, I knew there was something around there. I was getting close there. What are you gonna do? I was like, it's some capri
Yeah,
shoes,
well,
some concrete shoes. Is that what you're looking for?
yeah. Well, my family's actually from outside of Philadelphia. So
Okay.
when I start to get mad or I get an attitude, it does. The Jersey accent comes out and be like,
Yep.
you know, like, oh, it's so beautiful. Oh my God, you're so gorgeous.
Little
Ah,
Fran
you
Drescher
know,
coming out there.
yeah. I gotta go call my sister. We're gonna go walk the dog in the park, you know.
Oh my God.
And but that's what happens when I DJ saying it comes out when I come emotional because yeah.
Right.
And
He
but
just
see,
said
like
it. Yep.
and
He just said it.
yeah. and here it is, like, this is what matters more to me, is that I've had so many students and I still have them. I have a
Right.
Discord group with my students, and they're all helping each other 24/7. And, you know, I've always taken calls
That's awesome.
24/7 from subscribers, from students, and I don't want anybody to be left alone out on the road not knowing what to do. You
Right.
know, um there are really good trainers and there are really bad trainers at every company, you know.
Oh yeah.
um so the only thing that I've ever seen to do is you do it, I do it, I'm having DJ do it. My students are, you just make Prime a better place and you make trucking a better place by encouraging everybody to pass it on,
Right. Right.
you know.
Yeah. And DJ was talking about speaking with strong emotions, guys. That's one thing I could tell you is in trucking. And I think Kirsty would probably agree as well. But don't run your business with your emotions, whether it's lease, company, whatever. Do not truck with emotions, because you got to realize you have the most dangerous tool in the world at your fingertips. It's an 80,000-pound rocket. I mean, it's going down a hill. I mean, merging into traffic, whatever. Don't run your business. Do not truck with emotions. That's all I can say. It takes a lot of discipline and patience to realize that, because I think when, I don't know how it was when you first came out. When I first come out, man, I thought I was hot shit driving a big truck. I was bad to the bone. Like, man, you got to realize there's a lot of respect and responsibility that comes with that.
Hmm. Yeah. I didn't feel like that. I didn't. I came out here out of desperation and I really didn't know what to expect. But I just figured, well, whatever they throw at me, I'm just going to have to get through it for a year and then I'll figure out what to do. My whole
Right.
goal was to stay out here for a year, then go home and get local. And I was just hoping it was going to allow me to dig myself out of debt quick enough that it would make a difference after that year. But
Yeah.
after I was here for a few months, Prime was just so awesome that I didn't leave.
Mm-hmm.
And there's somebody that's in this chat right now. He worked at the post office also. He was a manager of the maintenance department at the post office. And he said it was hell. You know, that's where I went. I worked in hell for 17 years. So to come out on a truck, I really didn't care that, I would do what I had to. I didn't think anything was going to be, um, worse than what I did. But what I did do, because I'm a woman and I think women could be more emotional. That's not, maybe it's sexist. People are going to say I'm sexist, but oh well. Um,
You can do it though, because you're a woman.
yeah. Okay. So I would, like, I came out and it was winter time when I went solo. It was like Valentine's Day week. And it was snowing so bad in Wisconsin, in Wyoming. I was just stuck in snow. I
Right.
wasn't expecting it to be as bad as it was. I'm from Jersey, so we're used to snow, but we're not used to that lake effect thing and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And so, one thing that I had a problem with was I would read their messages and I would take the messages in the emotional state that I was in.
Right.
So I'm driving in snow that was so bad I couldn't see. I on I-64, I'm pretty sure it's West Virginia. There's a brake check station at the top of a 7% grade, right? Well, it was snowing so bad, it was whiteout conditions. I thought I was pulling into a way station. All I saw was one, like, light overhead, and
Mm-hmm.
when it start to come off, I felt the drives go off the side of the road, and I'm like, "Crap," and, and I pull next to the light, and I had my flashers on, and I was terrified, and I was like, "I don't know what this is." And I'm
Right.
like, "I think I'm at the top of a mountain, and this is scary." So I messaged and said, "Hey, I'm parked. It's really bad. I'm not moving. I'll let you know what I'm doing, when the sun comes up." Well, when the same sun came up 3 hours later,
Mm-hmm.
they messaged me and said, "Well, now that the sun's up, what do you plan on doing? Because the receiver really needs this load."
Mm-hmm.
Well, does the receiver want the load in their dock or down the side of the freaking mountain?
Mm-hmm.
Because, they're not getting it anytime soon. And so, but I read it from the emotion that I was in.
Right.
That heightened, scared, nervousness, anxious. I mean, I wasn't terrified, but it was just, wow, okay, I'm driving. Was only out 3 weeks solo, you
Yeah.
know. So it took me a little bit of time to realize that uh the way we take it and the way we perceive it is not always the way they meant it.
Right.
And that was back before they used to put their names on the messages. And one of the reasons why they do that now is because I made such a big stink telling people that if you let us know who you are, our emotions are going to be more calm.
Right.
If
Another
I would
thing.
have known that was Ross on night shift that night, I wouldn't have been as upset and offended because I knew him well enough in 3 weeks to know that he's a really nice guy who wasn't trying to push me.
Right.
But
And
I felt pushed
there's
because of
one
my
thing we
own
had to
emotion.
learn too from being here at Prime is you can't depict tone through that Qualcomm or those messages, because some of those messages will come through in all caps. And I remember the first time when I switched to Reefer, and this was another thing that brought me into the chat was when I was typing FB, everybody thought I was talking about Facebook. I was talking about flatbed. I miss flatbed. And it was a huge change for me. But when I went to swap divisions, because my wife came and team drove with me, and she loves flatbed and she loves the way the truck looks with the flatbed trailer, but she does not want to do flatbed. So let's put it that way. So we did Reefer. And the first thing that happened was the new fleet manager was sending Qualcomm messages in all caps. I'm like, what's wrong with this guy? So is he upset about it? I'm like, what the hell's going on? And I'm like, man, I think I even responded. I was like, listen, man, this is like the third message I've got from you in all caps. I don't know if you're having a bad day or what's going on, but yeah, man, I'm probably not the guy you want to be sending these messages to. So because you're going to get an all caps message back from me here pretty shortly.
What do you mean? You didn't know that you're an ass kisser? Don't you know you're a
Yeah.
brown noser? You shouldn't be talking to him like that.
Not one time has Prime ever came to me and been like, hey, man, good job. Thanks for those videos. We really appreciate it. Not once. I haven't received anything extra from Prime Inc. Everything that all of my success here has been, I've been paid what I've earned from what I've put out on that asphalt. That's it. So for everybody in the chat or anybody that watches this video in the future, if you think we're getting paid extra for it, and I don't know about Kirsty, she's company, she might be getting paid extra. I'm pretty sure she probably is. She's too happy on this chat. But
Did you just hear him say I'm company? No, I'll be honest. You want to know the truth? I'll tell
yeah,
you the truth.
let's go.
No, they don't pay me extra, but I was actually asked to advertise women more,
Well,
like
that
to
makes sense.
show,
Yeah, that
you
makes
know,
sense.
and something that I'm really, really proud and excited about.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll share this with you. Was that there was a time where when females applied to CFI and
Mm-hmm.
they would ask them for any kind of women in trucking that they could look at, or CFI does not have any female YouTubers. So
Okay.
CFI's recruiters were giving them my channel.
Wow.
And the only reason I even knew this, I actually have an email of this, that the students came here after watching my channel. They came here. I met them on the training pad. And I had PSD instructors coming to me and say, my student wants to meet you. And my student came here from CFI because of you. And I'm like, wow, that's really cool,
That is
but
awesome.
but no, I never got anything from, yeah, I make a lot of money off of referrals. I'm not going to lie. There's nothing to hide. But I anybody, I don't care if you give me a referral or not. I'm going to be here. I'm going to um
How many of
you
those?
know,
I just read DJ's comment that backfired for the CFI recruiter. How many women did you pull over to Prime from CFI? Did you ever get a count on that from your channel? See if they send an email like next week, like, hey, listen, stop doing videos. Okay, we're sorry, we didn't mean to do that. We're no longer asking our women to watch you.
yeah. So I mean that's really cool. And they do watch us though.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
I'm sure.
people I've seen like asked in the chat about driver lineup and Jenna, and the truth is I haven't talked to him in a long time.
I haven't either.
Um
His
like
last his first dad meeting was my last, and that's the last
yeah,
time I've seen him. So I hope
right.
they're doing well. Hope everything's going good for him. You know,
Yeah.
I don't wish
I
anything bad
know
on him at
last
all.
year he wasn't doing too well, but you know, I have my time so much tied up with students and brand new drivers
Hmm.
that or people that are looking to come into that I don't really communicate too much with experienced drivers, and it's not to say that I don't like you. I really enjoy you. I think I said earlier, I think you're a very honest person, and I love, you know, your messages. But
Same
it
here.
doesn't mean that if you were here, yeah, okay, let's go to dinner. We'll have a good time. Lyle, no hippie, went to dinner with him a few times. As a matter of fact, taco truck lover that's in here. I have a picture of him and me with Lyle from No Hippie.
Did you see the
Um,
private? Did you see the private chat? Make sure to check
no.
it.
Uh-oh. I don't know how to do this stuff. You're the good one. It's not even showing it to me. It's not showing it to me.
I don't see it. I don't see it. All I saw was that. I didn't see anything else, like a
Mm,
notification or anything.
no, but I know taco lovers trying to get in here. Michael says that he's been at Prime for 2 years and I helped get him in. Well, I'm glad you're happy here.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Are you blaming her, Michael, or are you thanking her?
that. But I'm sure he knows that if he needs something, he could call me.
Exactly, and
And
that's another thing is being a good resource for your drivers. Whether you train them or not, and YouTube gives you a unique advantage to that as well. Even if you don't train somebody, you can still be a good resource. And I put my
Mhm.
information in the description of every video just so people can, if you're embarrassed to ask a question to somebody at Prime or you're embarrassed to ask a community chat or something, reach out. There's drivers like us that have no problem helping you guys. And if we don't know the
Mhm.
answer, because we don't know everything, we'll find out together.
Yeah, but see, that's one of the problems that I see on YouTube and social media is that, and I said this to somebody earlier in the chat, people see you on social media and they think you're an authority. So they take
Right.
what you say as gold. And it's the same thing with me having written my books. Okay. When I say, oh, I'm an author, oh, wow, it's amazing. Um, but you have to know who you're listening to out here.
Right.
Okay. There are people out here. Do you really think you're going to get good information that's from somebody that's been here for a month? No, you're not. You might get good information on how their experience was, but a
Hmm.
lot of times I see with my students is they'll hear something, but they don't understand it.
Right.
And this happens on the training pad a lot because, like, somebody will fail and then they'll say, well, I failed because I had 10 points on the parallel. I left the tire on the line and I failed. Well, then they go back and everybody at campus in now thinks you fail at 10 points. No, you failed because you got 3 additional points someplace else before you left that tire on the line, you
Right.
know? So this is a problem that we see with new people all the time where they don't always understand what they heard, and then when it gets reiterated, it's wrong. So you have to know what people forceful. You have to know what people are going to go find you the right answers.
Right.
And always tried to do that. And I tell my audience, I tell my students, you know, I will go up the chain of command if I have to. And you would too.
Yeah. And I additionally tell my viewers, like, fact check me, like, go behind me, fact check me, watch other channels, watch Prime's channel, guys. I'm not perfect. Okay. I'm just out here trying to be like what your actual YouTube channel says, a positive voice in trucking, trying to give you guys something positive to look at, because there's a lot of negativity out here. And we were talking about being real. And I made that comment about, everybody wants real until they get real.
Mhm.
I can get on here and I can complain all I want and tell you this is the worst it's ever been at Prime. This I've never seen freight like this. Is terrible. Guys, I don't know what's going on, yada yada yada. And what's that going to do? It's going to scare the hell out of you. You're going to be like, oh, I don't know, man. I might not want to come into trucking. I don't want to do this. I want to do this. Or I could say, hey, guys, it's the worst it's ever been. But guess what? Prime's doing a good job by keeping everything spread. Everybody's fed. We might not be eating what we want to be eating, but we're still eating, you know. And for me, that's been a testament because I can look at those numbers using that OTR software that I use. And I can look back and say, hey, my average is down total take home $800 this year versus last year at the same time. But we're still making money. I'm not under the verge of collapse. I'm not having to sell my truck back to Prime or, you know, I don't feel that way. And I really feel like Prime's done a really good job. And when you go back to the brown nosing comments of earlier, which I know that they weren't personal, you start realizing that, hey, the reason, if you actually listen to these videos that we put out here, the reason we're positive is because we've had good success here and we have faith in the company that we're running for. And the reason we have faith is because they've done good by us. Okay. And if you win the lottery and you know the secret to the lottery, okay, why would you not want to share that with everybody? Why would you not want to share that experience with everybody so everybody else can have, you know, just out of greed, just out of, you know, ego? I mean, you know, I can get on here and tell you guys about every single great thing that happens to me, but I'd rather just tell you guys about everything that happens out here and just so you can form your own opinions and you can decide for yourself, like, hey, is this going to be good for me? You know,
Mhm. And
it,
I did. I mean, but you said all that, and still you made videos with titles. Why are all the drivers leaving Prime?
well, it was a
But
question that was asked. The question
the
asked, they asked the question, and I said, well, you know, there's a lot of reasons drivers could be leaving Prime. We talked about it. You know, like if you get on social media or Facebook and all you do is trash talk the company that you run for, you bite the hand that feeds you. Well, nobody's going to do you any favors if you can't act professionally and you can't be a professional operator and professional driver and act accordingly. Nobody's going to do you any favors. Prime doesn't have to work with you. That's the thing. They don't have to. And they have a lot of resources available to anybody that wants to use them. They don't tell you guys, you got to come in and you have to be here 10 years and you got to buy a truck and you got to do this or you got to run company for 2 years before you do this. No, they want you to be successful how you want to be successful. That's the freedom aspect that they have. You're allowed to use all those resources in that safety net and be successful how you deem you should be successful, accomplish your goals the way you want to accomplish them. So the reason people are leaving trucking, I think, is a lot of misinformation. A lot of people feel like, hey, just because my experience wasn't like Kersey's or my experience wasn't like Freight Skaters, it's not fair. And you know what? The grass is looking greener over there on that side of the fence. Well, the grass is always going to look greener with the dog shit.
I also think there's a couple other reasons. One, we had so many people come in during the peak of COVID where everybody was making so much more money.
I said
And when
that.
they came
Yep.
in, right, they just assumed that was going to be what trucking was normally like.
It was crazy.
So, you know, but watch it, even on the YouTubers that have only been out there, you know, since then. What were they saying? I'm going to buy a truck in cash and I'm going to get $6 a mile and this is what I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
do. And it's like, yeah, okay, that's right now. Like you haven't even been here long enough to even have an opinion, really. You've been here 4 months. You don't know what you're talking about. And I hate to sound like a witch, to sound like I'm being pessimistic, but sometimes it's a dose of reality, you know?
Right.
So I think we had a lot of people like that that came in during the peak and they thought that was normal.
False
So
expectations.
now it's going back to what it was before COVID, and now people don't know how to deal with it, and we have an oversaturation. You mentioned that in your video. As a matter of fact, I grabbed a snippet of one of your things that I was going to mix in a montage thing, and I didn't
You
tell
trying,
you, sorry, but
trying,
I'm not
trying
going
to
to
talk
make you
trash
look
on me?
bad. It's a good thing.
No, I'm
It
not
is. It's
worried
a good
about it.
thing.
I'm not worried about it.
But Michael, I'm company and he's lease, and we were both on the driver advisory board together. So we've kind of started our YouTube channels around
Did
the
you
same time, and
did you
we've
go
always
back?
supported each other.
Did you go
Mhm.
back to Dab?
No, I didn't.
I didn't either.
I didn't even know we could. I thought it
Well,
was
they
okay.
first they didn't, and then like everybody was like, "Man, I want to go back. I want to go back." And so, like I had a buddy of mine call up Brian Brooks, actually the creator of OTR, the software I use, and he says, "Man, you're going to reapply?" And I'm like, "No," and he's like, well, "I was like, I can't go back," And he's like, "No, yes, you can. They're letting old members come back," and I was like, "I might catch it on the next one." So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But you know, and
Good night,
so
Junior. Good talking to you. Oh,
yeah, good
he
night,
says
Junior. Love you.
if you,
Thank you for stopping by.
if you watch that
But
one movie where Jim Carrey was God, yeah, Bruce Almighty, it was a good movie.
oh, there you go.
I love Morgan Freeman. Bruce,
Mm,
I'm God.
yeah. But I think so. So one thing about the people leaving trucking is that people came in and they thought it was high and that's what it's going to be. And I think another issue is with the freight being low and, we're not making as much as we were, depending on where you come from in the country, makes a difference whether or not this job is worth it.
Right.
I have a lot of people from Mississippi. I have students from, more rural areas that they'll sit here and tell me, well, geez, $800, $900 a week in training is more than I would make in 2 weeks at my job now because they're in the middle of nowhere.
No.
But somebody from New Jersey, $900 is not going to pay my bills.
Or LA.
It's,
Yeah.
right, or LA, which taco truck lovers from that area.
Hmm.
So, you know, that's a whole nother issue where expanding the miles for the training is, you know, I personally I don't like it. You know, Pri- Prime wants to fire me because I'm saying it. I don't like it. I've seen more people. If you tell me a short period of time that I have to, I'll be taking a certain amount of money, and I figure out a way to make my bills work with that,
Right.
and then I'm going to have something good. Okay, fine. But that short period of time has been extended longer and longer. So people from higher cost of living areas, it's harder for them to survive right now.
Yeah. And I don't like it. I don't like that aspect, the longer training period for them per se, for their situation. Because obviously, in when I was training before my wife started teaming with me, I got so excited. I mean, the best thing for me was picking up a new trainee because you get to see that like sparkle in their eye and everything's all new and it's all just fantastic and they just love it. And it really rekindles that excitement in you because you can be like, man, whatever, just get on the truck or whatever, get in the back. And they get on there like, oh my God, this thing is amazing. Like, this is awesome. And then you're like, you know what, man? It is awesome. It really is. Like, come on, man. Let's get on here. Let's go check this out, And then you're like showing them everything in the truck, the CV and everything. So it really rekindled my spirit as an operator with those guys. But the reason that I was for the longer training period was personal experience and preference. And I'll tell you why. The personal experience side is I got me and my wife and I got our CDL outside at a local community college.
Mhm.
And I trained on a 91 FLD Freightliner. It leaked more fluids than it used diesel. Couldn't pass the state DOT if it needed to. I mean, you couldn't pay. Like, we went to do our pre-trip, and I was like, the power steering gearbox is not cracked, bent, or broke. It's probably not secured. Wait a minute, it's leaking. Inspector's like, it's not leaking. I'm like, but he's like, it's not leaking. I'm like, okay, it's not leaking. Let's move on. I mean, that's how bad it was. And so we got our CDL. So when I came to Prime, I was like, man, this is awesome. Like, I know I'm going to be in here. I'm going to get my truck. And I didn't know jack squat. I didn't know anything. So from my personal experience, I think the training time should be as long as possible. And I think it should be instilled in the new operators that, hey, this is viable. This is very important to your success here. The longer you have somebody in the seat next to you that is guiding you, the better. Because I truly believe that. Because one of the few things that I feel like is missing in the industry right now is common sense. It's not very common anymore. So there's a lot of repetition that needs to happen before somebody, I believe, is just released into the fast lane, with the truck. But second, as far as preference goes, as a trainer, the reason I love the longer training time is because you actually get to know the person that you're training a little bit longer. You get to be more familiar with them and you get to be more adjusted. and you can actually get some sleep towards the end of that training period. So that is nice.
That's true. That is true.
Because people have
And
no
so,
idea how we are. Like we don't. If people just think,
yeah,
oh, you give them the keys, you're like, hey man, do 10-hour shift, 11-hour shift, we're going to bed. No,
yeah,
that first month, especially, no man, you don't get no sleep at all.
you don't sleep. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
But then it gets to a certain point where they'll wake you up, they ask you a question, and then you get up and you tell them, and then they go, "Oh no, I don't like that idea. I'm not doing that." Well, then don't wake me up. But see,
Yeah,
that's the point when you know that they should be on their own truck,
right, exactly.
you know,
Well, when they
and
start trying to make those decisions against what you've requested them to do, that's a different story as well. Because for me, it's never been an ego thing where it's like, it's my truck, I'll pay the bills. It's been like, hey, man, this is the safest route possible. The first thing I
Mhm.
always asked my guys was, because I never trained a female, I didn't want any of that smoke. Okay. I still got my wife driving, and I call her the 2-year trainee. And there's a reason for that, because she does nothing but drive. So, but, and that was the deal. I
Good
told her
for
I'd do
her.
everything. Yeah, good for her. Yeah. Um, but and I always trained guys, and I always tell them, I said, look, the first thing I want to ask you to do is, and I've trained a lot of people that were well old, 20 years my senior, and I would say,
Mhm.
hey, listen to me. I can appreciate your time in the service if they were military. I said, I appreciate your age as being one of my elders, but I'm asking you to trust me on what we're doing on this truck. If I request you to do something, I expect the respect of you following through with that. Same thing with you. If you request something from me, I would expect you to expect the respect to follow through with that. So within reasonability. I mean, I'm not gonna, you're not gonna say, hey man, I want honey buns on the truck every day when I wake up. I'm like, it's not gonna happen, man. I mean, look at me. Do I look like I need a honey bun? I don't need a honey bun. So but within reasonability, it's one thing. But I think people, like you said, false expectations with the way the market was during COVID. People freak out. They're just, man, I was counting on making $3,000 a week. I was counting on making $5,000 a week, and sometimes you just can't do it. The wisest thing that was ever told to me was by several old school guys. They'll say, "Son, when the sun's shining, put up for the rainy days because they're coming." And they
Right.
knew that cycle was going to happen. They know that they've seen it over and over and over again. You get 5, 6, 7 good years out of trucking, and the next thing you know, boom, flatline, and it's got to pick back up again. You know, so and I feel guilty with the referrals that we get, and I'll tell you why is because I feel like the trucking market is saturated with drivers right now. I really feel like it is. That's a true feeling that I have. I feel like we don't have a shortage of drivers like the industry pushes. We have a shortage of quality drivers. Okay. We have a
Exactly.
shortage of drivers with common sense and common decency. And I feel like the old school crowd, the original guys, the original asphalt cowboys, are sitting back in their trucks, and they're tired. They're so tired of it, and they're so fed up with it, the way the industry has become, that they have went so far as to not only gripe about it, but to not help. Because back 10, 20 years ago, the brotherhood of trucking, if you had a truck break down on the side of the road, you would see 5 behind them trying to help them on the side of the shoulder. Like, hey, man, what you need? You need oil, you need this, you need that. Now you can't even get anybody to get out of the right lane if you broke down. So to all the old school truckers, if you're watching this or if you watch any of these channels, guys, be that voice of trucking again. Like, get out and help that new driver back into that spot. Give them the help them with their logs, help them, give them any kind of advice you can give them, because every old school driver that came up to me when I first started, and still to this day, they'll say, "Son, can I tell you something?" I say, "Yes, sir. Tell me everything you know," because I want to hear it. I want to hear every single bit of information that you have. I might not use it today. I might not use it 2 weeks from now, but there's going to come a time when I'm going to be like, man, that old guy that loves, remember what he was talking about. And the thing about it is too, is like other companies, I'm not going to name any names, but other companies other than Prime, that are training institutions. Some of these guys are getting in these trucks in little as 2 weeks, getting their CDL, and they're on their own in 2 weeks. And let me tell you guys something. For the old cats, once again, you got to remember those drivers are a product of their environment. They don't know any different. They think that's normal. They think
Right.
being in that truck for 2 weeks is normal. They're lost. They're confused. They're scared. They're worried. I mean, the last thing you want to do as one of those new drivers is mess up. So they are taking their time. They don't know what to do, where to park, where to go, and they're freaking out. But we tend to forget, because we know what we know, and we know how we operate our business and our side of things. We forget that that person really thinks that that was normal, that they're in that truck after 2 weeks by themselves. And we tend to forget that. Wow, I drove on my granddaddy's farm when I was 8 years old, driving an 18-speed twin stick, and it's like, dude, everybody didn't get that. Everybody didn't get
Right.
that chance to do that, So we got to keep an open mind in this industry. And I think that's what keeps things fluid, is keeping that open mind. So this is my perspective,
Yeah.
might be wrong.
But it also has to be true for the new people, though, too. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been in situations where I got out to go help somebody and then I was yelled at,
Yeah, they'll treat you
you
like
know,
crap. It's an ego
and
thing. It's an ego
yeah,
thing.
like,
It
and there
is.
was, okay, I don't care. It was a
Go
prime
ahead.
driver. Okay. I was at Kraft and it was a prime driver and he had his tandems all the way back and then went to make a right turn into the guard shack. And he was about to rip the whole trailer, the
Oh
boulders
wow.
are there and everything, and he couldn't get up. So I said to him, "Here, I'll be behind you. There's nobody back there. Just keep coming." He got out of the truck to come yell at me, but he didn't get out of the truck to go look that he was hitting the boulder. And
Right.
he's like, "Well, I've been driving 15 years." Well, then how many boulders have you killed? And
Right.
trailers have you killed in 15 years? You
Right.
know? So was it because I was a woman? I don't know. Ego, whatever, but you were talking about old timers. When I was new, I couldn't really back, and thought I was doing so good. I'm looking on Google Maps to this one customer. Behind the building was a turnaround, so I could come back and do a sight side, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I go into the customer and I go around the back, and they had so much junk that there was no way I could turn around. So now I'm trying to back up, going around the curve, and I'm like, man, this sucks. So this old guy comes over and he starts yelling and he's like, don't they freaking teach you guys anything anymore? What the hell so he's trying to guide me and he's yelling the whole time, right?
Right.
He was helping me. So I got out and I backed up, and then after I finished I went to say thank you, and he's still yelling, right?
Wow.
And I went and I put my arms around him and I kissed him, and he's going, ah, ah, oh my God, there's kissing and trucking. Ah, right? And I was like, you're acting like you're a mean, nasty, old, grumpy man, but you're actually really nice. And just then, a CR England guy came in and went to do the same thing I did. And he goes, see, I told you. All you none of you know what the hell you're doing. I gotta go fix him too.
I got to go fix him too.
And
You should have been like, well, I'm going to go tell him I kissed you and you enjoyed it, so he's going to come kiss you
yeah,
too. Oh yeah. Hey, will you
yeah,
highlight?
but
Will you highlight Muppet's comment right there?
mm, nowhere, no one cares.
Yep.
That one.
Yep. Yep.
Mm,
Yep. He says no one cares on the road. It's a time race.
mm,
That's the mentality. And Muppet, I'm not saying anything against you, man. Believe me, but that's the mentality that I'm talking about right there. It takes very little time and very little effort to be a decent human being. That's all I'm saying.
mm,
It doesn't take much, man. And I had a buddy of mine who was at the fuel island the other day with one of those drivers that had just gotten out of training 2 weeks, and they're in the truck. It's like their second day, and she was scared to death. And he was showing her how to download Trucker Path. He was showing her how to route her route, showing her where she could park at tonight, and explaining, just doing minor stuff. Literally took him 8-9 minutes to calm her down because she was freaking out so bad. And if we all took a few minutes out of our day to make some kind of positive difference with somebody,
mm-hmm.
it wouldn't take much, man. That's the reason the brotherhood of trucking's gone. And like you said, the new people have to realize that as well, but they also have to have a leading positive movement in front of them, because if you're not leading it, guess what? It's not going to exist. We're all out here. We're all out here to survive and thrive. Okay, we all need the same things to live. We all need air, water, food. It's no secret.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I had an accident my first month. I knocked an axle off a trailer at Council Bluff, Iowa, Sap Brothers.
Mm.
long story short, I cried all day. They had to transfer my load, and another Prime driver came over, and I couldn't back. I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't back, and probably shouldn't say this, but he actually backed my truck into the space and said, "I've been watching you cry all day, and I want to tell you a story, so I'm going to buy you dinner." And he sat there and he told me this story about how he had an accident, and you're going to laugh about it later and all this stuff. And
Right.
then I got to the Salt Lake City terminal with that same load, and a driver came over, and he came in and he yelled at three of us, and he's like, you, get outside because I can tell yous are all new because none of yous can back." And I thought he was going to accuse us of hitting him. But what he said was, "I've been here for 25 years and I'm retiring today. I'm cleaning out my truck." So he start passing out all of his stuff. Like, he gave me a $300 GPS, and he
That's
gave away
awesome.
his refrigerator and the chains and load locks and the $600 satellite TV. And I told him, I was like, "I don't have money for this. Like, I'm $70,000 in debt. I
Right.
can't even afford to go bankrupt." And he said, "Nope, you don't have to pay me anything. I can't use it anymore. Pay it forward. Be good to the new people."
That's awesome.
So that's what I've always done. And I don't know if you know, but I got the Radiant Award this year at the Highway Diamonds Gala.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
And it was for being a good role model. And, and I told that story because I really think, and he said to me, he's like, "That's the way we make Prime a better place. That's the way we make trucking a better place."
Right.
So I've always tried to live up to those two guys that helped me this at the time that I had an accident, and I really thought I was going to lose this job,
Right.
you know. But and that's one thing that I do like about Prime. Like, people get upset because they don't have anything in writing as far as policy wise, but and I thought it was really sneaky when I first got here, but what I've seen is because they take things on a case by case basis. Like, there was somebody that was from Florida, he jackknifed in the snow. Up
Yeah.
until then, he trained in the summertime. Up until then, he was a great driver. So
Right.
they said to him, "Well, you've been driving for 5 months with no tickets, no problems, no accidents. We're not just going to fire you. We're just going to put you back in TNT." So
Right.
he went with his original TNT trainer, did the whole rest of the winter, went back, upgraded, and he's still here, like
You
seven,
know
eight
what's
years
crazy
later.
though is some people will say, "Well, that's BS. That's ridiculous." What would you
Mhm.
rather them done? Let him go and put a bad mark on his DAC report? I mean, what would you rather them do? They gave him a chance to keep his position. I mean, and
Right.
I've always said that as well about Prime is just because there's not a standard operating procedure for every situation
Mhm.
doesn't mean that they're not looking at every situation as a case by case basis. And sometimes most times, I'll say most times, it's a really good thing because it really gives drivers a leg up in certain situations. So
Yeah.
Prime's not out here to cancel everybody. Everybody's worrying about these cameras is going to cancel. Prime's not new to this camera war. These cameras been in these trucks for a long time. Like, there's all kinds of companies out here running these inward facing cameras. Prime's just joining this phase. That's all there is to it. And I said in that video last night with Maddie when I did the live, if I let something as small as a camera run me away from the last 7 years of success, I don't think my priorities are in the right place, to be honest with you. So, because my ego and my
Mhm.
pride does not pay my mortgage. So
Mhm.
that's all I've always said. So it's one of those
Right.
things.
And that's kind of like, people ask me about training too, about my I had one particular trainer that was not great, you know.
Right.
Um it was a really bad experience. It was something that, Prime actually put in their trainers class saying, "Don't do this. You will be fired."
Yeah.
And, you know, and I said, "Well, am I going to let one person affect my career?" And if I did, I wouldn't have made $750,000 that I've made in the past, whatever,
Right.
you know? So I really would have done a disservice to myself, you know? But when it comes to the long training, though, if you do have a bad trainer, you're stuck with that person for a long time. And
Yep. And sometimes those
it,
trainers make it feel like it's impossible for you to get away from that situation. But guys, if you're in that situation, you need to reach out to somebody. If you don't feel comfortable reaching out to your fleet manager or whatever, you need to reach out to somebody and
yeah,
right the wrong and
even us,
document everything. Like,
even us, because
yep,
we'll send it off to the right person that can
yep.
help, you know. But
There's no need for you to have your first experience in trucking be the worst one. That's just
yeah,
not. That's
and
not right. But it takes a lot of responsibility for you guys too during training. You gotta be your best if you expect the best. You know,
and
don't expect the best if you're not going to be the best.
right, exactly. And I'm gonna do a couple videos about some really bad attitude students. I but see, I kind of almost think that Prime should make it optional. If you're going to do 50,000 miles, then at the 25,000 mark, you know, go to them and ask, "Hey, do you guys want to stay together?" You know,
Right.
give the student an option to look to change trainers. And I think that that would be beneficial, not even if they're just not getting along, but to see how different drivers do things.
Right.
If you give 100 drivers a way to get from Atlantic, from LA to New York, and tell them, okay, here, they're all going 100 different ways. They're stopping at different truck stops at different times, driving different shifts and everything. So why not give them the opportunity to see how different people do it?
Right.
You know, I think it could be beneficial, and it would probably relieve some of the stress that's on these trucks because unfortunately, I don't think enough of our management understands the stress that is involved with that situation.
Yeah. It's probably one of the most stressful times in your career as a trainee, and the most stressful times for us as trainers because um, I miss training, and I've always said that like if my wife decides she wants to go home, I'll go back training. I don't know anything but a team truck. I've never been solo. It's very scary for me being solo. I have all that room and I don't know what to do with it. And I have all that time stopping for 10 hours. I don't know what to do with it. So, you guys will probably get a lot more YouTube videos out of me, but it's very scary. It's very tense and it's as good or as bad as you can make it. And sometimes it really feels like you're in an 8x8 rolling prison cell and people don't understand that. And you're stuck with somebody, if you're having issues with, you're stuck with somebody that can hear everything you say, see everything you do. It's
No
stressful.
privacy.
No privacy. It's very
No.
stressful, which is one reason
Somebody has
why I never trained any women. First of all, I respect my wife more than I respect myself. Second of all, I would not want that other person to feel like she wouldn't have any privacy. You know what I'm saying? So it was one of those things where like I didn't want to put myself or that other individual in that situation. Now, some people say, "Oh, you're just whipped. You're just whipped." Listen, man, that woman bore 4 of my children the
Mhm.
last 20 years and put up with me. You damn right,
Mhm.
I'm whipped. So
Yeah.
ain't going nowhere. So, but the bottom line is it's a respect factor for her and that other individual. But
Mhm.
that stress is real in the
Yeah.
cab. Most people think it's easy, um, but I'm gonna tell you this: the way I like to view it as, you're getting paid to go camping.
Mhm.
That's the way I view it. You get paid to go camping. I truly enjoy it. Like if my wife was to walk off and leave me today, no lie, I would never buy a house again. I would just live in my truck. I mean, I would just, I'm serious. I enjoy it that much. Is the first, I'm sorry, I got
Wow.
hiccup all of a sudden. My, is the first career that I've ever been in where I've actually felt accomplished enough
Mhm.
to enjoy it, you know, and
Mhm.
I had absolutely no aspirations to be a truck driver. My grandmother drove a truck. Well, my step
Wow.
grandfather, yeah. But I never knew that there's actually a trucking company. You've probably seen them in South Carolina, Shelby, South Carolina, Deadman Trucking. That's my last
Mhm.
name. I have a lot of
Yeah.
families from up there. I don't know if that's my
Yeah.
family's trucking company or not. I hadn't reached out to them, but they got a long history of trucking. So I don't know if it's in my blood or what, but I just enjoy it, man. I mean, I was in the auto recycling industry for almost 16 years before I came trucking. And I got to the point, I love cars. I love hot rods. I love low riders. I love jacked up trucks. I love them all. But I got to the point where I hated my job. hated it because I was doing it for money.
Mm.
Same thing I tell you guys about training. Anybody out there that wants to be a trainer, I encourage everybody to at least do it once. Okay. But do it with an open mind that, hey, I want to give something back to somebody. I want to give somebody a better start in the industry than I feel like I could have given myself.
Mhm.
So that's the way that I look at it. But as far as trucking goes, man, I love it. I will die trucking. I don't think I'm ever it's gonna have something to do with trucking. Even if I got out of a truck, I would still be like dispatcher, broker. I would still be doing something with trucking. So it would be pretty awesome. So
And be a better trainer than what you had, you know? Um,
exactly.
that's what I always tried to do. I'm very organized, and that is something that I think Prime could work on. We talked about that earlier with another guest, that have a better curriculum.
Right.
It's hard to, I can't Prime can't tell lease ops, oh, you have to go over the mountains, or you have to go in this area or
Right.
whatever. And I would purposely do that. So I had a checklist. I made sure we drove over every mountain range.
There
My
you
students
go.
had to drive over Vail. They had to go over Wyoming. I'm not kidding. And
That's
the
awesome.
very first that I would take out of the terminal out of Springfield, I take them down US 65, across to 40, down Mont Eagle, and around Atlanta.
Right.
And, that's what you're getting is your
Yeah.
first load. But I also didn't run it team. I would sit in the seat next to them, which
There
meant
you
that for
go.
the first week or two, I'm running them like a solo. I'm
Yep.
getting paid a lot less than I would have if I was actually teaming, and usually less than what my solo pay would be.
But that time
But
you're investing in them pays off in the long run. Exactly.
exactly, exactly. And I do think that they should be uh more strict on that kind of a thing. I
Right.
think that there should be some kind of test when they come back. Um,
I agree with you with
you know,
that 100%.
I don't
Yeah.
think the sim test is good enough. I'm
No,
sorry, it's
no.
not.
And I
I
think that
think
our
a lot of
trainers should be revetted every year. Once a year, at least take another class, something, because trainers will get complacent. I mean, just because they own their truck or they're buying their truck or whatever the case may be, why is it that somebody, just because they've trained for 10 years, can just do whatever they want to their trainees? Because we've all seen those trainers with the trash on their dash, and heard the stories of the piss jugs rolling around, and the filthiness in the truck. Driven by the best. That's the company's motto, man. You got to live up to that. That gives you like
okay.
you got to
Now
give
that
it.
you just said that, all right,
Come on,
I'm gonna
bring it.
pick on Dennis. I'm gonna pick on Dennis a minute, okay? Because did you notice? And I'm putting this in a video, no lie. Did you notice that he said best in class twice in that promotional video?
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, best in
Yeah.
class.
And I said, "Man, I was gonna make a video. I'm working at Swift now." you know,
Oh
like
man,
wrong motto. Somebody in the chat wants to know, Tenderm 89 wants to know, is Prime gonna open up the load choice again?
I don't. I now. So when we've had, and Kirsty, I don't know if you remember this, all of our meetings that we did for DAB, load board was a big thing. Okay,
Right.
and we always brought it up, and it always got shot down miserably. But the load choice system, and like Taco said, it's not all that. I saw his comment, and it's true. Load choice is very unreliable because depending on how the algorithm of the system's working at the time that you pull your loads for load choice, you might see 3 loads per pull, or you might see no loads at all. It just depends on the time of the day, when the loads are coming in. If you're getting empty at 10 o'clock at night, okay, and you pull that load choice 2 hours before your PTA, your predicted time of availability, you might get a load that's great, but you don't get it loaded till the next day at 6 p.m. So not the next day, but the following day. So you might have to be sitting there for 36 hours. And so you might say, well, man, that's a $5 mile load, but I'm not going to wait for 36 hours for that load. Or it might be something that's like, hey, that's going to top my week off. I'll go ahead and take it. And sometimes you get nothing, and you still have to rely on your fleet manager and sales and the planners to plan you. Now, that being said, you have to remember Prime is a contract-based company. So they have contracts that they have to fulfill with their customers. Now, if we were all running around on load boards, picking whatever loads we wanted, obviously we're all going to pick the best ones available, the highest rate per mile, the highest grossing loads, whatever the case may be, whatever fits your truck at that time, what's going to be left? those little relocation loads, the ones out of the backhaul areas that we're not. So obviously, and Kiersey, I don't know if you ever get to see any rates or anything like that from other drivers, but Hershey is notably one that is a tough one,
$1.30, $1.20.
that and Tropicana, and most people won't take it. But the thing about it is, guys, is before you turn that bad load down that they send you, you got to remember what areas it bring you in. Okay. And once again, the OTR software, I can map everywhere out that we go, where we pulled from, what we pulled. And I can tell you, so hey, if that thing's taking me over to Illinois or Ohio, man, that's going to pay off bank in the long run, because I can hurry up and get it over there. And so, I mean, it's all about what you need in that moment. Don't just deny a load over rate per mile. Find out where it's going. What do you need for the rest of the week? Does your fleet manager, is he needing you to do him a favor? And a lot of people say, I don't do favors or whatever. If they're coming to you and you're asking you for something, there's a reason for it. Like it's not because and I truly believe I've never once been asked to do something with Prime and it not paid off in the back end. It may have took a little time, may have took 2 or 3 loads to get that payoff, but we got it, And I truly believe that it is a partnership with Prime. It's not we just run their freight type of deal. So whether you're company or lease, and Kirsty's probably been asked to do several repowers and things like that before. And even being company, I mean, you stick your neck out for them, they stick their neck out for you. And I truly believe that that's why we've done so well here, both of us. I mean, it's not a me thing. You know what I'm saying? We're all, like I said, we all want to get paid everything. I'm worth $1 million a week, but you just gotta take what you got, man, and be grateful for it, because do the loads go to favorites, is what Muppet said. I don't know. I'm definitely not a favorite.
I'm going to say yes. I'll say yes, and I'm going to explain why.
Go ahead.
And I've seen this happen. Okay.
Go ahead.
I had a friend who the first year she was here, she was running 3,000 miles a week plus, because she had a goal of paying off bills.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As soon as that first year and she paid off her bills, that was it. She only wanted to do 1,500 miles a week anymore, because she didn't have any bills. She was living in the truck. So she didn't even really want to work. She was just surviving. That's what she wanted.
Right.
Okay. So every single load came up with a problem, and it was a complaint. It was, oh, well, I can't go deliver in Atlanta because there's no parking at midnight after I get out. Oh, I can't deliver during the Atlanta during the day because of the traffic. Well, you're saying you don't want to go to Atlanta then,
Right.
but it was always something. So
She was
she
late.
kept getting shorter and shorter loads. She went from 1,200-mile loads down to 200, 300-mile loads, which company drivers don't want. The lease ops like short loads because they're usually higher in revenue. But for a company driver, we want the long loads because we want the high miles. And, so it turned out that, get this, sales decided to have me and her shadow each other, because they wanted me to try to educate her on how to leave earlier, how to trip plan better, because they thought that it was a trip planning issue, right? And how they thought that after her running so hard for a year, I don't know, but it was a way for them to try to educate her, right? And I would actually be trying to, like, we would go to dinner together, park at the same truck stops and everything, and I'd be calling her, trying to wake her up. I'd be 6 hours ahead of her, and she would still just be getting up now. So, yes. So our final load, after shadowing each other for like a week and a half, we were sitting in the dock side by side, and they gave her a 200-mile load and they gave me a 1,600-mile load. So then she got mad. And she's like, see, they're trying to,
So she knew about
they're
the shadow
screwing me.
project then?
And I said, you know what it is? They can't rely on you to get it done. And no matter what you do, what they give you, you're going to complain.
Right.
So when they have something good, who are they going to give it to? They're going to give it to the ones that have proven themselves. They're going to give it as a reward out. So whether you want to say I'm the favorite because I do my job, or I'm the favorite because I don't complain, whatever, it comes down to the fact that I get the job done. So they're going to give the better load to the person that gets the job done. That's the way I see it.
And that's true. And then Taco made another good comment. He says the system gives better loads to the lower gross if the next driver has a higher gross, and spread the wealth evenly. And I truly believe that on the lease side as well. And the thing about it is Prime being a contract company and them having that control, they're trying to keep everybody profitable, which to an extent is fair, and to an extent it's not unfair, because for drivers like me who are very proactive, and I'm always getting unloaded as early as I can and loaded as early as I can, and managing my clock correctly, and being safe out there. You got other guys that will, like you said, they'll wait till the last second to leave. They will do whatever they can to get a 34, and they will, I mean, 2 34s a week if they can. I mean, people, different strokes for different folks, right? That's the way they want to live. Well, when you see those drivers that are like that in their lease, and then you turn around and you're like, you're at those same place, because I've that same instances happen with us. I'm at that same place where I'm with that other driver that I know about, who doesn't have the same practices and same habits that I do, and the way I run my business. They'll get that better load. I'll be like, hey man, what are you sitting at for the week already on Monday? And they'll be like, oh, well, I'm sitting at 3,200. What are you sitting at the week on Monday? Oh, I'm sitting at 5,400. Oh, okay. Well, next thing you know, I get a $1,600 load, and that guy gets a $3,000 load.
Right.
So, and I've seen that before. So Taco, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just a simple fact. It's another factor of you don't have the control over that. You can only control what you can control. So, and I think it's great that Prime wants to even out the playing field to an extent. But when it comes to miles, when you're talking about company, yeah, I mean, that makes sense, because obviously the company drivers are shooting for those miles. We want high revenue, low miles as lease ops,
Right.
but don't get me wrong. I've run several 7,000-mile weeks out here, gal. So,
Well, I'm not saying you
all
did. I'm
right.
sure you
All right.
did. but like now, I feel your frustration though. I feel the frustration of a lease op though when I was on that lease truck last summer. Alan Godfrey was on the DAB with us,
Mm-hmm.
and I went on one of his trucks last summer before I got hurt. And you know, it's frustrating when on his truck I could see the revenue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so I would try to do better. And no matter what I did, I couldn't do better. They still kept me at an average. So, yeah, one week I'd have 6,700 in revenue, but then the next week it would be back down to 3,000.
Mm-hmm.
And even though I wanted to do a good job for him, I felt like there was no way for me to improve that. And it wasn't the dispatcher. He let me take that truck to my former dispatcher. My former fleet manager went from company to lease. So it wasn't that either. And I think that goes back to what we were saying before about who you're listening to and who you get info from,
Right.
because there have been YouTubers out here saying, well, if you go lease, your revenue's unlimited and you have unlimited earning potential. That's not really true. You
No,
know, it's, you know, it's not really true. But I want to
not
say
with
hi to
not with
Marty.
not with
Hi,
Prime.
Marty. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you.
He's been in
Uh,
here. He's been in here for a while. Him and
I
him and
know,
Taco.
but we
Him
were
and Taco have been
talking.
going back and forth, and he
I
started off
know.
running in the bathrooms all over the place that don't have a door lock on it. And Taco's like, "Don't get her started, Marty."
Yeah, because do you know what that's about?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. So check this out. I made a video about this. So one of our receivers, they turned the ladies' room into a gender neutral room. So you go in and there's a men's room, and then there's a sign on the door that says men and female. You go inside, the gender neutral rooms normally have locks.
Uh,
Okay. So you being a guy who has a wife and daughters,
uh,
right? How would you feel if they went into a bathroom that a man could just walk in on
not gonna
because there's
happen.
no lock?
It's not gonna happen. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Well, that's what happened. Okay. So I wound up contacting Prime, and they wound up getting in. We had seven, I think it was 6 or 7 customers, shippers that delivered to that one distribution center.
Mm-hmm.
And they got in contact with their shippers and said, hey, this is your customer. You fix this. So they wound up changing the restroom back into a ladies' room. And I said, all
Mm-hmm.
you have to do is put the lock on the door. I'm okay with that. Just put the lock on the door. Well, so they changed it back. Well, just a few I wound up going to go use a shower and had to walk into the men's room.
Right.
The only shower was in the men's room. So walk down a hallway, past the urinal, past the stall, right? And there's no camera because it's the men's room. So I'm like, I'm not concerned about myself because I'm big. I could fight somebody. It's not going to be easy for somebody to take me on. But there
Plus,
are a lot
plus,
of women,
plus, you're
you
from
know,
Jersey.
37%, 37% of women have had some kind of SA or abuse, if you
Hmm.
know what I mean. And so putting that in that situation, and just imagine you don't mean to bother anybody. You walk into the room and then all of a sudden a woman's accusing you of something
Right.
that you didn't do, suing you for something you didn't do, or you know what? I think worse than that, you would be bothered to think that you traumatized somebody
Right.
and you
Exactly.
didn't mean to.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you right now, I would never go into a gender neutral bathroom because I'm not confused at all. I know exactly what I am. So, but secondly, um, this funny story. We were in Montgomery, New York, at that TA over there, right off of 84, and I had one of our daughters with us, and she needed to go to the bathroom. So I went in, I got a cup of coffee, and I always wait right there at the outside the bathroom for them. I try to do it in an inconspicuous place, so I'm not right there beside the women's room. I'm like right there down the hall where I can see. And one of their employees, which I didn't know was an employee at the time, he goes to take the corner into the women's bathroom. I said, "Hey, buddy, you're not going in there." I said, "Don't go in there." And I went to grab his shirt, and he turned around and said, "No, no, no, I'm just picking this up right here. There's a piece of trash right there." And I said, "Okay." I said, "Don't go in there, though." Well, I wasn't going to go in there. What's the problem? So my daughter's in there. I said, "And I'll be damned if you're going to walk in there while she's in there. I can promise you that." I said, "If her
Right.
own daddy doesn't go in there when she's in there, you ain't going in there." And I
Right.
have no problem. I'll lay it out right there for him. If you're confused, let me realign your thoughts because I will go ahead and we'll just clear up the whole issue right now. So
Yeah.
I don't play that mess. I mean, if you want to be a freaking elephant, if you think you're an elephant, that's fine. To what degree do I have to participate in it?
Mhm.
Is zero. So
Mhm.
that's the way I look at it. It's
I
you know,
actually wound up writing to this truck stop headquarters. You know what they did? They wrote back to me and basically blamed me. It was kind of like, well, you're the first person to complain about this in 4 years that I've been working here. So now we're just not going to offer showers to drivers. Thank you. So it's like,
I would be like, so you mean to tell me this has been going on for 4 years? Like,
more than that, more
that's
than that.
insane.
And the whole thing with the gender neutral room too is, and it's probably true for that shower. Okay. I didn't actually go back. I'm sure it has to be because the gender neutral by state law and federal OSHA law, you have to have a lock on the gender neutral room.
Right.
Okay. And so they were breaking the law anyway. And I'm sure that this one was breaking the law too. But it's just like, do you know how like you walk in and there's like a partition on each side? So you kind of walk in together, there's no door,
Right.
right? All
That's
they
the
had to
way it
do
that's
was
the way
knock
it
down
was.
this
Yeah.
partition.
Yeah.
If they just knocked down this partition, they'd be able, it's just now a hallway that had doors to a stall
Right.
and a sink and then a door to a shower. But no, rather than doing that, they just want to try to make me feel bad. I'm like, whatever.
Well, and two, they couldn't admit that they were wrong because it was a credible, documented thing. So I mean, if they were going to admit they were wrong, then you had that ammo against them. So anyway, it's just common
Yeah.
decency, man. The world lacks common decency now. And don't get me wrong, anybody in the chat, if you want, like I said, if you want to go, if you think you're an elephant, you want to live your life like an elephant, I support you 100%. But don't expect me to feed you. I don't have any part in that. That's up to you guys. So, and my family shouldn't be hindered by anybody else's decisions, just like I wouldn't want my decisions and what our daily life to hinder anybody else. So,
Mhm.
there should be a mutual respect there, but there's not. The world is now. If you don't agree with the world, then you're the problem, and I just don't agree with
Right.
that at all. So, but you
But
want to
the
be,
thing is, there are lots of people that are not agreeing with the world in which we come from.
right,
So it's like two different worlds to say which one's right. You
right,
know, like when I did this video about this, then I was called another phobe They get called a TERF, trans exclusionary radical feminist, but never from people that know me or trans friends of mine. But
There's
so I
there's
got told,
acronyms for
well,
everything now. It's crazy.
yeah. So I got told, well, the definition of womanhood is different for everybody. And I was like, okay, well then that person doesn't fit my definition of womanhood. So you can't make me think of them that way, you
Right.
know? And I was talking about Dylan Mulvaney. I'm sorry. I don't see him as trans, and I'm not gonna call him a trans or a woman. I just think that he's a caricature and he's making fun of women.
Good
And
night, DJ.
yeah, good night, DJ. See you later. But
They were
so Michael says, I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. However, I'm only averaging 2,100 miles a week and never get off the truck. If you're only doing 2,100 miles a week, why aren't you getting off the truck from time to time? I don't get that. Tell me that. But do you know what the average is right now for solo drivers? Do you have any idea?
I don't know what the solo is, but I can give you guys my average right now. If you
Okay.
want it for the year, I'll bring it up
Yeah,
real
sure.
quick. What are we in, like week 18, week 19? What are we in right now?
I don't know.
Let's see here. Year to date miles. Okay, year to date miles 66,572. 66. Well, I'll give you the least to date so far on Invictus because we're in week 48 for Invictus. And so least to date miles 184,839 for 48 weeks. 184,839. So we're averaging 38.50 a week as lease op.
38.50 a week for a team. Yeah. I was gonna say I think I'm doing about 2,400 a week, 2,500 a week.
Right.
And you know, I was used to running a lot more. Now I'm also on a lease truck now. I'm on a mini fleet working for only trucks.
Mm-hmm.
And um so I really wasn't sure if my miles were different company versus lease or if it's just because the freight sucks, you know.
I think it's not really the freight sucking. It's just the availability. The wait times on the front and the back ends of the loads are a little bit longer. My wife and I are still seeing good rates. We're just seeing a lot of wait times, So, Michael, retrospectively, if you take my mileage and cut it in half, you're looking at 1925 a week. If in a perfect world, obviously, without just one driver. So if you're at 2,100, you're not doing too bad, man. I mean, my thing is from my perspective is keep. I like running recaps, even on team trucks. I like running recaps. Keep yourself available, 24/7, and try to run as efficient as possible. That's the best thing I can tell you to do. So,
Michael, are you company or lease? Because that'll make a difference too. You know, because what I do, like he talked about repowers earlier. Now I'm on a lease truck, but my fleet owners don't let me see the revenue on the loads. I reject the loads based on whether or not I like the load, not whether or not it's going to help out the truck. And their philosophy is if the drivers take loads that they want, then they're going to stay with the fleet longer. If they're happy, if
right,
the drivers are happy. So, I don't really see that. Although, like he's saying, a Hershey load, you mentioned Hershey load, even as a company driver, I know they're about $1.25, $1.30, something like that. I know Tropicana loads are $1.10, something like that. And,
right,
that's fluctuated. But, you know, uh, we are paid off of federal. Recaps are definitely the way to go as long as you don't get screwed at shippers or receivers. Okay, so Michael's company. So he was talking about repowers earlier, and something that I do even on this lease truck that I found out that they are really desperate for you to do a repower. because the lease ops don't want to give up a good paying load. If a load's paying $2 or $3 a mile, they don't want to give it up for any miles. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I've done it where I had the last 50 miles on a load and the fleet manager's calling up saying, yeah, we got this load. It's 400 miles and this guy's out of his 70. Well, guess what? I go take that. And I've actually had dispatch still trying to convince me to take it, even after I said yes 2 or 3 times, because
Right.
they're just so excited that somebody's going to take a load. So, you know, if you have hours, tell night dispatch, hey, is there anybody that needs a repower? I'll go do it.
Yep.
Or something else I do is if I can go past the terminal, especially Springfield, and I had a lot of time on that load, I'll be calling the fleet manager, messaging the fleet manager saying, hey, I got a lot of time on this load. Can I drop it at the terminal? Can I drop it at a yard and get moving faster? You know, um,
Right.
on the team truck, my goal was at least 4,000 miles a week, or I was making less than solo. So,
Right.
you know, 5,000 miles. Woo. I had this one student, you were talking about great students. I had this one student, we did 23,000 miles in 1 month. And
That's
it's like,
bad to the
yeah,
bone right there. Yeah.
yeah. And it's
That's
like,
awesome.
now that's going to take a long time and it sucks. But, um,
Well, I mean, it's all about your situation and what you're doing. Lease guys, obviously, the high revenue, low miles. Company wants as many miles as they can get, and there's nothing wrong with that. Either way you look at it, but it just depends on what avenue you're trying to go down. I don't advise anybody go lease unless you are wanting to be a part of that business side of things, and you possibly have aspirations to buy a truck. If you don't have any of those things, don't go lease. There's no point. Um, there's a possibility you could make more money. There's a possibility you could lose more money. You know what I'm saying? It's you got to have your goals set up. You got to have things lined up the way that you want them to. Always have a goal, now goal, 2-year goal, a 5-year goal, a 10-year goal. Have goals, because if you don't have goals, you're not shooting for anything. Now, if you're one of these unicorn people, and I'm saying unicorn not as furry, I'm saying unicorn as in I got no wife, no kids, no house, nothing. I don't care about nothing. I can come out here and live on the truck and just make as much as I want, and then do whatever you want to do. Because obviously you're perfect for trucking. But it's really hard when you have a family. It was one of the toughest decisions we ever made, was going trucking, with 4 kids and a wife. And my wife and I, we didn't spend, until I went trucking, we didn't spend but one night apart from each other since 2005. So I
aw,
came
that's
I
so
came in
sweet.
2017. We worked together, we lived together, and everything. She spent one night at her cousin's house in North Georgia when she moved, and we were freaking out. I didn't know what to do with myself. I'd never been without her since we had met. So
Okay,
either
so
either or either or
yeah.
dingo.
And that's true for a company driver too. People think that company drivers don't get brand new trucks. Yes, we do. DJ that was in here, he's in a brand new truck. And just because the truck is brand new also doesn't mean that it's not going to have problems.
Right,
He has 34,000 miles on his truck and he's in the shop with it like every 2 weeks.
right.
And something that I really don't agree with is there's no lemon law on commercial vehicles. So,
Yeah, there should be, because we
yeah.
all known those drivers that have had brand new trucks and been in the shop constantly. Like it's just insane. And then
Yeah.
we've been very blessed with our trucks that we've had, because they've given us little to no issues whatsoever. So, and that
Mhm.
was on both sides of the spectrum, Freightliner and Peterbilt. So, which they do internationals, Volvos, and some Kenworths, but it just depends. Um, but I was looking at Muppets comment up here. He says, we are paid off a federal reward or enterprise bargaining agreement in Australia. We are deducted by federal legal theft, is what we are here in the States. Yeah, Barry, 2024, 37,000 miles. That's a good deal, man. It's not bad at all. And you got to think, man, these guys, the reason those trucks are sitting there could be a multitude of reasons. I mean, somebody could have got out here and been like, man, this just isn't it for me. I've had trainees quit at the end of training, just be like, man, I'm going home. I'm done. like, I just can't do this no more. I mean, it's just so tough on them and their families, and everybody's situation doesn't line up with our thought process or our expectations. So it just happens. I've had people quit. Flatbed was really hard training because everybody that's here wants to truck, but not everybody wants to flatbed. I've had guys that got in the truck for 2 days and they're like, man, I just can't do this. I got a fear of heights. I can't get on top of the trailer, much less on top of a load to tarp it. And so, I mean, the money lost taking guys back and forth and stuff like that, I mean, it adds up. And that's a risk that you take being a trainer, so
that goes back to
folks.
unrealistic expectations, though.
Right.
They don't know what's entailing. Like, I mean, I don't imagine that I never thought about trying to tarp before I became a trucker. You know what I mean? So I could see that they would think that maybe there was something to just drape it down over top with a crane or some kind of thing, or I don't know if I said it tonight. I know I was telling somebody earlier that I had women come onto the trucks and they would look around and be like, "Where's the shower and the bathroom?" Because they see all these YouTubers with the super sleepers,
Right.
So it's unrealistic expectations. But as far as like the truck assignment, even a company driver, whether a company or a lease, you're getting whatever they got on the line. And yes, a lease could go and pick out that particular truck. There's an inventory list on the website. Um, I had brand new truck. I also had 2 different trucks that were lease purchases that the people left. And so I got trucks that were all specced out with like all these cool options and stuff. And they just didn't put it back in the lease pool for whatever reason.
And
So
make no mistake, if you're leased too, and you say, "Hey, look, I don't want any of those 5 trucks you guys have to offer. I'm waiting on this specific truck." They'll say, "Okay, that's no problem. You can wait on that specific truck, but we're not going to keep paying you to sit here and wait." So they're not going to keep paying you guys the $100 a day guarantee or whatever it is now. It's 125. When I came in, it was $600 guarantee a week when I was training. So now it's 900. So, but they're not going to keep paying you guys. They're going to say, "All right, we're going to put you at the bottom of the list. We're going to call you when that truck comes in." So at that point, you have a decision to make. Like, do I keep paying for my own hotel? Do I keep, supporting? Do I have enough money to fund my bills at home, while I sit here and wait on this truck? Or should I just grab something and go start making some money?
Yeah, but I think new people don't really realize that number one, none of our trucks are old.
No, they're
I
not.
mean, and even it, even with trucks that have people be like, "Oh, it's got 300,000 miles on it." So what? These trucks can do 2 million, 3 million if you take care of them. And
Right.
Prime's only going to keep them to 500,000 before they turn them in. So, and they sell them.
Well, I can
So,
say my best advice, what I wish I would have done was I got lucky. There was a brand new truck there on the lot when my name got called to come in, and I took it because I had a huge family I was trying to provide for, so I was ready to get on the road and start going. And like your story, my story was to come in company for a year and go home and go local. And I saw how much money I could make lease. I sat there in that Millennium cafeteria for probably an hour or 2 hours, 3 hours, and with a legal pad. And I was just doing equations, mathematical equations, breaking down miles, breaking down revenue, breaking down this, breaking down that, breaking down taxes, 30% max, whatever. And I got down to a point where I was like, you know what? If we can do this per mile, we'll make more than we can. And obviously, it was a perfect world scenario. We'll make more than we could company. So I decided to go lease. It took forever to convince my wife to do that. And I did. And obviously, I don't regret it at all. I do wonder sometimes what it would be like if I would have just done the year and went home. But now 2 completed leases later, 1 partial lease, and now we're in our buy truck, which has only got basically 2 more years to pay off. I don't regret it, but I have a strong sense of numbers, and math always came easy to me. So it was easy to follow these numbers and actually do, the stuff that I need to do for lease on the business side. Go ahead and I'll let you do that.
yeah. So that's the big question about used, though. How well did they maintain their truck before they gave it back to Prime? That would be my only concern. I've seen a lot of lease ops on walkaway lease that run their truck into the dirt. and do jack for maintenance. But here's the thing you got to understand is that Prime is not going to turn around and give that truck back unless they do all the maintenance on it. And you can ask for the maintenance records.
Yep.
So he can tell you there's an inventory list on successleasing.com, and you there's a whole list of trucks, and you have to be in the terminal, and you can sign up, and you have 3 hours to decide if you want that truck. Even as a company driver, guess what? I asked them for the maintenance list. Wouldn't you? Don't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If it's used, definitely. And like I was going to say, my advice to anybody wanting to go lease is take what's available, but get the best out of what's available. So I wouldn't personally take anything with over 250,000 miles on it, just for the simple fact that the maintenance schedule on these trucks, you're going to, after 250K, you're going to start having some big ticket items come up. You know, your DPF filter cleaning, your automatic transmission service, stuff like that. So you don't really want to be responsible for that right out the gate. If you can get something with 100,000 miles or less, take it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, go ahead and take it, get moving, and then plan your attack. If you're going to buy a truck or if you're just going to continue leasing, because there's nothing wrong with continuing leasing. Some people think it's worthless, but you got to think you're doing nothing any different than McDonald's would do if they were leasing property to put a building on. They're leasing the property to have the building there. They don't own the property per se, but they're leasing it, okay, to conduct their business. There's nothing wrong with getting new equipment every 3 to 4 years. Nothing wrong with that at all. So, but if you guys do want to buy a truck, get that, used truck, get moving, start making some money, and start setting your goals. Hey, what do I need to put back to have this truck? What do I need to put back to have this down payment and order this truck? And then follow through.
Yeah. But and something that get this. So this fleet that I'm on, they gave me a choice. I could either wait for their new truck to come in that they already had on order, or they would buy me a used truck from Pedigree in cash.
Mm-hmm.
And they gave me the choice. Well, you know what? I'd rather go get the used truck that has the maintenance record that I can see what's going on with this than to get a new truck that could possibly have an issue.
Right.
And so they gave me a list, and they said, here's these, these trucks are in the price range we want with really low miles, and here, go check these out. And I walked around taking pictures and videoing it, was on the phone with them, and I said, all right, look, there were 5. I went and looked at them all, and this is the one I got. And it's amazing. I love this truck. It's a 21. And some people would say, oh, that's too old. But I love it. And I haven't had any issues with it. The maintenance reports, somebody backed into the mirror and broke the mirror off. So that's what was replaced before I got the truck.
Right.
Now, yeah, since then we had really cold weather. I was in every bad, terrible storm this year, winter storm. So yeah, I had to have, a couple things fixed, but it wasn't anything major. And it was
Right.
covered under warranty too.
And that's
But
another
that's
great
something,
thing.
since I have you on the line, I've asked this. I assumed that everything on a lease truck was covered under warranty, as far as, if it was a warranty. I'm not talking wear and tear. I'm talking, a warranty item. But when I asked the shop, they were saying that no, some of the labor you have to pay for, it's the part that's under warranty. So how do you know that?
Well,
You just have to ask them every time?
so far after 7 full years here at Prime and being all lease, I've never paid for, if it was a warranted item, I've never paid for the labor on it. So everything got paid for. Now, if it was something that was an issue that caused another issue, they may not warranty that other issue, then the other issue would have to be paid for by the lease op. But, 9 times out of 10, if it's a warranted item, because Prime offers 600,000 mile warranties, on their drive lines and engines and stuff like that, transmissions through the carriers or through the truck providers, you really don't ever have to pay for anything. I haven't paid for any labor or anything. It's always been covered under warranty.
Okay, so he asks, if they don't have the truck you want, do you have the option to take a different one until it comes in? Can you swap it, or do you have to keep that? And I'm going to guess that you just take a short lease one, but then you're stuck, you have to complete that lease, right?
Yeah. Well, no. So, okay, I'll give you a good scenario. The good scenario was when we got our blue Peterbilt Kryptonite. That truck was a 23. It had 8,000 miles on it. The only reason we finished our lease on our 21 Freightliner Tonk, and we wanted to try Peterbilt. Well, they didn't have any brand new Pete's at the time, but they had this 23, and this thing was nasty. The guy had it for like 3 weeks. It was nasty. Had the mattress for the bottom bunk laying on the fifth wheel. I mean, it was just gross. It was dingy. Like, just the floors were greasy. It was just ugh. It was disgusting. But 8,000 miles was nothing. I mean, it was basically a brand new truck. So we took it around. We drove around the yard, drove it down the dirt lot. Loved it. Got it detailed and everything. Loaded it up. We did 110,000 miles on that truck, I think, and turned it in because we had already put a down payment down on our Ace lease truck, Invictus, the white one. And we turned that truck in early. Turning that truck in early costed me more money than just finishing the lease on the other trucks. I had to pay, basically, out of all the things to bring the truck back up to spec for the next driver, it was close to $4,000 I had to pay. And I had a cracked windshield, stuff that, I think it was like the second week we had the truck, a rock came off a dump truck, started a small crack right there at the bottom right corner of the windshield. And we had all these little things that needed to be done to this truck, and they nickel and dimed us on it, and it cost me over $4,000. So my advice to anybody is, if you get the truck that you don't want, finish the lease out so you can accumulate that into lease bonus and put up money to the side to go ahead and order your truck. Call Success, find out what the wait time is for a new truck order. If it's 4 months, 6 months, whatever it is. And if they keep that truck, if they want you to keep that truck till the end of lease date or a certain type of mileage, see, I trained in all my trucks. So I hit that 597,000 mile mark in 2.5 years on every truck. There wasn't no 4 years for flatbed, me keeping that truck. I was 2.5 years, I was out of a truck and into another one. So you can take your miles, your actual miles on the truck, divided by the weeks you've been in service, and it'll tell you, you'll get within a 2-week range of when you're going to be turning that truck in if you stay consistent the way you're operating. So plan ahead. Call Success, say, hey, what's the truck orders out like? Were we out 4 months, 6 months, whatever? They're going to tell you. When you find out that time, say, hey, look, and also take into account how much time you're going to take off when you turn that lease in. So if you take off, you're wanting to take off 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, account for that time as well. So if they're 6 months out, you want to order that truck at 5 months before you turn it in, because you know you're going to be taking a month off. You want that truck to be there when you're ready to come back to work. So you guys, it's all a math game. Everything in trucking is math. You want to make sure that you are actually calculating all this stuff correctly. But my advice is, if you get the truck that you don't want, plan ahead, finish that lease out, and order the one that you want to buy or whatever it is, spec it out how you want, and take care of it that way. Plus, it's going to give you a couple extra benefits as well. After 1 year of leasing, you're going to get to put all those extras on payments, 10-week payments, no interest. Secondly, every year that you lease, a full year of leasing, you're going to get $1,000 knocked off that down payment when you order your truck. So there's a lot of benefits that come just from finishing a lease. And thirdly, you're going to have a nice little chunk of change built up at the end of that lease. It's going to go on that next payroll settlement to play with. So, and take that month off of work.
Yeah, but like you said, prepare for the time that you're going to be off looking at these trucks. Because I know people that have been here for 2 and 3 weeks just waiting for the truck, going through, looking at
Right.
trucks, doing the maintenance records, then saying, no, I don't like this, and I'll just wait. And, you know, like, some people are so particular. And I thought it was funny because I don't know, do you remember it was 2019? We had a whole bunch of internationals come in, like
Mm-hmm.
850 in a matter of a couple months. And I had an international that was really giving me problems, and I had it for 6 months. And then I just told my fleet manager, guess what? I'm done with this truck. I'm getting a new truck. And I went into leasing and I said, here, I had a student that was upgrading, and they gave him a 2019 and tried to give me a 2017. And I
Mm.
tell them, and they said, what? I said, no, sorry. You're not giving my student a newer truck than I have. No, I want a
Right.
brand new truck. I already dealt. The last one I had been in an accident before I got it. I met the original. This was a lease purchase. that had a lot of problems. So the lease purchase guy turned the truck in and with it.
Right.
So, um, and I told them, I was like, no, I'm done. I'm done. So they told me, oh, well, company drivers don't get brand new trucks. Oh, really? Do you want a list of the people that I know this week that got brand new trucks?
Right.
No, you're fibbing to me. Don't be like that. And so then the lady said to me, well, if you're insisting on a brand new truck, then you're going to have to pay for your own hotel room. I was like, that's fine. You know what? I made so much money here. I could pay for a hotel room till Jesus Christ comes back for its second coming. And even after that, I'll borrow against my 401k
Right.
because I'm not leaving here without a new truck. And so, she says to me, well, all I have are internationals. There were 17 guys out there all fighting over one Peterbilt, right? And all of these internationals were sitting there and I told her, I said, you know what? Give me any color. I don't care. I want the new truck. Take any one of their papers. I'll take it. And she's like, really? You'll take it? Yes, I will. Just give me a brand new truck, damn it. Right.
Right.
So she says, well, it's going to be a while. Okay, fine. So I go downstairs and I'm eating a burger. And before I even got to take the first bite, she's calling me up saying, okay, well, your brand new truck's up here. Yeah, I thought so. Why did you make me sit here and like be witchy about it?
Be
At
witchy.
one point, I don't remember. There was one point where I actually said to her, "Well, you're just going to have to tell Robert Lowe why you have one of his non-smoking female trainers, team trainers, sitting in a hotel. You go
Right.
explain." And all of a sudden, so but everybody has jobs to do, and she did have a bunch of lease ops that were sitting there wanting trucks, and then she has me, and no, I was being demanding too. Sorry, you know, but
Well, there's nothing wrong with that, and there's nothing that I can't think of that I've asked of Prime that they were like, nope, we're not doing that. They've always been like, okay, let's see what we can do. They've been very accommodating in that aspect.
I mean, every once in a while, you got to give them a nudge,
Right.
but it usually works out. I mean, but again, I think some people have really unrealistic expectations. At that point, I had already been driving here for 4 years.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, as far as I concerned, I already proved myself.
Yeah.
And,
You should have some tenure. Yeah.
you know, and she actually said to me, well, I'm the only one that gives company drivers out trucks. So I know that there weren't any new trucks given out. And I was like, oh, really? Well, good. You gave me my truck that almost killed me. How about that? The truck had a carbon monoxide problem, you know.
Right.
Uh-oh, you went away.
I'm playing with the settings here. I'm
And
seeing what I
yeah,
can get in. I'm seeing what I can get into
that's
as
a
I've never been a visitor on a live stream. So
yeah. Well, you know what? I never really used this StreamYard. I did it once before and I was playing around with it and they told me that it wouldn't actually go live till I hit the button. But
right.
it did go live before I hit the button. Right?
Really? It
And I was
did.
sitting there, I wanted to make all these cool like overlays and everything. And then I'm like, oh wait, there's somebody in here. Oh crap.
Oh
And then
wow.
I wanted to put the link up and I couldn't hear the person and then they couldn't hear me. And I'm like, I am so technologically challenged.
Right.
That's why
I
your
love
videos
using
look awesome.
I love using StreamYard. StreamYard's really awesome because when you actually have their subscription package and you can do like headlines up top and you can do your branding mark at the bottom, it's pretty awesome. So I love the StreamYard setup.
Yeah, well, I tried it before, but it was freezing so much. And I
Really,
really didn't
you
know
do have
what
to
it
have
was.
you have to have good internet. I'm just hotspotting off my phone right now. So
Yeah.
for my laptop. So
Well, that's pretty good. Yeah, I always struggled out on the road so much with the internet. So I had a hotspot with Verizon, a phone with Verizon, a tablet with Verizon, and then a tablet with T-Mobile and the phone with T-Mobile, and I would still run out of data
they
because
say
what I'm using is
they say use Verizon's home internet service in your truck.
well, I got the T-Mobile home now,
Did you?
but But the thing is, they're catching on that the truckers and the RVers are using them, so now they want to up the charges.
Oh wow, amazing.
Yeah, like I'm only paying $40 a month for the T-Mobile, and they're
Right.
supposed to raise it up to 160.
Afru says talk trucking, GD it. So
Truck.
yep,
Hey, we
talk.
internet is important on the trucks.
Exactly.
Usually, you guys are asking us for games and stuff.
Oh well, ask some questions, man. We'll address them. Afru.
Well, I don't know. Like, usually when I ask people, why do you want to go lease? The number one question is, so I can go home when I want. Number one answer.
Costs money,
But
man.
then I ask them, how often do you go home? How often do you go home?
How often do I go home? About 2
Mhm.
weeks every 6 weeks. So 2
Okay.
weeks every 6 to 8 weeks, something like that. I'll take 2 weeks off straight. That's the one thing that I enjoy about it is just the length of home time. It's like getting a 2 week vacation every 6 to 8 weeks. So I enjoy it. And we could go home more, but we're driven. We just built a house in 2020. And we've got a lot of projects for our kids and our lifestyle and stuff that we're doing. I mean, I've got vehicles I'm buying for my kids, and we're paying this truck off. Once the truck's paid off in 2 years, it'll be a different story. It'll be a little bit that $1,300 truck payment will be savings money at that point. For whatever, whether it's truck needs, emergency stuff, whatever. But you can't make money if you're not on the road. A lot of people come into trucking, they think, well, I'm gonna, like you said, I'm gonna get to go home whenever I want. Well, you got to constitute what that means for you with your lifestyle and your bills.
Dingo, if you want to email one of us and you're willing to give us a referral, then we'll hook you up with a recruiter and all that. And yeah, we make money off of it. We appreciate it. And that would be cool.
Give it to
We'll
her.
answer all your questions. And if you
give
give
the-
him the referral,
Give the
I'll
referral
still
to
answer your questions.
give the referral to Kirsty. She's a company driver. I know she needs the money.
Really?
I had to get
Yeah,
you. I
that's
had to
right.
get
I'm
you.
just a lowly company driver. I have no
Whatever.
freedom,
I don't
But
look at you like
but
that.
pretty
I'm
much
just messing
like,
with you.
and people don't get this, but on a company truck, I usually stayed out 5 to 6 weeks and then took a week off. So I'd stay
Right.
out like 6 days and be back on the road the 6th day, the 7th day. Now I'm doing 4 weeks out and 1 week home because I'm on the lease truck,
That's
running for
good.
the mini fleet. But and I said this a little bit earlier was that we get raises, like people do the whole 50 cent a mile thing, but we get raises the longer we're here. I got a longevity raise from Prime, so
It's good.
um so we make a lot more than people realize. And that's one issue that I really have, that it's just like, if you're going to go out and tell people that you make so much more money, then you should be able to tell them what I make too,
Right.
and you're a good trainer. And I've always said that one of the reasons why I learned so much about leasing was because if somebody came to me and said, I want to run lease team, then I'm going to teach them how to run a lease truck, even though I've never done it. I
Right.
can do it.
The
If
same
they said they
principles.
want to
Yeah.
be company solo, I'm going to teach them. And I don't like when people say to me, well, I'm a trainer, but I'm going to tell my student who wants to be company, oh, go talk to somebody else to figure out how to do it. That's not right.
Right.
But Dingo, truckingalongfun@gmail.com. That's truckingalongfun@gmail.com. And I give out my phone number to everybody that emails me. Just don't like to put it on here.
You
But
can do. Hey, you can do a scrolling banner. I was going to
Mhm.
tell you can do a scrolling banner right now
Yeah.
for your brand that'll put your contact info and your driver referral code on there.
Yeah, I wanted to play with this. I didn't mean to go live as when I did. See. Oh, there you go. Look at
I do the
that.
same thing. There you go. All proceeds donated go to
But
Meals on Wheels,
but
guys.
now oh, wow. Okay.
You
Yeah,
just you
well,
just
I'll
got to
still
edit
do
it.
it.
You just got to edit it.
See? Well, that's the last time I used this. Was
Really?
like 3 years ago, and that's what I was doing. So that's fine. I'll
So you,
I'll give it away
so
anyway.
you got something against Meals on Wheels now, or
No, no, no. What I used to do. No, but when COVID first came out, I just got monetized.
oh, I got
So
you. Okay,
because the old people couldn't go shopping, I was donating everything to Meals on Wheels. And then people wanted to see, oh, well, would you donate to something else? Would you donate it here? So
right.
I start donating to different places,
So
you know.
I actually, speaking of monetization, I was like 100 videos in before I even realized that I was able to get monetized like 40 videos before that, and I had no clue. And my wife was like, she was looking at my channel, she's like, you can be monetized, don't you? And I'm like, what does that mean? And she's like, well, it's
Wow.
where they put ads on your thing or whatever, and you can actually make money from doing this. I was like, what? And I was
But
like,
see,
okay.
now I don't even know how the heck to get rid of this. How do I get rid of this?
Go to your brand and then go to the scrolling banner or whatever, and then you can edit it. You can hit the little pencil and edit it, or you can just turn it off. You can
Well,
put
this
don't
thing
show.
says delete brand. If I delete it, it's just gonna go away.
Oh,
No,
now
it.
we're blue.
Uh-oh, what'd I do?
We're blue.
See, look, he's getting me in all kinds of trouble.
Now, hold on, let me log into mine. I'll tell you how to do it real quick.
Oh, jeez.
All right, hold on. Let me see. I got it right here. I know you guys can still see me, so let's see. Let's do. I'm act like I'm going to do a live stream. Let me just enter studio here. There we go. Do. All right, so go to brand. Scroll down to no. It's banners. I'm sorry, banners.
Yeah.
So you can
Oh,
hit
yeah.
show. You can hit show or don't or hide, and then the little pencil right there will allow you to edit that banner. So you can hit the pencil and hit edit, and then you can type in whatever you want.
Yeah.
Hit
I don't
save.
have that.
You gotta have it. You're on banners, right?
Wait. Did that just take it away? Yeah.
Oh, let me switch. Let me switch. Yep, you took it away. Yep.
All right. I don't know, man. You're getting me in trouble.
I mean, there's
I'll
nothing wrong
figure
with
it out.
switching it up. There's nothing wrong with
But
change.
so flatbed question. I love doing flatbed, but I'm short. Can I do flatbed? Do they offer step deck?
They actually give us heels. If you're below 5 feet tall, they'll give you heels. No, I'm just playing. No, you can do flatbed. It doesn't matter how tall you are. They do we do at Prime, we do step deck trailers and flatbed trailers, 48 and 53 foots. Now all the step decks, they used to have 48 steps, but they sold them all. They have 53-foot step decks now. So a step deck was my favorite trailer. I loved a step deck trailer. But as far as getting onto the trailer, if you want to carry a small ladder with you, you can. That's obviously probably one of the safest ways to get on. The other safest way is to use your steps on the side of your tractor, climb up to your catwalk, and then hop on the flatbed from there. So most places where you go to get loaded and they're doing tall loads, like say insulation or lumber or something, they have ladders and stuff for you guys to get on there, because fall protection is a huge deal now. I mean, nobody's wanting to get sued from a driver falling off of a trailer. So I'm not much taller than you, Dingo. I'm right up under 6 foot, so I'm like 5'11" and some change. So I'm not much taller than you at all.
Yeah. So you haven't done flatbed in a little while, but do you know how much the tarps and chains and all that stuff are now?
They're supposed to. I just got a message from a buddy of mine that's got some inside stuff. They're supposed to be reducing the cost for everything. When I came in, I think it was around $3,200, $3,400 for everything, all the standard gear. And the reason some people might say, well, Prime, even if your company, you got to pay for your gear. Yes, you do. You got to pay for your gear. And what it does is it teaches you as an operator responsibility for your own stuff, because you're paying for it. Now, obviously, that cuts costs for Prime, and it keeps them putting money towards other avenues for drivers, like the terminals and amenities that we have there. So, but I'm totally for buying your own gear, because you can make it your own. Now you can. I used to love running custom tarps. I'd run two 30-foot custom tarps, and people say, why 30 feet? That overlap really comes in handy when you're in windy areas, like you're running across 70 or 80 headed towards Denver and Salt Lake, and you get caught up in that wind. That overlap really makes a big difference with your tarps. But what is a Fruse payment of one charge? No, they break it up into payments for you. So they'll break it up into payments for you guys when you go to get all your gear for flatbed. But I believe somebody that could be a dwarf could be a flatbedder. I mean, size doesn't matter, guys. It's whatever. It's about what's inside here.
So, one of the only real expenses you can control, one of the largest real expenses you can control on the lease side is the fueling. So,
Mhm.
do you use that fuel optimization that we have, or do you go and find your own? What do you do?
I will take the Macro 27 fuel optimizer into account, but I can't tell you guys how many times it's been like I can do better. So the number one thing that I would tell you guys to do with your trucks is know your vehicle, know what it can and cannot do. This goes from everything from turning radius to what your fuel consumption is. So always when you're planning and you're trying to ration fuel, whether it's the end of the week or whatever, and you're trying to save from having to buy more fuel than what you need at the end of the week, so you have a bigger settlement at the end of the week if you're lease, figure in 7 miles to the gallon. And the reason I say that is because none of our trucks are getting 7 miles to the gallon. If you're getting 7 miles to the gallon with a prime truck, you're doing it wrong. But the reason I say this is because this allows allotment for traffic, any kind of idling that you may have to do. God forbid it's super hot and your APU tears up and you got to idle the truck. That 7 miles per gallon figure is what I figure on. So if I've got 200, say I've got 500 miles to go and I'm in a Freightliner. Well, the Freightliners, the way the tanks are built from prime standard spec, you're going to get roughly about, there's 200 gallon tanks, but you're not going to get that in there. At max, you're going to get about 165 gallons in them. Okay. So I would say 150 just to be, that's what I would figure on. I never ran out of fuel. So that's 37 and a half gallons per every quarter tank. And if you're running 500 miles, say you got a quarter of a tank left, 500 divided by 7, you're going to need 71.4 gallons. If you're figuring in that you have 37 and a half because you have a quarter of a tank already, you're going to need to purchase 33.9 gallons. So you might as well just say 35 gallons, round it up 35. So to me, the Freightliners, you set the cruise at 61. That's the sweet spot for the Peterbilt. 62 on cruise or 65 on the floor. It really doesn't matter. We got our, what are you in right now, Kersey? Your truck
I'm
wise?
in a 21 Cascadia,
What was your fuel mileage this week?
8.97.
What? Girl, where's that
I
camera?
can't see it. Oh, I still can't see it. It's reflecting. Was it 9.43? Is that what it is?
Damn right.
Wow. Okay.
That's in a
Well,
Peterbilt.
oh, wow. Okay. Well, guys, you don't realize how big of a deal that is. And because, like, Peterbilt's way more. So it's going to cost you more in fuel.
You got to weigh more when you look cooler.
Okay. Well, let me
I'm
see.
I'm pushing her buttons. I'm trying to. She's not biting.
Now, because here's my, can you see?
What do you got?
I'm ranked number 11 in my fleet and 1,200 out of reefer.
Okay. All right. We're going to do the pissing contest. Let's do it. Hold on. I didn't even look at that. Let's see.
My fleet owners called me up and told me, they're like, you're always in the top 10 of our fleet. And I was like, no. And they're like, how you doing it? I'm like, I don't know. I don't put that much thought into it. Company driver.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
991 from out of reefer, 534 out of Springfield owner operator, 151 for Peterbilt. So hold on, let me see.
Wait. So that's your 8 week?
No, that was this week. That was this week.
Now, what's your 8 week?
Oh, hold on. All right, I'll look at 8 week.
What's your 8 week? Because I'm 1,200 out of reefer in 8 week.
You don't want me to show you this, do you?
Yeah. Look, this is how prime drivers who are positive try to outdo each other. Can't see it. It's reflecting. What is it?
549.
Oh, wow. He's twice as good as me. Wow. Good for you. Woohoo. Congrats.
96 out of Peterbilt. So I made the top 100 in the Peterbilts. So on my fleet manager's board, I'm 7th. So that's 8 weeks. Average miles per week, 43.28. Average gallons per week, 469. Miles per gallon, 9.3. And the net fuel cost, I do idle my truck a lot. So I'm just going to tell you guys that net fuel cost is at 13.8. So that's not good. But
So Afro's asking what method of figuring your costs or operations. So, and I kind of want to know, do you try to have a certain amount of revenue every day, every 24 hours, or do you break it down by the cents per mile type of thing, or how do you do it?
So I try to keep a certain amount of revenue every day. So I like to keep my truck at 10.5 every week if I can. That's my benchmark. Okay, doesn't mean I always hit it, but if you're dividing that out of 7 days, that's $1,500 a day as a team truck. So as a solo, obviously in a perfect world, I would half that. I would be at 750 a day. So, but that's what I try to figure out. That's what I try to keep my revenue at. That's just the benchmark. That's the first point of consideration. Okay. Everything else is extra. Do I need to be somewhere? Is there something I have to accomplish personally? What area am I in? What area am I trying to go to? Yada, yada. What's the rate per mile on that load? You know, all these factors go into consideration of load acceptance or load denial. You can't just deny a load just by saying, oh, that's not worth my time. Well, it may not be, but what's going to happen, you know, when you when you miss that, when you don't take that load, and you could have put you in an area that's way better. But knowledge is power. So the more that you know, the more that you grow. And it says, do you figure up your cost per mile? Well, I can give you a quick rundown on it real quick for the entire
Usually about
thing.
$1.85 is the average that I've seen so far, just out of people's settlements that they give me.
Let me
Is
get my
the revenue per mile. So the cost per mile seems to be like $1.25 to $1.36 ish.
So we just and see, you got to think about it too. So when you're looking at Prime, you're looking at dispatch miles. Okay, everything they have logged in for you. My truck says something different. So, and this is another thing when you're looking at rates, guys. Just because the rate is on dispatch miles, which is hub miles, zip code to zip code, does not mean that your truck runs on rainbow wishes and unicorn dreams. So if it takes you an extra 100 miles to run that load, it's going to cost you that extra 100 miles to run that load. Your truck does not run for free. So these numbers here are not going to be the numbers. I'm going to show you how different they can be. So lease to date total miles, we're sitting at 188,839 or 184,839. This is straight from last week's payroll. 184,839. All right. My total cost for the entire lease so far has been $203,348.25. So 203,348.25. 203. What did I say? 348.25
Yeah.
divided by their miles, which is the dispatch miles. 184,839. That gives me a total operating cost of $1.10 a mile. Okay.
Oh, that's
I don't know if
pretty
you guys
good.
can see that. $1.10 a
That's
mile.
pretty
Okay.
good.
That's for a team truck. Okay. Now, let's consider the fact that my truck's over 200,000 miles now. Okay. So I'm over 20,000 miles almost more. Well, I think it's like 201. We'll just say 201. Okay. Because I know it's a little bit more than that, but we're just going to say 201. And I'll tell you what, doesn't the My Truck thing to show you what miles is on your truck? Yeah, 202,690. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see it. I'm trying to.
Yeah, sort of.
202,690. Okay, miles 202,690. So let's take that same figure for the cost. I got to look back at it again because I'm getting old. I can't remember anything.
Dingo, that's his link, and Muppet, that's his link in the chat. So go subscribe to him.
So the total operating cost was 203,348.25. 203,348.25 divided by, golly, now I got to go back and look at the miles. I'm getting old. 202,690. 202,690. So the real operating cost is right at $1. And that 10 cents makes a big difference. So that 10 cents for 200,000 miles.
Yeah, but guys,
That's an
keep in
extra
mind,
20 grand. That's an extra
hit,
$20,000. So,
yeah.
and that's huge. So right at $1 a mile is the total operating cost for that truck so far.
Mm.
And
And the lease settlements are 20 pages long, and Prime breaks all this down even to the cents per mile, which is why I'm always telling people, if you don't know your numbers, you really don't know if you're making more money as a company or lease, because you're not paying attention. You won't
right.
believe how many people don't pay attention. They don't know how to read their settlements. They don't know what they're paying for. I had a guy come to me and he was like, "Oh, I'm not making any money and I don't know why and blah blah blah." And I was like, "Well, show me your settlement." And it turned out he was truck washed like twice a week. Twice a week, like, and getting all the additives on it and everything. Prime doesn't pay for that. You know,
Right.
um he was running tolls all over the place. He was like $600 in tolls in 1 week because he was running up in the Northeast, but he didn't calculate that into his expenses, so he wasn't planning on it, you know.
I can't screen share. Can I screen share with you? You think? Let me see.
I don't know.
Let me see here.
You use this program, not me.
All right. Let me
I
see.
gotta
There we
start
go.
doing this. But
All right.
I'm just gonna cut this up tomorrow
Why?
because I'll break it up into videos. So, oh, okay. Look at this. He's gonna go put some cool stuff up here for
All
me.
right. So this is the software that we use, OTR on the revenue. And guys, I'll put a link if Kershey's okay with it. I can put a link in there for you guys to sign up for this. It's
Sure, of course.
it's super super cheap. Let me see here. 30-day free trial. I think it's $15. Or let me see. Hold on. What is it?
You should be a
15 bucks a month?
moderator in here.
What is it? 15 bucks a month? Or I
But
can't remember.
yeah, I'm sure he
I
gets some
think it's
kind of
15
a
bucks a month.
commission, so it'll help him out. But trust me, it's gonna
No,
be worth it.
I don't get any
You don't?
monetary kickback on this, but I do get my subscription for free. So this is
Oh,
one of those things that I have. Oh man, I got to join the chat now. What the heck?
still helps you out.
All right, here we go. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, it still helps me out. But Brian Brooks he's one of my best friends. So he oh, hold on. I'm trying to get signed in here so I can use the chat. Sorry. It takes
No,
I
I'm sure.
was not prepared for this.
See, I love this. He comes on my chat and then I don't have to do anything. Thank you.
All right, so let's see here. All right, here we are. I'm here. All right, so let's get this link out to you guys for OTR on the revenue. And this is constantly updated. You guys, it's very user friendly. Yes, you have to enter your numbers in and stuff, but I'm telling you guys right now. Oh, it said it failed to post.
Mm,
Huh. I don't know why. Oh, maybe you have links set off. I don't know. Just go to ontherevenue.com.
no, I don't know. I don't know. I was posting links myself. I think
No,
they were
it won't let
subscribing.
me post.
Mm. All right, that's fine.
But
I'll
anyway,
grab the link from. Well,
it's on my
you know what?
channel. So it's
It's
on my
on your
channel. It's no big
channel.
deal. But so guys, you can look at trips here. You can be able to, you can log your trips. You can see what your actual miles are, your total rate per mile, loaded rate per mile. It's all about what you log, what you're actually doing. We can look at flow charts. We can
Right.
look from this year to now. You can see revenue per mile. You can see how it fluctuates. You can go back to last year if you want.
Is that the Intella app?
No, this is
That
all powered by Progressor. This is the app that my buddy Brian Brooks actually
Yeah, but I was
developed.
trying to look on your links. It's Intella app dot driver app online.
No, that's my recruiters. That's my
Oh.
recruiters. It's OTR on the revenue. Let's see. It should be right up at the top from that live. If you
Oh, okay, I got it.
look
There
at the
we go.
very first one, OTR Prime Edition, which is not Prime Edition, it's just OTR.
There we go. Oh, wait, what the heck? It copied it and then it put a whole bunch of. That's weird.
But this right here keeps up with your numbers and everything that you're doing daily. You can enter in settlements. And a lot of people say, well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to enter in my numbers. The thing about it is we were talking about it, numbers are huge. So these numbers, if you're not keeping up with them, you don't know what your profit is. You don't know what your loss is. You don't know what your gains and your where you need to do better at, So by entering in these numbers, every single trip, every single fuel, every single week for your settlement, you're getting one-on-one interaction with your numbers as a lease op, owner op, whatever you want to call yourself. And this is going to keep you in tune with things to where you can just at the flip of a button do this. So at the end of the year, you can also pull up a one-click button profit and loss. It'll show you, keeps up with your out-of-pocket expenses, everything. So, I mean, you can just, it's so resourceful as far as being an owner operator. You can look at fuel
Right.
here. This
See,
is
what
our
you just
fuel.
said was something really important that a lot of people don't do. Um, Out of pocket expenses that's not going through Prime. Like
Mm-hmm.
Prime does a lot of out of pocket expenses that they take care of on the settlement, but so many people don't keep receipts for everything that they're buying. You know,
Yep.
you
And
buy
this thing,
hammers or cables, jumper cables, or whatever you're buying, you should be keeping those receipts. And if you're not, you're throwing money away because that's all tax deductions.
yep, it is.
And really, what I've learned, in business, because believe it or not, my dad owned an auto body shop. Okay, sort of stepfather. He owned an auto body shop that I ran. So you want to buy something, you want to sit there and say, how can I make this work for my business so I can tax deduct it?
Right,
That's what you really should be doing. Anything you're buying, figure out how you can make it a tax deduction for your business.
right, exactly. So we had a little bit of a short week last week. So before we came home, because we knew we were going home. So this will do an estimate settlement for you based on what fixed costs that you have put in and all your
Mhm.
trips and everything that you run, what your
Mhm.
fuel is and everything. And there you go.
Yeah. When I was in training, I actually did something like this for my trainer at the time. It's another thing of why I wound up, learning so much.
Right.
Yeah.
But it helps. I mean, it really helps.
Yeah. But so something else about leasing, people will say, I want to fuel where I want, but you really have to fuel where it's cheapest. Do you actually make it a point to fuel where you want to shower? Because I saw somebody rather pay 46 cents a gallon more to get a free $15 shower, which made no sense to
Um,
me.
no, I'm the type of guy that if TA and Petro is the cheapest place to fuel, I'm the type of guy that'll put 60 gallons in, shut the pump off, and put another 60 gallons in just to get 2 credits. So that's the kind of guy that I am. So, but I will, we're going back to the fuel issue. And I want to address Dingo's comment here. So about the receipts, I know you should keep them tax deductions, but they fade in and out in a fairly short amount of time. OTR allows you to take a picture of them and scan them, put the information in, and they're there. So I keep all my receipts in like a Ziploc Prime, like baggy type thing, and they'll go into a filing cabinet. If the accountant or IRS ever needs them, they're there. I can't help it that they can't be read after a certain amount of time. There's pictures, so if you don't believe the pictures, I don't know what to tell you. So if they ever try, I've never been audited, but you'll see what it is. But the fuel macro, I will take it into consideration along with my route. But if I can go, knowing my truck, if I know that, hey, I can go 100 miles more than what this fuel macro is saying, and in 70 miles, there's a truck stop where I can get it for 25 cents cheaper a gallon, or 5 cents cheaper, 10 cents cheaper, whatever it is, I'll go there. So The fuel macro is going to be able to give you an idea. Worst case scenario, the cheapest fuel spot you can go to, but it's not always legit for me. You know, I can't tell you how many times. I'll put it this way. I very rarely ever end up at the same spot the fuel macro tells me to go. So I'll always go further to get a better discount. And you got to take into account as a lease op or owner op, IFTA, you know, prime audits are IFTA every 3 to 4 weeks. So IFTA taxes are kind of like income taxes. The more you put in, the more you get back. So if I'm going through Ohio and Indiana, but I've got enough money to get to Illinois, and Illinois is the cheapest base price. Well, Illinois is also one of the highest IFTA tax states. So I'm going to fill up in Illinois instead of Indiana or Ohio, because not only am I getting a cheaper base price, but I'm also putting more into my IFTA for the taxes. And that ultimately will come back to you. I think the last IFTA rebate we got was like $448 or something like that. So, I mean, if you're always fueling in those high tax states, low base price, high tax states, Illinois, PA, Connecticut, even California, because we get really good discounts out in California, you're going to get back a heap load of money on your IFTA rebate.
Right. And on the company side, you know, the better we are at driving and fueling, the higher we get back as a fuel bonus. So our fuel bonus can be up to like 8 cents a mile, which, you know, my average was 5 cents a mile, but I was usually pretty much between there, 5 and 8. So you're
Right.
talking solo, you're about $100 to $275 a week. And it's as long as you do more than 2,000 miles, it's guaranteed. And then on the team truck, I went as high as like 380, I think it was, on the team as a fuel bonus. So
So
so even on the company side, there's incentives to do that.
yeah, for
Question
us,
about coming up.
our incentive is to just drive better and fuel cheap.
Yeah. Fairly long question. I've got reefer, drive-in, flatbed, step deck, and hot shot experience. Okay. Had my CDL for 10 years, spotless record, clean. Okay. So you got 10 years experience with all of that, and you want to come to Prime. I've been out of the truck for the last 5 years. Boom. Okay. So, but did you
You're going to
keep
be
your
going with a
CDL?
trainer.
Yeah, but did you keep your CDL up to date with your DMV with your med card? That's going to be the difference of how this is going to go about. Okay. Because Prime's going to put you through a refresher course where you could just be with what we call a CDL instructor. Okay. So I've actually done this for people. The people that were out of the truck for more than 6 months have to get a refresher course. So you would basically be treated like a student where they might have you go out and, you know, drive around, maybe do a load or something and do some backing maneuvers. And then they'll put you through an evaluation. So my last student that I did this with, 2 days is all I had her, and then she went out teaming. So, and it would be a situation like with Freight Skater. Now, Freight Skater got his CDL someplace else. I got mine here at Prime. So you get paid differently in the TNT portion. You will have to go through TNT training and do 60,000 miles with a TNT trainer, even
See, I
though
did.
you.
I got my CDL from that tech school, and they said since I did not use my CDL in an active driving situation within the first 90 days, it was considered like I never even had a CDL. So I had to come in and not only retake the CDLA test for the assessment, then I had to do what was then 30,000 miles with a TNT trainer. So, which I'm grateful for because I didn't know jack squat. I really didn't.
Yeah. You mentioned earlier that there are companies having you out for 2 weeks. There's a company now that you get your CDL and that's it. They hand you the keys.
Yeah. See, that's crazy. I don't know if you knew about the national proposed rulemaking of the FMCSA at the beginning of April, but they were taking comments up to April 2nd. I should have done a video on this, but I dropped the ball on it. But they were trying to make it to where a couple things changed. Number one, CDLA permit applicants can apply in any state, not their home state, which is not a big deal. Number two, they can test the next day if they want to. There's no time frame saying that they can't test. They can go right in and test the next day. Number 3, they don't have to have a current CDLA holder in the cab with them while they drive the truck. They can just drive with a permit. And I don't know what part of safety the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration is pushing, but none of that sounds safe to me at all. And it sounds like what they're trying to do is flood the market with more people as quick as they possibly can. And so, guys, if you're out there and you're listening to other drivers that say, well, we got a trucker shortage. No, we do not. We have a quality driver shortage. We don't have a driver shortage. You can ask any driver, go try to find parking anywhere in the United States of America after 4 p.m. It's impossible. You can't find it.
I just saw statistics that said there is 11 trucks for every 1 parking space in America.
It's nuts. I mean, you get out on the highways, that's all you see is trucks now. You don't even see, you can very, very rarely ever see passenger vehicles at all anymore.
And what's crazy is, like, here they changed the CDL exam back before New Year's, and DJ that was in here earlier, he's now a PSD instructor. He did his first student who just passed. Yay! Congratulations.
Congratulations, DJ.
Yeah. But the thing is, they did away with most of the pre-trip, and they did away with the alley dock and the parallel. So
wow,
they're pushing people through so fast with so minimal. When I saw his pre-trip sheet, I was like, the whole door and fuel section, it's like gone. They have like 5-6 things, and that's it. And it's just infuriating. And
aren't they able to keep the sheet with them now, like a cheat sheet?
Somebody else told me that, and I don't know. I didn't ask about that. But
it could be fake news. Could be fake news. I don't know. A lot of people say a lot of things. I don't say these things. A lot of people say things.
No, but earlier when I was talking about the cameras, I was saying that part of the infrastructure bill had to do with allowing the 18, 19, and 20-year-olds to come out,
right,
and to do interstate.
Well,
so
I gotta say, if you can put your life on the line for this country, then I feel like you should be able to drive a CMV. But it's all about your mindset, in my eyes.
Well, what I was going to say was, though, they were trying to push to make it mandatory, the inward and outward cameras, because of that age group.
Really?
And now just last month, they came out and said, oh, no, we're not going to mandate the cameras now. But they're still got that age group in the infrastructure bill.
Right. Well, if it's been on the docket for a vote, then it's probably going to happen eventually. They're probably going to make it mandatory for sure. Yeah, I know, JF Trucker. I don't know why in the world. It's been like 5 hours. I've been on here, I know what, about an hour and a half at least.
Hi, JF. He's one of my favorite fans. Well, I mean, look, you're so knowledgeable. And
I couldn't sleep. I was supposed to. I got up just to edit a video, and I was like, "Oh, Kirsty's live. Let me go and see what's going on." And then you're like, "Oh, let me bring you in." And I'm like in boxers right now. People are sleeping. And then the more we kept talking, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get dressed. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna get on here.
No. So. You got ticked off at the brown noser comment, and he's like, "That's it. I'm gonna go tell these people in this track."
Yeah, I was like, man, I'm coming after you, bro, with a vengeance. Like
I don't think that they meant it that way.
No, I wasn't mad at it. Dingo says 2.5 hours. All right, appreciate it, man. On the clock there. Nice. Damn, it doesn't even feel like it feels like I just got on here.
But what about like there's got to be other stuff to leasing, because like people usually, okay, so you were talking about loads, like how often, because you said you got to be a team player, and you said you have to consider where that load's going to place you. So how often do you reject loads? Because that's another one of those I got to go lease so I can reject loads things.
All the time. And I'm not even joking. I'm all the time. Yeah. If it doesn't fit what my truck is, what I feel like my capability is, my availability is. Mm-hmm. And now, but see, the difference between me is I don't just reject. So, JF's queuing you up there in the chat. I don't just reject. And my advice to anybody that's lease or owner op here at Prime, don't just look at a load and be like, I'm not hauling that crap, or make some smart aleck remark and be like, you take that and give it to a company driver. Like nobody has time for that. You guys got to remember, we deal with one person every day, daily. They have to deal with hundreds of people. So nobody's got time for the smart aleck annex. And I know that people have had bad taste with people at Prime. Some people stepped over the line. I got it. But doesn't mean you have to. Okay. When I deny a load, I type out a reasonable list of reasons why I'm denying the load, a professional list of why I'm denying the load. So whether it's rate per mile in consideration with where it's going to place us, at what time of week, at what the truck's already revenuing, whatever. I never just say, get that crap out of here. You got to be professional about it. So but I will tell you this, it doesn't hurt to call your fleet manager too and say, hey, I know I see this that you guys sent over. I was hoping to get this and really be sitting here at this time of week. What are our options? What can we do? There's no harm in doing that. Like you don't have to be that guy that's just like, get that crap out of here, send it to a company truck. I'm not moving my truck unless it's $5 a mile. That's a wrong attitude and a wrong mindset to have. Just my opinion. But I deny loads all the time. You do what?
What do you think the hardest thing is in leasing for new people to learn?
Just what we talked about earlier is you can't make money unless you're out there on that road. You just can't. Everybody looks at, I'm not going to say me or you, but drivers in this industry that are a voice in the industry, whether it's through YouTube or whatever, and they say, oh, it's got to be so easy. I just come out there, sit on my butt all day long, make YouTube videos. I can just make money and I don't, I can go home whenever I want. I don't make my revenue. I don't know how you're like a YouTube superstar. So you might be making 10 grand a month off of this. I don't, but
I'm a YouTube superstar. No, but thank you.
But I don't make my money off of this. This is like peanuts, man. This is like lunch money, what I make here on YouTube. I get my money, my revenue off that asphalt. So if you're not willing to come out here and put in the time, don't expect to collect the dime, because you're not going to do it. It's just not going to happen. That's the hardest thing for lease guys, I think, to understand is if you haven't appropriated a goal list and what you want to achieve out here, your probability of failing is way higher than what it would be if you came prepared. So it is what it is.
One thing that I try to tell people, like I came out here, no lie, I was really in debt, $70,000. My credit rating was a 505.
Right.
And it took me 2 years to pay off 70 grand. Okay. And I bought a house last year. My credit score is now 808. Thank you.
Go, girl.
But 808. But and so like in 20 minutes I was approved and I was like, oh my gosh. And they were like approved for like 500,000. I was like, oh no, don't give me that much credit. No.
Right.
But like one thing that I've learned is that there are a lot of people that come out here, and one of the reasons why they want to lease is because they don't have any money and they have bad credit.
Right.
And I usually try to tell people, get out of that debt first and at least have some money backed up,
Right.
And that's another reason why I kind of push company more than, others would, because I really think that people should be in a little bit better place. A lot of people come in here because they hate their job or they feel like they're suffocating from debt.
Right.
So at least dig yourself out of the hole first before you could potentially put yourself in a bigger hole.
Not only that, it also gives you a chance to get acclimated with the industry, the actual basics of the industry before you have to worry about the cost associated with doing business. There's really no point, like you said, to hang yourself over a rail if you're already being hung up on the other end at home, and whatever you got going on. Everybody's situation is different. But I will say that for me, like I said, my whole point was to go company when I came in. But now when I decided, hey man, I can go lease, I can do this. I feel like I could make more money. And I feel like I would be good at it. I took that leap of faith, and it worked for me. It's not saying that my situation is going to be the same for everybody, because it's not. And we're all successful in our own right. If you're doing what's going to fit your needs and it's giving you what you want and you're accomplishing your goals, you're successful. You can't let anybody else tell you any different. You can't say, hey, man, the name on that door is wrong, or you're not doing what I'm doing, so you're not successful. You're not pulling what I'm pulling, or you don't run this division. To hell, for lack of better words, to hell with those people. I mean, really, to hell with them. Those are the people that you don't need to distance from in your life. You hear that in this truck stops. I can't tell you how many of these old guys come up. First time I ever got ridiculed at Prime was after I got my first student. I'll never forget it. I think I was in Kentucky, as a matter of fact. I think I was over here in Oak Grove, and I was at a Pilot, and I had stopped to get fuel. And this old timer, he got out of his 389 Peterbilt, and he's walking around. He says, hey, son. I don't like answering to that very often because I'm, in my 40s. And I said, yes, sir. That's the way I was raised. I was raised Southern. So you say, sir, to people who are older than you. And he says, you're making a lot of money for Robert Lowe, ain't you? And I said, yeah. I said, I hope so. So I don't think he'd keep me in his truck if I wasn't. He said, but you ain't making no money for yourself, are you? I said, well, I think I'm doing okay. Because at the time, it was the best I had ever done in any career. And I said, if you want me to show you black and white, I'll show you black and white. And he says, they ain't going to make no difference, whatever. And I showed it to him. He says, you're doing that with Prime Inc. He says, that's not your gross. And I said, no, sir, that's my take home pre-tax.
Right.
He says, son, just buy you a truck and stay where you're at. He said, do not leave that company if you're doing that well. That was back in 2018. So that was my first time that I felt like being the underdog was the right choice, because I look at us as the underdog because we are a training company. We are a lease op company. We are a mega carrier, and I take pride in it. I really do. I take pride in that because we're able to be successful in our own right, the way that we want to be successful. And I don't have to have my ego get in the way of it. I don't have to say, well, I got a triple digit truck, and I don't need a triple digit truck. I don't need to have all the control to be successful. So that's the way it is. It's just not, it's been working here until God leads me down another path. I'm going to stay here.
So do you get that a lot out on the road? Because I did have a guy twice. I had a situation like that where once I was at a beer distributor, and this guy comes up behind me with a truck that I swear was older than me, and it's going clunk, clunk, clunk. And we get inside, and he's like, you seem like a really nice young lady, so I hope you get to work for a good company someday. And I was like, oh, you're so sweet. I'm going to reply in kind. You seem like a really nice old man. So I hope that you get to drive a brand new truck like I do someday instead of the one that goes clunk, clunk, clunk that you're getting 5 miles to the gallon and going to go haul that beer up and down I-26 that you're going to be burning a lot and paying a lot of IFTA taxes. I hope
Right.
you get the good work at a good company, you know. And another one was this guy at the Wyoming way station. He said to me, well, um, you know, you might want to look around. There are better companies. I said, really? How long you
Right.
been driving? He said, 5 years. I said, oh, so how long you been at this company? And he says, 6 months. I said, where else have you been? He named like 3 or 4 other companies.
Oh,
So in
yeah.
5 years, this guy's been at like 6 or 7 different companies. I said, okay, let me see. I've been here for 7 years at this point, and so I've stayed at one company longer than you've been driving, and you want to give me career advice?
Exactly.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Keep it to
Yep.
yourself next time. And he
Well, the
almost fell
problem,
over.
the problem is too, is drivers like that are searching for that one-off unicorn company that doesn't exist, and they're bringing their expectations to the table. Let me tell you something. When it comes to trucking, and you probably know this, you don't want to get your feelings hurt. You want to always hit your mark. Lower your expectations. You'll be a lot happier. Same thing with life. Stop expecting so much. Be a little more humble and lower your expectations a little bit. You'll be a lot happier. I promise you.
And you can't control other people and what they think and what they say either. So
Exactly.
it goes back to
Exactly.
the comment that got you all worked up that,
Why you keep
I
saying
don't.
that? I wasn't worked up. I'm
Yes,
sitting. I'm
you
like, you know what?
were.
If I'm sitting here typing, I might as well just be on the damn camera. I'm just gonna get on the camera.
Dave Smart Trucking said GP Transco good too. Okay, well, GP Transco has a reputation because they were coming to all of us YouTubers offering to pay us money to make commercials for them. Okay, and
They never
I
came to
know a
me.
couple. Huh? They didn't.
Never
Oh,
came to me.
sorry. Well, and so I
You
actually
know what
did
it
call
was?
GP
You know what it was? They probably looked at it like, man, that guy's not gonna fall for this shit.
Maybe.
I'm just messing with you. I'm
Maybe,
trying to get you again. Give me
or
2
it's
seconds.
that
I'll
beard.
be
You're
right
all
back.
big and scary and a flatbedder,
I'm
and
hey,
everybody knows
I'm
flatbedders are
growing it
scary.
out. I'm growing it out. It's gonna be like this long next time we see each other. It's gonna be huge.
But but I did call GP Transco when my mom died because I turned in my truck, and at that point, oh, he left. But I turned in my truck, and uh, so I called them and I asked them, I just thought everybody's always telling me that I could find a better company. And at this point, I had been here 6 years, something like that. Here, I'm going to bring him back in.
I
Yeah.
didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to hold on for a second. I had to use the restroom. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Well, he's going away. We don't need to follow him to the restroom. Okay. But, so when I called them though, what they were offering was 58 cents a mile and then an extra 2 cents a mile if you took the inward facing cameras. So I would be at 60 cents a mile there and I was making 68 cents a mile at Prime with when you put my bonuses in. And I had asked them about vacations and sick pay and 401k and all that stuff, and they didn't give extra bonuses, and so they didn't give sick pay. So what they were offering was a lot less than what I was making on a company driver truck at Prime. So I was told that if a company that makes you happy and does right by you, then that's the best one for you. Absolutely. And thank you, JF. I appreciate your comments. Um, and that's what people are always telling me, like, oh, you could do better, you could do better, you should go lease, blah blah blah. I've had people tell me, oh, you're so smart, you should go lease. Okay, well then maybe you should respect the fact that I made a decision. I obviously know I can go lease. I don't need somebody telling me. um but when he comes back, we're going to ask him about the negligence fee and cargo insurance, because those are two things that people don't talk about, and I really want you guys to hear it from a lease guy. uh because the cargo insurance at Prime does it only covers accidents. So um if you slam on your brakes and you don't secure the load properly, it's your fault. Like as a flatbedder, if you have sheetrock, let's say, and then you strap it down too much and you break the sheetrock, okay, you have to pay for that load. It's your own negligence. It's not covered under the accident cargo insurance. Do you guys get paid unload? I'm gonna guess you. Do you mean deadhead, empty miles? Or do you mean, do we get paid to unload the trailers? Um, we would get paid to unload if we choose to. Yes, JF, I'm still at Prime. Um, but as a company driver, yes, I get paid the deadhead miles. Lease does not. So they have to add that in with their operating costs. So to load and unload, no, we do not load. We do not unload. Um, in all these years, there was 2 Amazon loads that I did, and it was 1 pallet each, and that was it. And we used to unload floral loads, and we don't do that anymore. But freight skater, I wanted to bring up cargo insurance and the $10,000 negligence fee. So you know, the cargo insurance for you guys only covers accidents, right?
I would have to look into the actual policy on the contract, but I pay 2 different insurances. So as a ace lease, I don't actually pay just one insurance. like regular lease drivers do. So I'll actually pay for Prime's company, which is like American insurance or something like that. Whatever they're not self-insured for, they outsource to another company, and then I pay a company called First Guard. So I'll give you my breakdown real quick.
Oh, okay. Well, wait, was
So
that something you did on your own, or is that something that's required with the ACE
no,
lease?
yeah, it's required with the ACE lease. Yeah. So
Okay.
the Bobtail Deadhead insurance every week is $5.98, and then the physical damage insurance is $116.92. So basically, I'm paying like a little over $120 a week for insurance, so like $122. So, but as far as the cover, now obviously it covers everything that I'm supposed to have covered. So let me see what the policy is up to here. So I can bring this up here. Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom so bad. I've drank so much water. It was terrible.
Fine. It's fine. And hi, Joshua. Thanks for popping in. And Dingo's asking, what's the difference between a lease and an ACE lease? A straight lease, a walkaway lease is conventional lease. That is, you're basically renting the truck and you turn it back in. The ACE lease is the lease purchase. So you'd have to put down $14,000. You get $1,000 credit towards that for every year that you leased. You do have to pay for any options that you choose to have on the truck, and then in 3 years, it's done. You have no, um, balloon payment. I think it's a $100 balloon payment, right?
Yeah, title transfer. Yeah. Now you can choose
Yeah,
a 4-year term, but guys, you got to remember, even though it cuts your payment down per week, you're going to pay for it in interest. I think I calculated it up. It was like right under $12,000 extra that it was going to cost me to
right.
buy my truck going 4
Mhm,
years. Now, some could argue, well, the money you save in those first 3 years is going to counteract that. But then think about the money you're losing on that fourth year because you wouldn't have a truck payment if you had those
right,
3 year term instead of a 4-year term. So you got to think about that as well.
right. And there's also a couple other options they have. You can lower the payment, but then your balloon payment at the end is like 20% or 25% or something too. Um, but basically, at the end of the ACE lease, then the truck is yours. It's a lease purchase. You own it. Uh, the straight lease, they take a cents per mile and they put it into an account, an escrow account that you wind up getting back at the end that they term as a lease completion bonus. It's one of the things that I don't really like because it's your own money. It's your incentive to stay in the lease. So this
Excess
is an
mile
argument I've
charge, all that stuff. Yeah, it goes into it.
Yeah. So this is one of those things that people will say to me, well, at the end of 3 years, I can walk away with $25,000. But well, he was saying earlier when he turned a truck in, you get charged a certain money to bring the truck back up to sellable condition. So say it is $25,000, they might keep 4,000, so that's $21,000 you're getting back over 3 years. But then you add up, well, Prime paid five to $10,000 a year into my 401k, and Prime's paying $6,000 a year just for my health insurance, and then they're paying $5,000 a year for my workman's comp. So if you add all that up, I'm getting the same, if not the more in those 3 years, but it's my money, whereas the lease op's getting back their own. So you have to take into consideration for everything. But I honestly think, and I said this earlier before you came on here, I honestly think that the ACE lease program here at Prime is so much better than the lease purchases at other places. And you do get to order your truck and you do get to order all the options, which I know Hirschbach, somebody from Hirschbach told me he didn't get to pick out his truck. They just said, "Oh, you wanted a Cascadia? Go pick it up." And it was even used. It wasn't even a new truck. So it wasn't something he ordered. Yeah, but anyway, that was something that I found out. The reason about that was because when I took the trainer's class, Jeff from the claims department, the head of the claims department, he brought that up. And what he said was that the cargo insurance only covers. So
Well, I'll read you
if
exactly what it's saying right here. So,
okay,
the auto liability coverage, let's see, It's whether referred to as bobtail, unladen, deadhead, or otherwise, shall provide coverage for all risk of movement of the tractor when it is not under dispatch by the carrier you are leased to. Success leasing shall be named an additional insured on the policy, which shall have this policy of insured shall be primarily for all other collectible insurance available to Success of no less than $1 million per occurrence. And then the physical damage insurance says you shall provide and maintain at your own expense insurance on the tractor for fire and extended coverage, comprehensive and collision coverage in the amount not less than the actual cash value of the tractor. Said insurance shall be a deductible in excess of $1,000. There's actually no price here. So as far as and I looked up the actual insurance cards, Prime's insurance card doesn't have an amount, but the other one for the first card, Ace American Insurance Company, is showing $1 million. That's the only amount it shows.
Right.
So
But
continuous
do
until
you hear
canceled.
what you said though? You said the tractor, the tractor, the tractor. It
Mm-hmm.
never
Yep. I
mentioned
haven't found
cargo.
anything about cargo. Yeah.
Right. And I'm telling you, that's what Jeff, the head of the claims department, told us in the training class. And it was, I'm pretty sure it was 2017 training class. And I was shocked because I was sitting in this classroom and
Mm-hmm.
I was the only company driver, and there were like 50 people in there. And I actually asked Jeff, when you're saying independent contractor, you mean the lease op driver? And he's like, yeah. And nobody even realized, like, nobody questioned that. And I would have been questioning that if I was in that position. I questioned it and I wasn't in that position. And another thing is there's a $10,000 negligence if you do something that's wrong. So on the reefer side, if you freeze meat that's supposed to be fresh meat, you pay for that entire load. You know, we had somebody that didn't fuel the reefer, wanted to try to get in here. It was ice cream, and the reefer shut down while he was driving. So
Mm.
the ice cream melted all over. It was like $75,000. He had to pay that. It's not covered under the cargo insurance. And when I
So
first
where is
started
that? Where
here,
is that on paper? Do you have that on paper somewhere?
no, I just took it from Jeff. And in the CBTs, I did see very quickly they say you don't want to be responsible for a claim that could cost you money, you know,
Right.
but they never really specifically say that. But ask Jeff and you talk to him and see, the head
Yeah,
of the
I
claims
need
department.
to. Yeah, I'd like to talk
Um,
to. I'd like to see it on paper too, so I could actually have something
yeah.
to document with that. For sure.
Hmm.
I'm gonna answer Dingo's concern here. He says someone had told me that there was a balloon payment at the end of the lease. No, it's $100 title transfer. Now, if you're leasing with another company, I'm going to use SFI as an example because I know a guy that is leasing a truck right now from SFI that it did come to Prime. He does
Hmm.
have a balloon payment of about $40,000 when the truck's done.
Right. And
So
Hirschbach does too, because Hirschbach's lease is only $750 a week, but it's for
right,
4 years and they have no down payment. So
right,
people get all excited about that and then they don't realize, okay. And like I said, with Hirschbach's, you can't even order your own truck. So again, I've looked at different companies and
yeah. I
Prime's
can't find a
lease purchase
company's
is the best.
yeah, I can't find a company's lease purchase that's any better than what it is.
Hmm.
Um, I wanted to. Somebody said something up here about my voice just a minute ago. It says, "Oh, JF Trigger says your voice needs to be on a radio." I really wanted to do a podcast. I don't know how. I see you got that big microphone right there. How does that? Do you like that?
I love this microphone.
Do you? I could probably do some work with a microphone like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
When I'm being like really lazy and I don't feel like doing my hair, I just sit there and I was like, okay, boys and girls, let's sit back and have a
this is
great evening.
yeah. This is the only microphone I've got. You know that guy on TikTok? What's his name? He's the guy's always like, "Hello, buddy." Like every time he gets a "Hello, buddy."
Yeah. But something else though is $10,000 negligence fee. And I found out about this when I was in training because across the street from the campus inn that where Prime's motel basically, there
Right.
is an Econo Lodge and the drivers kept hitting the overhead awning of the Econo Lodge.
I know what you're talking
And
about.
every time they hit it twice in 1 week. They'd hit it once a month and then hit it twice in 1 week. And it was a $10,000 negligence fee on top of the $1,000 deductible for the truck. And I
Wow.
was sitting here talking to the security guy, and I was like, why wouldn't Prime just buy that motel, knock down the awning, or raise it up and save some money that we kept
Right.
repairing that? You know? So,
Exactly.
and those are a couple things that people never talk about. And I really think that people should be aware, you know.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people just sign their leases and they hear these numbers being thrown out, like, you saying $8,500, but in the end, that's not what that's your revenue, or 10.5, you said you want it for your revenue.
10.5, yeah. 85
Yeah.
is really, it's really low.
Yeah.
Really low.
But you threw
For
out
a
that,
team
but
truck. For a team truck.
yeah.
It's just a benchmark though. So it's like I
Mhm.
try to tell solos, like, hey, benchmark at 5K. You know what I'm saying? Benchmark at 5K, teams benchmark at 10.5. Do you remember our last dad meeting when Jim Guthrie and Robert Lowe and Jason Seymour all got up and says, hey, why is nobody training anymore? We need to figure out why nobody's training. And everybody, I made sure my comment was last. And I got up and so I said, well, the reason that nobody wants to train anymore
Wait,
is
I think
because
I
of the,
remember this. Can I just say, you said
yeah,
liability, didn't you? Yeah. Mhm.
the liability to the driver, the operator, so the lease ops, because Prime, pushes, we got skin in the game, and we do, each of us do, but nobody comes to the operator and says, hey, we think we should do this guarantee for these trainees. What do you think? Nobody says that. They just do it.
Mhm.
Then they
Right.
expect the operators to pay for it as part of the deal. You're going to train, you're going to pay for the training, which a $900 guarantee equates to about $1,347 a week for us cost when we train. And you're risking that driver having an accident, with your truck, another vehicle, somebody else's property, load claim, load shift, load issue. There's a multitude of variables that can happen. And there's no guarantee for the lease op. You're just saying, hey, you have the possibility to work more or possibly more money.
Mhm.
And I told him, said, hey, look, let's find out a way where we can do a minimum guarantee or do split the liability, the cost, or whatever, And Rob didn't like that. I think his exact words, he stood up and he says, Will, that's bullshit. This is a numbers game. Just give me a number. And he was pissed. And you guys want to talk about being put on a chopping block. I was like, had my head like hanging in the guillotine, like, thing. I mean, it was bad. And I remember saying to him what I said earlier today. I says, Rob, I said, I understand it's a numbers game. I said, but what am I worth to you? I said, in my eyes, I'm worth $1 million a week. But obviously
Mhm.
that's not reasonable. And that's where, because you could have heard a pin drop in that room. There was like 60 of us in there. It's like, you could have heard a pin drop. But that's this kind of stuff that like we went to Dab for,
Mhm.
was
To
that,
get it through their heads.
yeah, to get it through, like get these ideas
Yeah.
out there,
Yeah.
and I feel like Dab to me was more than just, listening to Prime, what they got going on for the year, and then a steak lobster dinner. For me, it was, hey, let's get these ideas into the company so we can see if we can get some wheels turning, get some people thinking, get some good brainstorming sessions going. So, but yeah, it was something else, man. I do miss it though. I miss Dab 100%.
Yeah, there was a certain level of camaraderie, I think, and um whether I'm on Deb or not, people just assume I am anyway because they already know I was,
Right.
So, being on YouTube, people come to us anyway, and I have a big mouth. It was funny because somebody said to me at the
Forget
Highway
about it.
Diamonds Gala last month, they said to me, "Oh, good luck tonight and congratulations! I know you're gonna win." And I was like, you're crazy. They're never going to give me an award. My mouth's too big. And then all of a sudden I'm getting this award and I was like, wow. But So Dingo's asking question about trainers. I seen a video from another Prime trainer earlier saying that Prime doesn't pay the trainee, the trainer does, and Prime doesn't pay the trainer. Now, actually,
I'm
so
gonna let her speak on the company side of it, and I'll speak on the lease side
yeah,
of it here
on
in a
the
second.
company side, I don't have to pay for anything. The trainer is completely paid by Prime. The student is completely paid by Prime. The team section is a little bit different on TNT. So uh I make less cents per mile as a team than I would if I was solo. But so in order to get I get 100% of the fuel bonuses, 100% of all the on-time delivery bonuses and everything that would normally get split between two people. And also we get bonuses for driving over a certain number of miles. So once you get to a certain number of miles on the truck, you're at like 99, 97 cents a mile, something like that. And so the company TNT trainer would get the whole thing. So if I know that if I could get my truck at 4,000 miles, I'm at like $2,400 before I even get my referral bonuses or anything. So doing 5,000 miles, I'm at about $3,800, including my referral bonuses. My highest paycheck was $4,900. But unlike other people, I'm not going to go around telling you I make $4,900 every week. Okay.
Right.
But he's going to tell you how it works. So if my student goes home, they get paid because I chose to go home and Prime is paying them.
Yep.
Okay. And, you know,
That's a
I
huge
don't have to pay a
advantage to.
deductible or anything. Like
Yeah,
if
that's
they
a
have
huge
to, I'm not
advantage to training
responsible.
company. Yeah, training
Mm-hmm.
company. That's the major advantage of training while you're a company operator at Prime. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and with the lease op, you have to pay their wages, their guarantee, their FICA, their SUDA, their Medicare, their workman's comp. Everything's got to be paid by you as operator because you are a 1099 contractor. You're servicing their driver for a purpose. So you're essentially hiring their driver from them for a purpose, even though he's not an established driver in the industry yet. So once they clear that PSD phase and they get their CDLA and they are hired by Prime, you as a lease op, when you train them, you are hiring them. So you are paying their entire wages and then some. So a $900 guarantee roughly equates to about $1,347 in cost for the operator every week. Doesn't matter if that truck's running or not. So if I choose to
Well,
go home, I have a
mhm.
couple of things that I need to do. I need to, number one, ask the trainee, do you want to stay on my truck through home time, or would you like to get on another trainer's truck? If they say no, they want to stay on my truck. That's okay. Now the next responsibility I have is to get them home, okay, because they're my trainee. Not only get them home, but then while they're at home, I have to pay them because it's my choice to go home. So not only am I paying my bills at home, my truck payment, I'm also paying for another individual who's at home with their family. So, guys, there's a lot to consider when you train. Is the payoff worth it? I felt like it was. I mean, that's why I kept training. The money was always really good, you know. And Kersey will be the first one to tell you there's a number of videos all over my channel, so I'm not going to get into it, but I felt like it was very good. And like I said, there's going to be people that are going to watch those videos and going to say, man, that was garbage pay. I wouldn't get up out of my bed for that pay, and that's fine. For me, I made more money doing that than I ever had in my entire life. So it was the best thing I had ever seen. And when you start talking about perspective, like she was talking about earlier with the high cost of living areas in the United States, you have a driver that comes from middle of nowhere, Louisiana, and he's making $900 a week guaranteed while he's training. He loves it until he hears about his trainer making $3 to $5 grand a week. Next thing you know, there's a difference in perspective there. Now they have something to benchmark off of in perspective. They say, man, you're using me to make that. That's ridiculous. I'm not. Well, just 2 days ago, you were happy with $900 a week. Now you're not. So if you are training in your lease, even if your company, if you're making the kind of money Kirsty's making, do not let your trainees know what you make until the end, because you don't want to give them a false perspective that they're being used, because they're not being used. You are getting a guaranteed wage to be trained to earn the knowledge of a trade, because trucking really is a trade. in my view, it's not something anyone can do. You have to have the mental, emotional, and physical structure to do this job. I don't care what anybody says.
Mm-hmm.
Don't give them that perspective to benchmark off of and then be ungrateful about the situation that they're in, because then you turn that 8x8 box into a rolling prison again. So
Mm-hmm.
it's a big deal. And it was really bad with Lise. My trainer was a great trainer. He had no problem showing me numbers. And I told him I wanted them for educational purposes. So I wanted to
Right.
use those numbers for my benefit. So I knew what to expect in the future, which is why I do the channel the way I do. So I can give people information so they can have a certain benchmark of expectation. Doesn't mean that it's all going to be like I'm doing it or it's all going to be like Kiersey's doing it. Everybody's
But
experience is different.
but be open about all the expenses, and an additional expense that's going on because of the 50,000 miles versus the 30,000 mile training miles is that now the lease ops are also paying for Prime's portion of the health benefits. So if you
Really?
have a solo, yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought they
yeah.
just paid the Medicare and everything. So when they sign up for those benefits, those lease ops are getting hit with that.
The lease ops get hit with
Woo.
that at the 90-day mark, which so there is, so before when the freight was faster and you could run miles harder, you'd be done with somebody at 30,000 miles with no problem. Once now it's taken almost 6 months.
Right.
There are some people that are taking 5 and 6 months to get through that 50,000 miles, which
That's
is
a good
ridiculous.
video.
I do more than that solo, right?
Are
But
you jotting this down? It's a good video for you to be doing about
what? What do you mean?
the extra costs. It's a good video for you to bring to everybody's
Oh, I'm just
attention.
gonna cut this out and divide it up because you're awesome. But but
Listen, if you want to get
so
more
I mean,
views,
think about this.
take me out of the equation if you want to get more
I'm not
views.
taking you out. I'm leaving you in. But so think about this. You have one student that say has health insurance through their spouse or might have VA benefits. So they don't take Prime's insurance.
Right.
Okay. But then, so you're going to make more off of that person. Then you turn around, you get somebody that has a family plan. So that family plan is going to cost $250 a week for them. It's
I'll
going to
speak
cost
on that in just a
$250
second.
a
Yep.
week for you.
So
Okay.
so let me tell you, got to leave Mr. Radio Voice in. I don't know where you guys are getting that from, but I do a lot of voices. There's a lot of voices that I do. Some people don't do voices. I do voices. But so Angel she was trained by me, okay, and did her TNT training with me. Obviously, there's no way I'm going to let another man train my wife. It's not happening. But she was trained by me, and once she upgraded to an A seat, she stayed company. And we're like, oh man, we're going to get the insurance and everything. I've never experienced what you're talking about, having to pay a trainee's insurance, even though she's my wife. For some naive, dumb reason, I thought that Prime was going to take the employer side of the insurance, even though all her pay was always deducted from me. I don't know what I was thinking. So we're like thinking, man, $250 a week, like that's awesome. Yeah, the $250 a week came from me and her.
Right.
So, and here's the thing I can tell you about the family plan insurance, and this is why I dropped it. So $500 a week times 52. Okay, what do we got?
Well, yeah, but after the first year, it drops in half, though.
Well, okay, it does. But listen, this is my point. $26,000 a year. So let's say we're on the second year. I've already paid $26,000. We're a relatively healthy family, so we haven't done anything out of the way. So I haven't needed a deductible or anything. So let's say I've spent $500 on copays and whatever. Okay, so let's say $26,500 for the first year. Well, the next year I paid $13,000, right? Because it's cut in half, right? Because ultimately, we all know how this married game goes. It's coming out of both of our pockets. It's not just one person or the other. So you got $39,500. All right. Well, according to this plan that they offered, you have to meet a $6,000 deductible twice. So you have to meet it twice a year to have 80% of anything covered, major medical. So I would have to spend another two people in the family have to meet a deductible.
Yeah, but our deductibles are only $750 and $900.
For you, not for the lease op. The lease op insurance is totally different. It's totally
Okay.
different. So when it comes to that, so we had to meet the way that we were explained to it by Brandon Mallard from the Human Resources. You had to meet
Right.
two $6,000 deductibles. So that's an extra $12,000. So that's almost 40 grand in 2 years I would have to spend to be able to have something 80% covered. I just take that and put it in my pocket and hope for the best. In
Okay,
my
but
eyes,
so that's
insurance is a
you're
racket.
saying that's what you would have for the lease portion, but why wouldn't you take the
No,
company?
total. I would have had to spend 40 grand before anything was 80% covered in 2 years, even with the half discount like you're talking about.
Okay. But the half discount comes in for the company driver after 1 year.
Yeah,
So, right. So, my health cost for the high plan is $4,300.68 $4,368 for
a
1
month
year.
or a year. Okay.
1 year, $4,368.
For a single
And that's
individual.
for me. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what Prime would pay the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now on the cheap policy, it's uh it's only $35 a week.
Yeah. See, they told us we had to meet two $6,000 deductibles before the insurance would kick in and pay 80% of anything major medical, anything.
I don't even
So my
understand that because she would
so if
still
my
be a
kid
company driver.
so if my kid broke their leg and went to the ER and it costed us $15,000, I would have to meet $6,000 for that deductible for that child. And then another person on the plan would have to have a $6,000 deductible met. So I'd have to meet $12,000 before they would cover 80% of
I
15
don't know.
grand.
I'm gonna go back and talk to Brandon and find out
We went through
because
this. We went through this over and over. And I was like, man, if I've got to pay $500 a week plus pay
no,
another $12,000 a year
no.
on top of that, I'm canceling
Our
because there's no point
deductible
in
is
me
only
paying.
$900 per person on the low plan
Yeah,
per
well,
year.
it's
That's
not
what it
not
is.
for us.
And so on the low plan, okay, I got my first surgery. It was $53,000 for the surgery. I paid the
Mhm.
$900 deductible. That was it. Okay. The next time I went for surgery, I knew I was going for this eye surgery. I didn't know how much it was going to be, so I got the high plan and the deductible is $750. So I thought, okay, that's what I'm going to pay. The surgery was 6 grand. I paid $30. They did it
Yeah,
as an
see,
office fee.
that's not the way
So,
they explained it to us. They said with the family deal, two
mhm.
people have to meet a $6,000 deductible before they'll cover 80% of anything. So, so we dropped it. Naturally, you could see where I was doing the figures. Where after the
Yeah.
first year, just meeting two deductibles, I'm over 30 grand. There's no point in me
Mm.
having insurance at that point. I can just take 30 grand, put it up for a rainy day. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So, but anyways, it is what it is. But Joshua says Prime's insurance kind of garbage. No, it sounds like she's got a really good package, to be
Not.
honest with you.
My insurance is so good, and I've never paid more than $17 for a prescription, but I don't get a lot of prescriptions. The eye coverage, the VSP, these benefits are better than what I had as a federal employee. That's
Right,
the honest God truth.
right.
It's better than what I had as a federal employee. This other trucking company wants me to go work for them, and I'm trying to work out a way to get better health benefits. You know, like
Wow.
they want me to go work in house, and I'm like, well,
A
it's I,
$6,000 surgery cost you $30. I probably wouldn't worry about better health benefits. You got it going on right now. So
well,
the only way, my whole point of telling you guys that story was, if you're in that situation and you're a husband and wife team, okay, one's lease and the other one's considered company. The only way you can get out of that insurance before the next open enrollment is to drop her as a company or drop the spouse as a company driver, have them re-sign a lease contract with you. So you have to be married, obviously, but you re-sign a lease contract, and then that turns her into a lease operator at that point. And that's what we had to do, because I'm not going to pay $2,000 a month for nothing. I'm just not. It's not going to happen. Mom
So
paid
she's not a
$2,000.
company driver anymore, you mean?
Nope, she's a lease contractor.
I don't understand that. That was so messed up. That doesn't make any sense to me. I
Well,
gotta
believe
go
me,
talk to
I,
him.
I stayed on the phone. I stayed on the phone with him for almost an hour and a half trying to go over this, and I kept adding the
Yeah.
figures up. And I'm like, man, this doesn't make any sense.
Mhm.
Why am I going to pay that much when? So my daughter, she had our second youngest. Somehow she got a small piece of metal in her eye. Okay, a little fragment in her eye, and we took her to the optometrist, and he put her on the little scope. He found it, pulled it out, and she was fine. She needed some antibiotic saline solution for her eyes. And he says, "Are you guys self pay or you guys got insurance?" And I said, "We're self pay." He says, "Okay, it's $100." That's okay. I said, "What would have been if it was insurance?" He said, "All about 1,500, 1,600 bucks."
Oh
I was
yeah.
like,
Hmm.
hmm. We went to go get a prescription. It was like $4. You used a little good RX card or whatever at Walgreens or whatever it was. And I'm
Yeah.
just thinking to myself, like, so I could have paid for the last 6 months. I could have paid basically $12,000, and it still would have been more beneficial for me to pay the $100 than it would have been to file an insurance claim. To me, this is my personal opinion. Insurance is a racket. I really believe it is. For your experience, it's fantastic. I mean, I would bite on that in a heartbeat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But so I don't know where the difference was, but it was definitely not something that I wanted to participate in.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's saying the VSP is good. VSP is the eye coverage. Now, I had VSP at the post office, but this VSP covers so much more that I didn't get before. So I went in and got the eye exam. I wear contacts. It was November, so I got the eye exam for my contacts. Um, I got a regular pair of glasses, Coach. I also got Ray-Ban sunglasses, and I think I paid like I want to say $500 at that point. And then in January, because it was a new year, I was able to apply that to my annual contacts. So I basically paid like 500 or 600 bucks for two pair of glasses and a year's worth of contacts.
Right.
Hmm. Yeah,
Insane. Insane.
yeah,
Insane.
yeah.
Did you think
But
you were going to do a 6.5 hour live tonight?
no, that wasn't my plan. I wasn't actually gonna go live. I was just playing around with it and it went live on me. I meant to do some videos, but
That's what I was supposed to
um
be doing. I'm supposed to be editing a video right now, but I
yeah.
ended up seeing you, and I was like, "Yeah, well, screw it, I'll jump on."
I'm glad you dropped in though, because we never did this before, and I always thought it'd be really cool to have you on and answer all the leasing questions.
I know
Because
everybody
you're honest,
thinks. I know
you
everybody
know.
thinks that I'm stuck up, but I'm because I don't. I'm not a good social friend at all, and I tell everybody that, and they say, "Well, that doesn't make any sense. You're on Facebook, you're on YouTube, you're on TikTok, and all that stuff." And I'm like, dude, my problem is that I am on all those things, so I don't have time to
You have
be
no time.
a good friend. Yeah. So I tell everybody, look, lower your expectation about me out the gate. I'm that guy that you can call in the middle of the night and I'll be there, but I'm not always going to be there every time you call. Let's put it that way. I don't know, how to tell you, but that's how I am. So everybody's just like, I know a lot of people that are in my life or know of me. They like, man, that guy's just an ass, man. He never talks to me, never does, and that's not that at all. It's just I'm so wide open. It's just crazy.
You're just a snob. You don't want to associate with us
That's it,
people,
man.
and
What else? You know what?
yeah.
I'm out of here. Let's see. Dingo says, "Yep, I asked the doctor about it, and they said that it was easier to do that the way they ensure they got their money because the hassle with insurance is a
Yeah.
pain. It is. It's got to be a lot of red tape, paperwork, man. It's crazy."
Yeah. But something else that I don't like about leasing that I don't think is discussed enough is the workman's comp, you know. It's not the same. So
Right.
um so all right, so I had a friend that she was in Ohio, and she was like me where she lived on her truck, she put all of her stuff in storage. She fell out of the truck in Ohio. What's the
Mm,
number one injury that drivers get? It's falling out of the truck. It's not
right.
accidents. It's actually falling out of the truck. So she broke her elbow and her wrist, and So she was company. So Prime turned around and said, okay, well, we'll pay for the rental car for you to drive either home or back to Campus Inn. So they paid for the stay the night at the hotel because it took her a couple days to get there. They paid for, the Campus Inn. She was there for 5 months, and they paid for a team to go back to Ohio, pick up her truck. They paid for detail shop to unload it. They did all this stuff and she was still getting a weekly pay. Um, and then at the end, when she was able to go back, they wound up giving her like $10,000. Now,
Wow.
this is what I don't like is, she got $900 a week for 5 months. She got the free hotel room. But if a lease op that happened to a lease op, the only thing that gets paid for is the doctor's bills.
Right.
She even got Uber bills reimbursed. So I don't think enough lease people know about this, or like you'd have to pay for a team to go back and pick up your truck. You'd have to pay for Prime to unload the truck. If you couldn't get back in the truck again because you're injured, now you're going to turn in the truck and be charged your lease completion and all that. You know,
Well,
so
everything's gonna all the charges will fall back on the driver because you're not a company driver. So anything that
mhm.
any charges that are occurred within that, it's going to be you should expect it to be charged to you. Because I mean you are a lease op independent contractor. So yeah,
Yeah, but um, they still think that workman's comp covers everything, I guess. And I don't think that people plan ahead. They only know what they know. They
right.
don't know what they don't know.
Well, most
We
people
all
don't even read
know
their
what we
contracts at
don't
all
know,
either.
you know. So, um, you know, I think that a lot of times people don't even come up with these things unless something they know somebody it happened to, you know.
Right.
And a lot of people don't put money away for a rainy day. A lot of people don't put money away for their taxes. They
Nope.
just get this money and they just start spending, you know.
Which that's another racket too is taxes. Ugh,
Yeah,
geez Louise.
yeah.
A lot of people also think that you have to pay everybody pays 30%, and that's not the case. So
Right.
um, we found out that with deductions and our deductions and stuff, our unique situation with our family and everything, we're roughly in the 11 to 13% range. So,
Good for
and there's
you.
some people that have no deductions at all, and they might be closer to that 30% range. So, but 30% is a good thing to say, hey, I'm going to put back, for that just in case. And then whatever you have left over, just keep it in there for a maintenance fund or emergency fund, whatever you want to do. And another thing
Mhm.
that's not talked about is Prime's e-fund. Everybody, shies away from it because they're worried about their money not being uh, guarded the way they want it to be or not being obtainable, when they want it to be. But Prime
Right.
pays a huge interest rate on their e-fund, which I think is actually like a 5.45 APR. I mean, it's crazy. And I talked to payroll a couple weeks ago and I asked them, I said, what's the max amount you can put in an e-fund? Because obviously it's going to get to some point where they're paying out so much money every week. It's crazy, just an interest. They said they'd like to keep it at under 100,000. So 5.48% is what they're paying right now. So interest expense APR 5.48%. So based on all the assets, total assets that you have available, that's your emergency fund, tire fund, performance bond, e-fund, everything. So I mean, you can make a good little chunk of change having a good e-fund there. And not one time have I ever needed money from the e-fund for any situation where they ever like, no, you're not getting it. It's always you send a message to payroll, the request, and it's boom right there. It's either on your card or on your settlement that week. So
Mhm. Yeah. But see now Joshua just said something 1099 equals expense everything, poor on paper. Can't avoid that on a W-2. This is true. So you can do what he's talking about and do deductions. However, something to be aware of if you're coming out here, you know, I just mortgage companies can be very hard on 1099s. So we were talking about Terry over at Tim Travels earlier. He was an S corp, so he had a W-2. He paid unemployment taxes, so he got unemployment as a W-2 employee when he separated from Prime. you know. So I had situations where I had friends that they couldn't get mortgages because they were 1099. Some banks, some mortgage companies are going to be a lot more strict on that. So be prepared for that if that's what you need to do. Find out ahead of time what these banks are going to request so you have your ducks in a row rather than just applying and then being, you know, just like being blindsided, I guess is my point.
Yeah, we came to Prime in 2017, and we showed it took us 2 years to secure lending to build a house, and
Mhm.
as a 1099 LLC. And Joshua was bringing this up about the housing and everything. You want to be, it's good to be poor on paper as long as you don't want to buy a house, because you have to be profitable in those 2 years showing. Nobody's going to touch you. So if you're not paying your taxes, you're not profitable, nobody's going to touch you. So, and during the time that we were actually building, from May to October, when we signed the contract for the house and finalized it, got the keys, we pretty much had to stay running constantly because the lender told us any major break in revenue or any major expenses that come about, like
Mhm.
that aren't justified, like we could lose the funding for the house. So, and the loan could go into contingency and whatnot. So, it was stressful. So my advice to anybody is, if you're on 1099, do not build a house, buy a house. Okay. Because W-2, no longer than 45 days at a company, W-2, you can secure financing for a house in a heartbeat. But if you're going to build one, it's a long, drawn out process. If we'd have bought a existing build, even if it was a new build, we could have closed on that house in 60 days, no more than 60 days. But being that we were building, it was from May to October, and it was tough. I mean, it was. You want to talk about a strong family? My wife, man, she was amazing through that entire thing, and she was constantly handling our bills and handling everything with the lender and everything while I was out on the road and just running constantly. It was nuts. So we didn't realize how crazy it was going to be until we got into it. And then Joshua's comment about ain't nobody buying a house in this market. We got locked into like a 2.65% APR right before the market crashed.
Mhm.
And I had somebody
Good for
reach out
you.
to us a couple of months ago, and they're like, "Yeah, we can refinance your loan for you, your mortgage for you." And I was like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "What are you guys offering?" 7.5%. I was like, "Dude, I would have to pay you money for you to do that."
Yeah.
And I was like, "I'm not doing that. It's stupid." So
Yeah.
we got very lucky. We're very blessed on that. So 100%.
Well, you know, I got it where the prices on the houses were coming down. So I got the house for like 30 grand less than what
It's
it was
awesome.
before, but the interest rate is like 6%. But my thing was I can just refinance when everything's fixed. You know what I mean?
Right, right,
I saw an opportunity for a house I wanted at that particular time, and I wasn't going to let it stop me.
right,
But the crazy thing is that I got 6 and other people were getting 8.5, and newer truckers, even on W-2, were being told if they didn't have at least 2 years in trucking, they weren't getting approved.
right.
So, it's hard. That was in
It is
September.
tough.
Mm, mm,
It's really tough. Everything's tough right now. I mean, it's the cost of everything's going up, and it seems like nothing's leveling off. It's just continuing to rise. So it's pretty wild, man. I mean, we're in some pretty rough economic state right now. I mean, but the best advice I can give to anybody right now is just keep your head up and start getting comfortable with being uncomfortable. Start running efficiently. And another viewer had made a comment. He says you should always run your business that way, and you should. You should always run efficiently, be proactive, and be consistent with how you run your business. Don't try to change things up too much, because trying to test things out, that's what the new phase is for when you're in trucking, testing things out stuff. Find something that works
mhm.
and stick to it. Always try to get unloaded first, get reloaded first, be available, stay available. I mean, just got to do what you got to do, man, to make that money.
Yeah. You always seem to pay attention to the markets, and I don't. I'm not going to lie. Like, there are a lot of trucking channels that, because they're owner operators, I just never had a desire for the business end of it. I just don't want
Right,
it. To me, it's, it's it's the lack of freedom. I know everybody
right,
says they go into being a lease op because of freedom, but I don't see it that way. Like right now, if I just walk away, I walk away. I don't lose anything, but
Right.
um it's not necessarily like that for owner ops, because even if you own your truck, okay, everything's crashing. If something happens and you just want to disappear and you don't want to do this anymore, you still have to take the steps to sell that truck. It's still a commitment, you know. And
Hmm.
people say, "What do you mean I'm stuck with a truck?" Well, okay, trucks aren't selling the way right now the way they were
Oh
before.
no, no.
So you pay attention to all that stuff. When do you see this kind of like rebounding? Because I thought that it would happen before the election. I thought the Democrats were going to have to try
No.
to straighten out the economy, because how could anybody, could they chant 4 more years of this? And, you said, well, it's always bad for trucking in an election year. So,
Well, for me, I think I wouldn't say rebounding. I would say leveling off would be probably a more appropriate term. Hoping for a level off. Um, as far as, and Josh made a comment just now, he's like, learn to adapt or bye bye, and that's what we're seeing right now. These companies, you got 1,000 number truck companies, they can't make it, and they're going downhill. They're having to cash in. You got companies that are 100 trucks, and they're just sending their guys text messages, hey, we're done, sorry, can't help you anymore, we're out. um
yep.
my thing is obviously election year is not helping anything, um by any means. And the one thing that I'm holding on to myself is the fact that trucking is America's backbone. Everything you see, the computer you're looking at right now, that microphone that's in front of your face, the couch you're sitting on, the food for your cats, your dogs, everything comes by truck. Everything.
Right.
And so it's a staple in America's economy. It's needed. It's not a want, it's a need. It's indispensable. Without truck drivers, the economy is over with. America is over with. Everything shuts down. So that's what I'm holding on to, is the indispensable part. Now, as far as the economy and everything goes back, I think with the expectations of COVID, see, everybody thought COVID was going to do the opposite of what it did. Everybody thought everything was going to crap then. Like, they had no idea that with everybody going home, it was going to start this influx of buying and spending, and we all thought we were screwed, as drivers. I remember driving through LA and there was not a soul on the highway on the 10. And I'm thinking to
I have a
myself,
video of that.
I'm like, what the crap is going on? It's like a zombie apocalypse or something. I was like, there's nobody out here. Like, what is this going? I thought I was on like a scene of Walking Dead or something. And it was insane. But everybody's looking for this one-off fix, and it's not really going. I don't think it's really going to happen, to be honest with you. I think, and if I start speaking this way, I know I'm probably going to lose a lot of interest in a lot of people, but uh, and I don't know how you are, and I don't want to. I mean, no disrespect to anybody. I'm not trying to uh,
You're not
ruffle
going to
any
offend
feathers
me, so go for it.
or offend anybody, but I put my faith in God. I don't put my faith in Republican or Democrat. I don't put my faith in Congress. I don't put my faith in the dollar. I put my faith in God. So in my eyes, it's going to get better if He wants it to get better, and uh, I'm just on for the ride until He steers me on a different path. So that's the way I look at it. I would say, and just like Josh said earlier, you adapt or bye bye. If you come into the market now and you can make it, then if it does get better, when it gets better, if it's going to be awesome. It really is. But leveling off, I think, is more of a target right now than what we would want. What we would want to shoot for versus just rebounding and coming back better. And I see his comment now, Tenderm 89. People are not
Mhm.
buying things like COVID. Of course they're not. They spent all their money during COVID. Everybody spent way too much money during COVID. So now everybody's holding back. Everybody's saving. Everybody's pulling the money out of the banks and not trusting, the way things are going. So I mean, it makes sense for everything to be in a slump right now.
Right. Plus, like, China owns Smithfield. So
Mm-hmm.
they're sending a lot of their product to China right
Mm-hmm.
now. Um,
Yep. Have you
and
noticed
they're
that though? That a
talking
lot of
Tyson.
the meat processing places, a lot of them have been closed Friday, Saturday,
Yeah.
Sunday. Yep. You can pick up
Well,
dropping hooks, but you can't get anything done like as live
right.
loads.
And Tyson closed down like 8 plants this year and have another 4 that are going to close. Um, their providers, their chicken providers, their chicken farmers are now trying to convert over to eggs, which it's going to cost them a whole heck of a lot of money. But because Tyson isn't going to be, they're not going to be buying as many of the chickens, now they have to convert everything over. So the prices of eggs is going to go through the roof.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
it's definitely changing. It's changing faster than we can adapt. And you know, the economy as a whole has been going downhill for years now. It's you can't keep spending what you don't have. I don't care what
Mhm.
anybody says. When it takes our congressional leaders weeks and months to decide on a national debt ceiling, and they have to shut the government down because they can't figure out a spending bill. How the hell is there a spending bill? We're trillions and trillions of dollars in debt. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? I mean, when you start talking about it, I'm surprised China hasn't backed up some tugboats to California and just toted it off yet. I mean, because we owe them so much money. I mean, it's just
Right.
how can you keep spending money you don't have? And they want to know why everything's falling apart. You know what I'm saying? You can't just keep printing money and saying it's good. You know?
Yeah. But see, like, you know, eh, n- this generation and the way we have our technology and everything, people will say, "Oh, I don't have any money. I'm broke." And I'm sitting there going, "But you have a $1,500 iPhone."
Mm-hmm.
You know, um, I kind of get ticked off at people sometimes because I grew up, I was poor. You
Right.
know, my father died and left my mother with 5 kids. And yeah, she worked as a federal employee, but we had a house that was falling apart. There were 5 kids in one bedroom. We had 3 beds, sharing the beds. And, so sometimes when I hear these people that come in and they're like, well, I can't do this and I can't do that. And I think that my upbringing made it easy for me to come into trucking. Um, the Highway Diamonds Group asked me, "What was your struggle coming in?" My initial response was nothing, and I was thinking about the lifestyle. It was really
Right.
easy for me to get a hold of this lifestyle because working for the federal government, I never got holidays off. I was always working. It was 70-hour a work week, so that didn't bother me. I already didn't have a life, so coming out here didn't matter,
Right.
trying to learn how to back, that's where my struggle was.
Right.
Um, the economy was decent when COVID hit, consumer spending was up, new admin printing money, inflation, now things are affordable. Now things aren't affordable.
Yeah, aren't affordable. Yeah, yeah. It was decent then. People had money to throw around and stuff like that. You know, and but uh, you got to remember the way I am. Material things aren't even on the spectrum for me. You'll never see anybody taking a U-Haul to a gravesite.
Right.
So that's just all it is. So put your for me, it would be try to put our money into our family, any resources into our family or their quality of life, stuff like that. It's not. You're never going to see a Lamborghini in my driveway. It doesn't matter if I hit the lottery today. You're not going to see a Lamborghini in my driveway. I have no use for it. But for me, it's just it's one of these things that's like you got to get back to basics. You know, we got to get back to basics as a whole, as a nation. And
Mhm.
as far as I'm concerned, taking God out of the system was the worst thing that anybody could ever done because there's no moral value anymore.
Mhm.
And I'm not going to preach on any of that because I'm no preacher. I'm no model Christian by no means. But it's just something that I base my life on. That's my basis. That's my foundation. So um, I haven't worried not one bit through all this, because I truly feel like God's going to lead me to wherever I need to be when the
Mhm.
stuff really does hit the fan. So,
Right.
and I
Well,
would hope everybody else, feels the same.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a really religious person. I'm a really bad Catholic. I still consider myself to be a Catholic, but that's how
Right.
we are. And I do believe that yes, taking God out of it, I do believe that I'd rather deal with the crazy right wing Christians of the 80s because at least um I'm not talking about somebody like you. You know what I mean? I'm talking about extremists.
No,
I'm
talk to
not
me.
talking about just a
You
Christian.
can't you
Okay.
can't offend me not one bit. I promise you.
But
So
but what I'm saying is like people with really strong beliefs and convictions that's based on something, then I can understand them. I know where they're coming from and they're consistent. What's going on in our society today with extremists is they're here, now they're here, now they're here, they're here, and they're changing words, and you don't even understand what the heck they're trying to come at now, you
right,
know? And so, and this might sound crazy coming from a woman, but I actually believe the 1960s, the birth control pill screwed us up. I think, um, you know, when the birth control and the women's live movement and everything in the 60s, it messed us up because now women could control the birth control pill so they didn't feel the need to stay in relationships. So then when they did have kids, they're having kids out of wedlock. They raise these kids to believe that they don't need to get married, that there's
right.
no consequences for sex, abortion's no big deal, and um then
Well,
you have a bunch of women
look at
now
your
that are
advertisement. Look at your
huh?
advertisement now. You know, you're talking about back in the 50s and the 60s.
Mhm.
And I know this is getting off topic for anybody that's
You're fine.
looking for trucking answers or whatever. But I mean, I'm enjoying this conversation with you. But
Okay.
back in the 50s and 60s, sex was an anomaly. That was something to be behind closed doors, sexual appeal, any of that. Now there's half naked women, almost full naked women on billboards, and it's just normal. People just
They're
look
in
at it as normal now.
cartoons.
Yeah,
They're
cartoons,
in
everything.
cartoons.
So,
You know?
and we want to know what I truly believe. And like I said, I'm not trying to get crazy biblical with everybody, but I truly believe this is the new Babylon. We're living in the
Mhm.
new Babylon right now. So, and if anybody's ever read their Bible,
Revelations. Yeah.
yep, Babylon,
Well,
Babylon was that's not a place you wanted to be.
mm, well, I mean, if you look, like I said, I'm not religious. I don't go to church or anything, but when you read the book of Revelations, that's what it says, that the whore of Babylon now depends on who you are having interpret it for you, but that's
Right,
supposed to be the churches that are collapsing, the organized religions. And who are they riding? The beast, and the beast has the horns, which is the political system and the countries and stuff. So when you sit there and you look at it, and then it's talking about cashless society, which is exactly what we have today. When
yep,
I was a kid, it was embarrassing. My mother did not want to pull up to the gas pump and put $10 on a credit card
right.
to put in the gas, because it meant you didn't have money. It was embarrassing to use credit cards, and now we just do it without thinking, and we really don't pay attention to how much we're spending at all.
What I say
You
earlier,
know,
spending more than spending what you don't have.
yeah.
That's
And
what it
and
is.
I'm not
Spending
gonna
what you
lie,
don't have.
yeah, this microphone was like 250, $300, and that camera I got's $1,200, and that microphone on that camera, and and but this is gonna sound, I don't know. I feel like I can get away with that just because I'm by myself. I don't
Right,
have a husband. I don't have kids, so right,
right.
my money's it's not going to the grave
Well, it's
with me, so I might as well enjoy
everybody's
it.
yeah, everybody's situation is different, and I'm not
Mhm,
knocking anybody for doing their thing. You know what I'm saying? But when people reach out and they ask why,
mhm,
why are things this way? Why is this
mhm,
happening to America? Why is what? You got to look a little deeper. You got to
yeah,
look a little deeper and figure out, what the real deal is. It isn't just because one person's in office. You know, so
yeah. But but it's like I don't know. The witch from, that's what I call her, the witch, Alyssa Milano. You know Alyssa Milano
I
from
mean, I don't know her. I haven't hung out with her
but
or
you know
anything.
who
But
I
yeah,
mean, the
I know of
actress,
her.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, I used to fight with her on Twitter all the time because she was in all these women's marches, and she wants the abortion thing, and yeah, I'm turning this into a political thing. I don't care, right? And and I would say to her like, So let me see I get this straight. You're saying that women are too stupid to know how to get a hold of birth control and how to use it, or they're too lazy to do it. And then they have to have abortions because they picked guys that were bums and wouldn't support you and the kids or help be an actual father. So you're lazy, you're stupid, and you pick bad men and you don't learn from your mistake because after you have baby number one with them, you shouldn't have pumped out two and three. So now you want to go have an abortion because you're dumb. Like, I don't like the way you make women look. You're a
Yeah,
bad, and then you turn around and you tell the men today, oh, well, I'm a single mother and I need to have abortion because men suck and you suck. Well, who raised the men in the last generation? The single mothers. So
right.
don't blame it on the men. I'm sorry. Don't blame it on the men. It's you freaking single mother women that want to act like hoes.
Well,
And you just
it starts at the
work.
foundation of childhood too, is the way we raise our children. You just hit the nail on the head.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I'm concerned, we don't raise our children with consequences. Okay, we don't teach them consequences right out the gate. They go out into society when they're older and they realize there are consequences. I mean, look at the prison systems. I mean, they're full. You know, they're full, and
Well,
the thing about it
yeah, but
is
even now,
people
though, our society's changing. In the last couple years, there aren't consequences. People are just robbing stores, pulling stuff right off the shelves. You
well,
know,
because it's becoming too intrusive on these places of business to actually take action because there's so many people doing it. Everybody's
Mhm.
looking for that quick buck and that quick mindset of get rich quick, or I'm going to just take this if I want it. I mean, we're basically reverting back to savages. I mean, it's basically what we're doing. Primitive culture, I mean, survival of the fittest, if you will, and like I said, we're not building our kids' foundations on God. We're not building them on good morals. We're just saying, "Hey, shut up and watch YouTube. Shut up and watch TikTok, and let mom and daddy do what they want to do." I mean, that's pretty much what it is. So it's pretty sad, but we just, as individuals and as families, we just got to do the next right thing. That's all we can do.
Yeah, well, see, that's a whole nother issue. Women wanted to go to work because they wanted a career, and then they paid other people to raise their kids for them,
Hmm.
and then they wonder why the kids aren't aligned with what they believe. You know,
Right.
yeah, I don't know. That's why I never had kids. I had physical issues, but if I could have gotten past them, I still never met a guy that I would actually want to.
Right.
It just never worked out. Because I wasn't going to be stupid. I was involved with an alcoholic for 7 years, and he kept saying to me, "Let's go get Vegas and get married and let's have a baby." No, because I'm not going to have a drunken husband on the couch and a 6-month-old in crib. Now,
Right.
you know, I think a lot of people, they don't think about that stuff. They just, you know, um, they get wrapped up in the fantasy of what it sounds like, and it's not real.
Well,
Goes back to
emotions too.
consequences.
They throw those
Yeah.
emotions up there and make hasty decisions based on emotions, you know,
Hmm.
instead of actual facts and actually planning out
Lead
things.
us back to the cameras.
Right back to the cameras.
Yeah. Everybody acts on their emotions. You're right.
Well, it's easy to because it's part of our lives. It's a big part of our lives, So it's hard to not act on your. It takes a lot of discipline to not act on emotions. And some of the best answers that we could ever give as human beings to anybody or any reaction we can give to anybody is silence.
Hmm.
You don't have to say anything. So it's something that's hard for people to do.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's been 7 whole hours.
I know you still got 21 people in here. That is insane. Well, 20. We just lost one.
Okay, and it's the middle of the night. Like, it's 4:30 here. You know what's going to happen?
5:30 here. So you're in Central.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
this is what's going to happen in another half hour or so. A bunch more people are going to show up because they're waking up.
I got up because Josh says y'all are savages. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. But I got up because my back was killing me, and this hotel bed is just awful. And
Mm.
I was like, you know what, I'm going to edit this video, and then there you were. I was like, oh, I'll get on there and see what's going on. So
That's so cool.
it's pretty
Yeah.
awesome, though. I enjoyed it, though. I enjoyed it 100%. Hope everybody in
Yeah.
the chat enjoyed it.
Well, I don't know. But so okay, so what about your mattress on the truck? Did you buy a special mattress?
I have the Odyssey mattress. I love it. I have a $3,000 bed at home. I'll sleep in my truck before I sleep in that bed. I see that it's either the truck bed or it's my recliner in the living room.
I bought the same mattress for my truck that I did for my apartment.
Really?
My bed, yeah. It's a beauty rest. It's a beauty rest
Did
black.
Did you see that video I did about the adjustable bed in the truck?
No.
Oh man, you should watch that. You need to get one of those. That's a game changer.
Really?
Oh, it's awesome.
I
I
have an
love it.
adjustable bed in my apartment.
I do have one at the house, but I do have the adjustable bed in the truck too. I love it. It's awesome. Got a remote
Does
and
it have a
everything for it.
massager too?
I didn't get that one now.
Oh.
You wouldn't be able to feel it anyway. The Odyssey mattress is like 16 inches thick. It's crazy.
That's what I got.
Really?
Yeah. I got well, yeah.
Do you have a Murphy bed in your truck?
No, I'm saying in my apartment. In my apartment, I have that thick mattress. It's 17 inches.
Oh, well, I'm saying I was looking at Tim Durham's comment. He says, "Do you like the Murphy bed?" I didn't know if you had one in your truck.
Oh, no.
I don't have one in mine either.
No.
It looked like the Murphy bed setup looks cool, but when you're a bigger guy, it's not enticing because I can't. It looks like a little mini camper table, like a dinette table, and I'm like, man, I'm not gonna be able to fit in that. There's no way. Enjoyed you too, Josh, man. God bless, buddy. You have a good one.
Yeah, good night. Thanks, Josh, for stopping in. He I'm pretty sure he's the one that he just said he was upgrading. He's upgrading now.
It's awesome.
Yeah. So, and he had a little bit of a situation in training, but he seems like he's doing well. I wish him the best.
I've had several people reach out to me during their training process just from YouTube. I've never talked to these people before, but reached out to me and just talking about scenarios, stuff like that. And a couple of their trainers, I actually know who they are, but I never reached out to them or anything like that. But I did help them with certain issues. One of the biggest ones was sleeping on the top bunk. That was a big deal, and I kept trying to tell them, like, look, man, you legally, you're not supposed to be on the top bunk, period, while that truck's in motion. I said, so I always tell my guys when I was training, I said, look, you're grown men. If you want to sleep on top bunk, that's your choice. Me personally, I will remove all my bedding except for the bottom sheet. And I support you laying down a comforter or a sleeping bag or whatever, and then having your bedding on top of that. I understand, it's another grown man's bed. You don't, it's a put off. You don't want to do that, but.
Thanks, Dingo. Have a good night. We appreciate you.
See you later, Dingo. God bless, buddy.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned that a little bit earlier, because we had one of the YouTubers was filming, and he was in like TNT for 3 weeks or something. It was one of those headlines, "Why I'm quitting Prime," blah blah blah, and and he's admitting that he won't sleep on the bottom bunk. He's admitting in the YouTube video that he's sleeping on the top bunk.
Right.
And then he brought this up in Facebook. And then Facebook, it's seen. He apparently was told, quit or we'll fire you type of thing. And then he's blaming all the people on Facebook for ratting him out. No, did you ever think that it's going to get seen?
Right, exactly.
Just dumb things that people do.
Well, there was and you probably know the YouTuber I'm talking about. One of the most controversial YouTubers to date, in my opinion, Trucker Dude Brent. You remember seeing some of his stuff?
Yes. I considered doing a reaction video to him. Mm-hmm.
Well, I never had any problems with the guy, but we were going back to talking about trash talking your company and stuff like that. Every time I would watch one of his videos, I always felt like he was constantly trying to gaslight a situation, gaslight Prime, into whatever was going on at the moment. That's the kind of stuff right there that, like I said, I don't have any issue with him at all. If anything, it was entertaining to watch him blow up and lose his stuff, but I don't wish anybody that either. But
Right.
my thing was that's the kind of stuff that keeps people from succeeding at Prime and other companies like it, is when they react that way or act that way towards certain situations instead of
Right.
being what you're supposed to be, a professional driver.
Right.
And I think that'll hinder a lot of people, because when we're talking about Prime YouTubers and stuff like that, the women's side of things, there's only a few of you out there that are doing this. And I feel like a lot of the women, I know you're not one, but a lot of the women will use their femininity, I guess you'd say, is that how you say it?
Femininity.
Femininity.
Yeah.
Use it to their advantage. So you'll see the short shorts or the busty, like, spandex tops and all this stuff on these thumbnails and stuff. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, what kind of image are you sending? Like, it's kind of like with the women that want to get upset about, guys gawking at them, but then they're wearing a piece of clothing that couldn't cover my forehead, and it's like, what do you expect?
But unfortunately, that's what gets views. I do a video about pre-trip, it gets 300 views. I do a controversial topic or something, then it's going to get 2,000 views in 24 hours. And
well, I don't care what you say. I'm not getting in booty shorts. Okay, that's next top, so it's not going to happen.
And I'm not gonna lie, I know I've done it once in a while, but just people do it for attention, and I think that just in general, our society doesn't look at professionalism anymore. I mean, I walked in the Olive Garden and the chick had a freaking bustier on and pink hair and cobwebs coming out, and looked like spiders hanging down. And, and there used to be a time when you wouldn't show a tattoo. There used to be a time that you'd cover up piercings, even in your ears. Women used to hide it. And it was just to have a certain professionalism,
Right.
which we don't have in our society anymore at all. So, and everybody has this me. Like, to go back to the religion a little bit, when I was growing up in the 80s, there was a lot of the real far right wing Christians yelling about Satanism and satanic panic and all that. I mean, I went to a school that played the records backwards, looking for subliminal messages.
Right.
And so, but when you look at what they were really saying, if you look at the Satanic Church, Anton LaVey and all them, what they really said was Satanism is not actually worshiping the devil as an entity. It's really doing what's best for you. That's really what the Church of Satan is really for. It's all fixated on me. And that's what we've become. Exactly what we were told 35 years ago was going to happen.
Lovers of selves. Lovers of selves.
Yeah.
In the
And
Bible.
and so that's kind of what we've become as a society. And then we come out here in front of the cameras, and one thing that makes me laugh, and they'll keep screaming, First Amendment, First Amendment. Well, yeah, Marty, this is my new trucking along with Kiersey USA shirt. but First Amendment does not cover you from your employer.
Right.
First Amendment does not protect you from the media or society or criticism.
Right.
Coming on YouTube, we make ourselves public entities. So if I came on here and I said, "Man, I hate Freight Skater. He's such a, he's this and that and this and that," you can't sue me because you're a public entity, a public image. You
Right.
can't sue me for any kind of defamation. And all these people keep doing is saying over and over, you know, First Amendment, nope, nope. And public image is a lot to these companies. That's what they're paying for. They pay advertisement. We look all around. Our society is all commercialism.
Right.
So why would a company, and one thing about the cameras, and good morning, Matthew. Welcome to the show. We've been on here for a long time. But
Hmm.
one thing about the cameras is that people are saying, well, they're trying to find a way to fire you. They don't need a reason to fire us.
Right.
The state of Missouri is an at will state. They can fire us for any reason or no reason. They don't even have to give us one.
Right.
So if they really wanted to fire us,
Be a lot less
we could go.
drivers in the fleet.
Yeah.
I just got summoned to come help get everybody ready. We got all the girls got to get. We're going to the Creation Museum up there south of Cincinnati. So we did Ark Encounter yesterday and going to Creation Museum today. So it should be pretty fun. But I've really enjoyed being on here. Thank you guys so much. Thank
All right.
you,
Well, you better
everybody
make
in the
sure you
chat.
make a video of it for us, or at least
Uh,
send me pictures. Okay.
Of the Creation Museum. Well, I got some good stuff from the Ark already, so I'm sure I'm gonna be doing the Creation Museum today too. So yeah, we're gonna have something come up. Might do like a short or something on there.
All right.
But
That's good.
guys, God bless. Have a great morning, everybody, and
Thank you,
stay
sweetie.
driven,
Have a
stay
great day.
focused, and stay
I
loaded.
really appreciate you.
And I
Bye.
appreciate you letting me be on here. Thanks a lot.
Bye, sweetie. He is so cool. I love him. He's so sweet. And he is totally somebody that you can answer any of your questions. So thank you guys so much. And good morning, Matthew. Where are you today? You said you're listening up. So I'm going to guess that you're like driving or something. And who else is in here? Anybody want me to put the link up and you want to come pop in? Because I tried it like last night, really early in this show, couldn't get it to work. And this poor guy Ryan kept trying to come in and didn't work. So, but I'm probably all talked out unless somebody wants to come in here. You're home and you just woke up. Well, thank you for popping in to come see me as soon as you wake up. I appreciate that. What's the weather like there? Because we are having a thunderstorm in Springfield, Missouri, and I'm going to tell you, I love summer thunderstorms are awesome. Like I would open up the sliding glass doors and have the curtains blow and everything. And I wrote one of my novels. It's a serial killer novel at 3 o'clock in the morning. But anyway, so Matthew, really what this stream was originally about were the inward facing cameras. And Marty, you were already in here way after we were even talking about the cameras. So if you guys want to pop on here, then come on, pop in there and click that link. If there's anything about the cameras that you want to say, what's your experience about cameras? Pretty much at Prime. You got to get studied up to renew the CDL learner so I can head to Pittston soon. It's very foggy here. Ooh. So what's your goal for getting to Pittston then? For those of you that don't understand what he said, he's going to come into training with Prime CDL program in our Pittston, Pennsylvania terminal. So, but tell me, Matthew, are you concerned about having cameras in the trucks now that you're new? That's one topic that I would probably like want to kind of explore. Is it going to turn off any of the new drivers? Because one thing that it seems to happen is the experienced drivers, you know, we've been here. So when something changes, it's new to us. But when somebody comes in, they don't know any differently. They only know what they came into. And so it's just like kind of like the automatics where, I was driving a manual the new people don't know anything about manuals. They're used to the automatic, so it's not a big deal to them. I don't like the idea about cameras, but I'm going to come get that CDL and see what happens. Well, positive. Positive. Oh, let's see. Um, you know what, guys? I think I'm going to call it a night because it's almost 7.5 hours that I've been on here. Definitely not looking forward to it. And I hate the 50,000, but after relooking at Rail and TMC, I'll stick with Prime. Yeah, one thing with Rail and and I when I tell people to look at Rail and they're interested in Rail, one thing that happens that I have people come back and complain to me about is because they have this home time, different options with their home time. Um, Rail will have, like, say 7 days out and then 7 days home. Well, when you think about it, that means you have 6 months out of the year off, which means you're only making half of what you would have if you were actually working the whole year. And people then get upset about that. And another thing with Rail was I don't think it's a year. It used to be 15 months. So it's not a year contract, it's 15-month contract. And it used to be like a $7,000 um, fee loan forgiveness program, basically. No offense, but I really don't love the company side either. And 120,000 mile contract. It's 120,000 mile contract. Okay, well, oh, maybe it used to be 150,000. I was saying 15 months, but maybe it's 150,000. So they actually reduced the contract a little bit. Why don't you like the company side? You're saying no offense because I'm a company driver, but you know, I think that people yeah, they give it to you whatever pace they give it to you. Yeah, it was taking people 15 months to do it. That's probably where I came out with. Um I'm looking cute. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's called fake eyelashes and because I'm inside they didn't like fly away like they did on the backing pad. But I think one day I'm gonna make this video of like me trying to put them on because I keep like sticking like once my eye opens up, it like gets all the way up here, and then I have to go back and try to erase it. You like the idea of being your own boss to a degree and having the options. Yeah, well, guess what? Y- It's kind of an illusion, you know. I mean, company side, you know, it's we want the miles. So, you can build a relationship with your fleet manager and you won't get sent to certain loads and that kind of thing. Hey, Kiersey, Trent Jones here. If you remember me and CJ. Oh my gosh, of course I remember you too. You're with your third FedEx contractor now, and they do require inward cameras. We absolutely hated the cameras at first, but we got used to it. Wow. Okay. So, wow. It must have been like what, 4 years? Must have been 4 years ago they were here at Prime. And they gave me a referral, and I got to meet them, and they're really nice guys. Um, so that's really good. I'm so glad. It's so weird. I was going to text you guys the other day just because you were in my head and I wanted to say hi. But you have the same little icon, but you changed your name. um, I make six figures now, but I'm sick of the management and the politics. And if I do well, I want to buy a truck. Yeah, that's good for you. Make sure that you talk to the right people and get good information about stuff. Just don't jump into it. Uh, you know, I think I'm gonna cut up this live feed that I had into different videos and then post them. Yep, 4 years. It's crazy. It's been that long. See, that's another thing that happens in trucking. You know, that contract and up there, we were just looking at somebody saying that he's going to come in to training. And yeah, it's a year contract, and rail was like 120,000 miles and all that, but it goes by so fast. It really does. I mean, and I only got a couple more months and I'll be here 9 years. But 4 years, wow. That's so cool. I love when people come back and tell me what they're doing. But so the cameras aren't that bad. So I got a question for you, Trent. And tell CJ I said hi, by the way. Uh do you guys have the AI technology? Because they're giving us the AI. And the AI, it's supposed to like track your hands and track like your eye movements and stuff like that. So uh one of my students said that he was going like this, and oh, I played a really huge part in getting you started. Oh, mwah, thank you, sweeties. But so he was going like this with his beard, and it triggered him saying, "Oh, distracted driving or whatever it was," and so that's what people are concerned about. Like you'll be driving down the road, and if you like, you know, have your head down too much, or one person told me that like if you yawn 3 times in 5 minutes, then it's considered fatigue driving and it's going to alert you and that sort of thing. So are you guys are still teaming then, Trent? So what do? You drive during the day and that's how you're on here now? You're just waking up and starting your shift or what? And what are you doing? Is it like are you doing like the reefer white glove division? I want to. Oh, okay. Taco truck lover. Hello.
Hey, one sec.
You seem kind of low. Can you turn it up?
I had to reconnect.
Okay. Well, you're live. They can hear you.
I know.
Okay. So, welcome taco truck lover to the show.
Jeez. My goodness. I don't do lives much. But
Yeah, I see that. So, tell me, taco truck lover, what are your thoughts on this topic?
I hope they don't put any cameras in. I don't like cameras, but eventually I'm going to get one in my truck that but they it really all depends what the company looks at it basically. Cuz I think that's all what really matters. But I
Right, but every
really
company's
don't like
different.
it. I know. I
And
really
you
don't like
work
it
with a
because
company that only has like 5 trucks or so?
yeah.
See, and this is kind of what I was telling other people is that, even smaller companies are getting these cameras, you know.
Yeah, and I don't like it. You know, been driving for a while, and I don't like it, but
So
it
how
is what
long have
it
you been
is.
driving?
I don't know, was it about 12 years?
Okay.
2012.
Mhm. So what else do you have to say, taco truck lover?
I can't believe you were on this long. Oh man, but Freight Skater, you and him together, pretty good talk.
Yeah, I'm going to
You guys
break that
just
up
went
into
on.
different videos. That was good. So, Matthew says his concerns are how much they'll micromanage. And this goes back to trusting the company. You
Yeah,
know, do we believe what they say?
and I think,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
Do you
I
have
think
anything to
Freight
say about
Skaters,
that?
shoot, was it Freight Skater was all like, I'm worried about also with like if there was an accident or something, coming back and seeing what was going on because somebody can always twist something.
So Trent is telling me that they've teamed using both cameras with the AI and without, and the AI is way more annoying. It would say distracted sometimes when eating, vaping, or yes, sometimes even just scratching your nose. And then Matthew saying he's concerned about micromanaging. And Yeah, but something I said earlier, Matthew, is that if they want to fire us, they can. They don't need the camera to do it,
True,
you know.
especially with Prime.
And yeah, because some people we know got fired from Prime just because they were arguing too much with dispatch.
Oh, gee, who could that be?
Gee, I don't know. See, and this goes back to Matthew about how much control you have. You want to tell him?
Hey, you really don't have that much control. I mean, I'm pretty surprised Freightasker is saying you can refuse loads because I refuse the loads all the time, and I did decently good. You saw my statements, and they didn't like it that I was refusing loads. So I not necessarily believe in that so much.
Well, the other thing is though, it's I do think it's probably building a relationship with your fleet manager, and it is longevity, you know. It's also how things are said, you know, and how often. I'm sure he rejects loads, you know. Um
Well, I will say he probably does it in a nicer way, but I
yes, he
will
does
say
it in a nicer way. Yes.
I'll be
Cuz
honest with
sometimes
that.
you're just not nice.
No, come on, gee.
Mhm.
But I
So,
do give valid reasons, and when they don't listen to my reason and they give me something within the parameter of what I'm saying I don't want to do, I'm all like, "You're not listening to me," and it counts as another rejected load. So
mhm. So Trent and his partner are still driving FedEx. They do a designated route from Kentucky to Arkansas. Every day they drive doubles filled with packages. Woohoo. I'm happy for them, man. I'm really
nice.
happy for them. I I like when I see people years down the line that are still doing well, you know. I even remember the first time I met them, we were on the second floor of the Millennium. I know it sounds stupid, but I have a tendency to remember. I don't remember faces very well, but I remember situations. So a lot of times I'll put people in my phone, you know, like Lisa who hates me 3 hour call.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. This is the person I was talking about earlier, guys, if you were hanging around. Truck 459 says, "Good job. You're very informative." I appreciate that. And do you have any questions? And tell us about who you are. Hmm? And if anybody else wants to jump in, type your name down there and I'll shoot you the link if you missed it. So, taco truck lover, are you concerned about you getting cameras?
I'm not concerned because I know the person behind it and who's running it, but I just don't prefer it. Really don't like it, but it is what it is.
Do you trust your company?
Yes, I do.
Yes,
I
you
do.
do.
I don't trust anybody really, but yes, I trust what's up.
Yeah, fire and ice, Trent. I took him to fire and ice for dinner. But so here's a question for you. Would you quit your company if you were told that the AI was coming?
If the AI was coming, I- I'd be annoyed. I would consider leaving, but like I say, it really comes down to what the company is going to enforce. And you know,
Yeah.
just even with the rollover and the rollover stability and the hard break, of course it's not good, but if somebody keeps getting it, it depends what they do with you, kind of thing. So,
Mm. Wow, Trent is over their teaming and they're home every Saturday night through Monday night. Woohoo! Good for them. I can't believe it's been 4 years. That's crazy. Oh, I feel old. Another annoying thing about the inward camera, by the way, is that you feel like you have no privacy. Sounds gross. But like my old boss told me jokingly, yeah, you can't even pick your nose in private.
Yeah.
I have a funny feeling that a lot of our guys are just going to go around doing that on purpose just to see if they get caught. Like, how many times are they going to, they're going to get clips of that before they just say, okay, forget this.
I got a question
But,
for the FedEx people there. What what are wild runs, and did the miles for FedEx go down to like 2,200? Because there's a point I was looking for a job, and she was really only telling me about 2,200 miles for a solo. And then I know somebody told me about Wild Run before, but I was just kind of curious what these Wild Runs
Wild
for
Run?
FedEx. Yeah, it's a FedEx deal.
I don't know. Trent, do you know anything about that? Wild Run? I don't know. My friends were on White Glove Division. That was the reefer team section. And they actually ran less miles as a team than I did solo. But they made so much money because they owned their truck that it was ridiculous how much money they were making at the time.
I think it has something
But
with the Wild Run. I think it has something where you have to wait in line for a load or something. I don't know. I can't remember what he said, but just curious.
so Trent, do you want to come in here? You can come tell us about your experience with cameras.
Come in. She doesn't bite.
Welcome up there.
Besides, I need help anyway. Uh,
Yeah, you need help. You need mental help.
yeah. Yep.
Oh,
You
jeez.
can just set it up where it's just the mic. It's not the camera. So
Yeah. All right. No, but I do. I think I'm going to go. It's almost 8 hours. That's crazy.
yeah.
But thank you guys so much for hanging in there with me. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Stay
Truck
safe
it
and
along.
go ahead, say it.
Ah, yeah, you say it better. Truck
Come
it
on.
along.
I hope to see. Wait, wild runs are hit or miss. We ran wild at our last contractor. It had negatives and positives. Positives where we could kind of pick where we could go. But hey, all right. I'm getting rid of you, Clayton. I'm
All
gonna
right.
go try to get. All right. I'll
Bye.
talk to you later. Be safe. All
Bye.
right. Bye. All right. I'm gonna come get you, Trent. We'll see what you say. All right. All right. Go click on that because it'd be good to see you. But is it letting you try it again? Because I don't know if I had to have him completely out of here before you could come in. But yeah, I never heard of the wild runs. I know. I guess that's is that custom critical division too. Like ah, there- oh my god.
Oh, it worked. I was like, why is it not working at first?
Yeah,
It's
it
like,
is so good to
why is
see
it
you.
so? Where is the camera coming from? Why is it? It's not like the camera normally looks. Okay, I don't know. That's weird. But yeah, it's good to see you too. Yeah, I was like not planning on staying up watching for so long, but I was just in the back getting ready to go to bed, and I saw you were live, and I just started watching, and then I just kept watching, and then I started commenting, and here we are now. But yeah, to
So
answer his
CJ's driving right
question,
now.
Yeah, he's driving. I don't. Here,
Oh.
hold on.
Wait,
Here,
don't
look.
don't set the camera off.
No, it's not the AI one. That this one it really isn't bad because it's not. But tell Kirsty hi.
Hi, sweetie.
We're live on YouTube. He's like, "What's going on?" He didn't even know I was watching me back there. But yeah, the AI one is way worse. I'm guessing that's what it was because it was like what is going? Oh, there it is. It's like what you were saying, or what people were saying, like way more sensitive and kind of faulty and just annoying. But the one we have right now, I'm guessing it's not AI because it really doesn't go off at all unless uh, like the truck is set at like 65. So like if you go past 65, a lot of the times it'll say slow down. But that's about
Okay.
it on this one. But it's like we've had a different camera on every time we switch trucks. So
Mhm.
like it's been like I never know. And we're supposed this is actually our last day on this truck and we're switching. So I'm hoping that it won't be an AI one on the one that we switched to, but won't know until
Mhm.
we get on there. But yeah, it's just way more annoying. It's like it just yeah, it's annoying, but you do
S-
get used to it even with that type. But then once you switch back to a non-AI one, then you get comfortable with that and you like it better. So if we do have to switch to an AI one again, it's gonna be annoying and we'll have to get used to it again. But like just that one right there, it really like you kind of forget it's there. So
Mm.
and like we debated even coming here at first when we heard that they had the inward cameras because we really didn't want to deal with that because we were at Prime and they didn't have that and that's what we got
Yeah.
used to for a year and then yeah, but you really do get used to it.
So do all FedEx trucks have cameras now?
Yeah, I think so. They're supposed to.
Mm.
Um, our first contractor, they weren't as strict, and I don't even know if they're still in business. And but they would let the drivers just put tape over the camera, and
Mm.
we may or may not have done that. but but after we switched from them, the other two that we've been with, they wouldn't let us do that.
Mm.
so so yeah, we got used to it, and yeah, but we've stuck with FedEx because it's really not bad. It's really it's good money, and we've gradually gotten more and more home time since we've been bouncing around contractors because we kind of got more seniority, and I felt like more comfortable kind of asking for more, I guess.
Mhm.
Um, and yeah, that's the only reason we even switched from our last one. Well, also we were running wild um, with the last one, and I don't know if I fully answered that other guy's question, but running wild can be good, but it also can be really bad, because just because you don't know how long you're going to be waiting, and so you don't know when you're going to be home at all. It's a lot more like actually being on the road, like it is at Prime, like which
Okay.
wasn't horrible. Like we didn't hate Prime or anything like that. It was fun for the year we did it, but we just like to be home more, so the more
Yeah.
how little we were home. But the positives were like I don't know if we ever even told you we like going to Comic Cons and stuff like that, but so we would have our boss send us to like California and places that were having big Comic Cons. Like so we would get a load there
Mhm.
and then go to the Comic Con and stay for like a couple days or whatever and then just go somewhere else from there. And so it was cool because it was
Mhm.
like we were getting paid to travel, but you just never really knew if you're going to be waiting 1 hour or 10 hours to get out of the FedEx. So yeah, but what
Mm.
we're doing now, it's like we don't have to worry about it. We do the same thing every day, and I would say I like it better overall, even though sometimes I do miss the traveling. But yeah,
Mm. So how hard is it to find contractors for you to work for?
it hasn't really been hard at all. It like CJ found the job on um Indeed or something like that at our first contractor, and at first I didn't even think it was real because it said like guaranteed $1,800 each for teaming, and we were still having Sundays and Mondays off there. So I thought that was too good to be true, and they only needed 1 year experience, and that's as a company driver too. So I was like, okay, and it was really good, and that was a dedicated route too. But then we switched to running wild the second year. Um, yeah, shoot, what was your question? I forgot.
Well, I was just wondering, I didn't know how you would find contractors there, if FedEx
Oh
helped
yeah.
you or
Also, well, FedEx doesn't really like to give out other contractors' info, but like we were driving out of northern Kentucky and we still go up there every day, but we live in Louisville, so it was like an almost a 2-hour drive to get there once a week and then back home again,
Mhm,
which is another reason we eventually switched. And so that our first two contractors are based out of there, and then I wanted to be based out of Louisville instead, but the hub is bouncing all around it. But the
yeah.
hub in Louisville was small, but it was so much closer to home. So I asked if I could get any contractors' info, but they wouldn't give it to me. But they said they could send out an email to all the contractors with my number, and a
Mhm,
couple, or actually just one of them got back with me, and that's who we work for now. Because they said it was like perfect timing because they needed a team and they had this run coming up, and that's what we're doing now. So it worked out kind of perfectly. And there's even a hub that's like 5 minutes smaller, even smaller FedEx hub right down the road from our house. So when we come through every day, we're able to just, if we have a few hours to kill or something, we just pull off, go home, make dinner, shower, whatever throughout the
mhm.
week. So, like, yeah, it's working out good.
That's cool. That's cool.
Hmm.
And everybody who's new or looking to get into trucking, you see him bouncing around, that's because he's supposed to be sleeping right now while his partner is driving. So
Yeah,
just as you see him bounce, 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 that's what it's gonna be like when you team.
yeah.
Yeah,
And yeah, but you get used to it, like sleeping like this. It's like you're just being rocked to sleep. I kind of like
really.
it better than sleeping in my regular bed now. Even with all the bumps, I don't know, it's kind of weird.
Mm. So, but how hard is it to get adjusted to somebody else driving?
Um, well, it wasn't that hard really because I've never not done that. Because like
Mm,
in training, I had my trainer, and then so it was already that. And then once we got out of training, we were immediately teaming.
you team.
So yeah, and I trust him and everything. So it's not,
Mm,
yeah, it's not really bad or anything.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
my back
So
sometimes
just so the
hurts more.
audience knows, they were already together way before they came to Prime. They came to Prime. You were like together like 5 years or something, right?
Yeah, it's
Right. So
been 9 years
you
now.
9 years you've been together.
Yeah.
So, you know, they trust each other. It's a lot harder to try to sleep with somebody you just met driving.
Yeah,
Mm,
training was not fun because I don't
mm.
know if you remember how me and my trainer kind of clashed,
I don't
and
remember. I'm sorry.
it's okay. I don't know if I went into too much detail about it, but
That's okay.
it just wasn't a good experience and kind
Hmm.
of a trauma that I don't want to relive right now. But
Yeah. Okay.
it,
Don't. But, but, you still stayed at Prime for a year.
hmm.
You didn't ever complain to me about Prime in general.
Yeah,
Mm,
no, for the most part, everything was great. It was just my trainer specifically, but
mm,
he was like the only issue really. And if it was, I put up with it. Like if I really wanted to, they would have switched me. I know they would have,
mm,
but I just didn't want to. I didn't want to be like, I don't know. I was so worried about everything then. I was like, I don't want to be like
mm,
difficult, so I didn't say anything. But he was the only bad part.
mm.
Everything else about Prime, like I can't really say anything bad about it.
Back to these cameras a second. So you've only had the cameras at FedEx. And
Hmm.
have you actually gotten any calls or reprimanded or anything about your driving?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Not really anything too serious. Let me think. At our second contractor, my boss called me one time. He was like, "I saw you holding the phone up, like talking on the phone." Because I guess
Mhm,
I did, I did. It was such a quick call, but I did. I held it up to my ear for a second, and he got on me for that. But he wasn't like mad, but he just said like, "Can't be doing that."
mm,
And then follow well. I guess following distance isn't an inward camera thing, but that's more CJ. He would get in trouble for following too close. Um,
Mhm.
what else? I think it was just the phone a few times. Just literally, if you're like changing the podcast or whatever, like. But that was mostly with our second contractor. Here, they haven't really said anything. Knock on wood.
Okay, so basically, contractor to contractor treated you differently too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the first one, like I said, they didn't care at all. They didn't even care if you had the camera blocked. And the second one cared a lot more. And then this
Right.
one, we can't have the camera blocked, but they don't really say anything.
Okay.
So even if
Did
it,
they
because I
tell you
think
ahead
they,
of time? Like, did they tell you ahead of time what they were more concerned with?
um, what do you mean? Like what
Like
type of?
when you went to work for a contractor, did they say, okay, with these cameras, we're specifically concerned with the phone, or
Um,
we're concerned with, like Prime said, stop signs, U-turns, as far as the outward camera, inward cameras, the seat belt, and the phone that they're really
I
concerned with.
think the phone at our second contractor, they did say something about that. They said something about like they were really strict about the no phone,
Mhm.
unless like hands-free device only or whatever. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, so yeah, I guess it's now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, it's mostly all our second contractor, and we were with them for about a year. Yeah, it's been about a year almost at every one because it was a year at Prime, a year at our first contractor, a year at the second one, or a little more than that because it's been about 4 years and it's four different companies, I guess. So yeah, but yeah, so I guess it just depends on the company, like how strict they're gonna be because they can like they go through like our boss, who's not the owner of the whole company, but I think he goes through and can like he sees any alerts, like a video will get sent like of whatever the issue was, and he can
Mhm.
choose to like just like ignore it or decline it, or it gets sent in to whoever. I don't know exactly how to explain it, but
Yeah.
I think basically they just go through and like delete, delete, delete. If I had to guess, I don't know. Don't quote me on this. I could be wrong and not know what I'm talking about. But that was the vibe I got like when my that second contractor told me how it worked. That's how I envisioned it. Envisioned it in my head. It was just that it gets sent to him, but like he doesn't send it off to whoever. I don't know
Mhm.
if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
No, that's what they're saying with us, that there's gonna be something that triggers it, and then they'll go to the fleet manager, and then they'll contact us.
Mhm.
Truck 459 says, "I'm cryogenic hauler. We have inward and outward facing cameras. I've had to adjust to them more than reacting in my lunchbox. More than reaching, sorry. No more reaching in my lunchbox. I can't read now." But But that's something that, like, one thing that people were saying, they can't bend down like this into their cooler, so Prime
Oh
just
yeah,
told
that
them
was a
raise it
thing
up off
too.
the floor.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
cuz
Prime
we
was
have
just like, raise the cooler up off the floor and you can just go like that. It's okay. They just didn't want you going down. Oh, now my cat is under the
yeah.
table.
Yeah, I forgot about that. But yeah, one of the cameras we had was very like that because we have a little trash can. It sounds so trashy, but we have a trash can that we keep a bunch of stuff in and just dig stuff out of whatever we need. And yeah, we would reach down and it would go off for that, and it would say distracted.
Right.
Yeah, that was annoying. Hope our new truck doesn't do that.
Yeah,
We'll
but
see.
you've had the cameras for 3 years and you're still driving at the same
True.
company.
Yeah, I'm not gonna quit or anything if it does do it. I just also I realized like as long if you keep your head straight forward while you do it, it helps a lot. Just kind of look down when you're reaching for it. Don't turn your whole
Mhm.
body and do it. Like that kind of makes a difference. Um,
Mhm.
yeah. But yeah, not to change the subject, but before I get off here, How have you been doing? You good? I know you're still at Prime and everything.
I'm still at Prime. I'm still here. Things have been crazy in the last 4 years. Yes, my mother passed away. I moved to
Yeah,
Springfield.
I'm
I
sorry to
started
hear
doing,
that. Mm.
uh, she's 83, and you know, um, I wanted her to move here with me, and she yelled at me and says, "I'm not dying till I'm ready to die, and nobody's gonna make me leave, and I'll die in this bed that I've been living in for 20 years, whatever." And
Mhm.
that's what she did. So, you know,
Well,
just the way it is.
yeah. I
So,
guess she
yeah,
at least it was how she wanted it to be.
yeah, but boyfriends I've had, I don't know, 3, 4, they come and they go. It is what it is. I've just learned to have a pair and a spare. So it's like a tricycle. So like if one rolls away, you got two more to keep you upright. You know, it's
Yeah,
just the
that's
best
the way
way
to
to
do
be.
it. Are you still
Yeah.
training?
I'm not training at the moment. I got a really good offer from a mini fleet here. So I'm still a Prime employee and they own multiple trucks here at Prime. So you get to negotiate your own contract with them. And they just offered me something I couldn't refuse. So I was like, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hell
So
yeah.
I make great money
Sounds
and I'm
good then.
happy. So
Yeah, that's
yeah, it's good
awesome.
for me.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
But
cool.
you need to go to
Mhm.
sleep. I'm so glad you guys are
Yeah,
doing
I
so
do.
great. Thank you so much for
I know
stopping
this worked
by.
out good. Yeah, because I catch
Uh-oh.
yeah.
Now
Oh,
you're breaking up.
don't see you. I see myself. But okay,
Yeah.
well, I guess this is a great time to get off here.
Yeah. Okay. Bye, sweetie. Be safe.
All right. I don't know if anyone can hear me, but
Okay.
don't know if
Bye. Oh, he is so sweet. Oh, so him and his partner were my subscribers 4 years ago, and they came to Prime and they did a year here. They went off to FedEx, and for the past 3 years they've been driving at FedEx, and they were telling us about the cameras. So Joe V says Amazon uses these cameras in their local delivery fleets and their drivers hate them. Yes, I have seen a couple of them. As a matter of fact, one of them is my former student. And so when he got the camera here, um, he was comparing it to the one there, and he's actually saying that this one is better. It's not as sensitive as the one that he had in Amazon, so that's a good thing. Mr. Not Nice 24. Good morning and welcome to the live feed. So is there anybody else in here that wants to come jump on? I'll put the link back down. Hmm. Got 15 people in here. And guys, please hit that like button. Please, please, please. And I had a really, really, really good interview with Freight Skater, who's here at Prime, and um, he was a flatbedder and then he became a reefer. He drives team with his wife and he was also a trainer. He's a YouTuber. So I'm probably going to chop that up into a few different videos because that was really good conversation I had with him. But I have been on for 8 hours. And although I really, really love you guys, if nobody else wants to jump on, then I'm going to end it for the day. Okay. Going once, going twice. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. You be safe out there, and I hope to see you out here trucking along. Bye.